Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners for February 22nd, 2022. We're going to begin our meeting as we always do with the invocation and the pledge. Today we're going to ask Commissioner Jeff Kennard to lead us in our invocation, and when he completes that, we're going to have Mr. Chris Gregoriou, who is retired from the U.S. Marine Corps and is also the chairman of the Veterans Appreciation Week program, who will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'd like to join us at this time of both, we'd ask you to stand.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you in prayer today, so thankful, Lord, for the many blessings in our lives. We thank you for the opportunity to be here today, to serve the community, to go about doing the business of Citrus County. Lord, we thank you for all that are here attending and those that are watching at home to participate in today's meeting. Lord, we pray that you would give us wisdom, discernment as we move through the items on our agenda today. We pray that we would consider them and respond and converse wisely, respectfully with each other in the public. Lord, we pray that you would be with our first responders here at home and our men and women in uniform around the world. And Lord, we're thankful, especially thankful today and every day for the many folks in our county government that work tirelessly to help our community work and interact with their local government. And all these things we pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. And on your heart or hand salute, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Quick announcement, as the chairman of Veterans Appreciation Week, it is my honor to announce that we will be honoring our Afghanistan and Iraqi veterans this year for Veterans Week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Kennard. Thank you, Mr. Gregoriou. And we are ready to move forward with our roll call, please.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners. It's 22nd day of February 2022. In attendance are Chairman Ronald E. Kitchen Jr., First Vice Chair Ruthie Schleybaugh, Second Vice Chair Holly Davis, Commissioners Scott Carnahan and Jeff Kennard, County Administrator Randy Oliver, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond-Len.
Thank you very much. Is this on? I guess it is. Okay, under the approval of the agenda, I have that requested that we add a proclamation for item C4 for the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, and I understand we're pulling item E11. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay, so that's the only changes that I see to the agenda, so we'd be asking for a motion to approve with those changes.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the agenda with the addition of C4 and removing E11.
Second.
Okay, so I heard Commissioner Kennard on the motion and second on Commissioner Carnahan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Okay, consent agenda. We have items B1 through B10. What is your pleasure, Commissioners?
Chair, take the consent agenda in its entirety.
Is your microphone on, sir?
Second.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we have Commissioner Carnahan makes a motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Okay, any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. We have items C1 through C4. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move to accept items C1 through C4 proclamations.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Schleybaugh, second by Commissioner Kennard. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. Let's see, so commissioners, let's go down front for the presentation.
On the fly.
Is Mark Hammer in the room?
There's more.
Certificate of Appreciation, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida hereby awards the certification of appreciation to Mark Hammer, an appreciation for his dedicated service to the Historical Resources Advisory Board, May 24th, 2016 through January 31st, 2022. Executed on this 22nd day of February 2022, signed by all 5 county commissioners. Okay, may I please get the Sertoma group for World Hearing Day up? The Board of County Commissioners, Citrus County, Florida, Proclamation, World Hearing Day. Whereas more than 40 years, Citrus Sertoma 2.0 of Citrus County, Florida, has worked tirelessly on behalf of area disadvantaged and disabled citizens, contributing tens of thousands of volunteer hours and hundreds of thousands of dollars in service to mankind. And whereas World Hearing Day, an annual event held on March 3rd to raise awareness on hearing loss prevention and hearing care, was started by the World Health Organization, WHO, in 2007, and was originally known as International Ear Care Day. And whereas the World Hearing Day 2022 theme is To Hear for Life, Listen with Care, will focus on the importance and means of hearing loss prevention through safe listening as means of maintaining good hearing across the life course. And whereas World Hearing Day is observed to raise public awareness about how to avoid deafness and hearing impairment, as well as to support ear and hearing care around the world. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby designate March 3rd, 2022 as World Hearing Day in Citrus County, executed on this 22nd day of February 2022, signed by all 5 county commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the proclamation. As you know, we've been doing this in Citrus Counties for about 43 years. As our members go through the chairs and go on to represent not only our local clubs, but we are in the district, regional. Between 4 members, we have for over 120 hours, 120 years. 120 years of service to our communities, and to let you know that we combined our Inverness Sertoma Club together with the Citrus Sertoma Club, now known as Citrus 2.0, to make it stronger, and we have more help to make our fundraisers more profitable. And as usual, we always thank the citizens of Citrus County for supporting our fundraisers, to where we can do our mission to help people in a silent world. This proclamation makes the public aware, and I just saw in the paper that there's also a movie coming out called CODA, stands for Children of Deaf Adults, and goes hand in hand with the programs we have. Our Camp Endeavor, a 2-week summer camp for deaf children, our Youth Ranch, where deaf children get the opportunity to enjoy life like other kids that are not hearing impaired, get to hay rides and do farm activities, and then we have a baseball camp for hearing impaired. So this proclamation and the movie and everything else hopefully hits a soft spot with the public, and next time you see Sertoma out raising money, you support us. Our next fundraiser is going to be at the Strawberry Festival on March 5th and 6th, and I hope to see everybody there. And again, we thank the County Commission and the public for supporting Sertoma.
Can I get the group for the Newspaper and Education Week up here? The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, Proclamation Newspaper and Education Week 2022. Whereas research tells us that the best way to help children discover the joy of reading and become lifelong leaders is to involve them early and often. And whereas helping a child learn and love to read improves students' chance for success in school and beyond. And whereas research shows that students who learn using the newspaper as an educational resource are more likely to become lifelong readers and informed and engaged citizens. And whereas Newspaper and Education is an international program that encourages the use of daily newspapers as a living textbook for students from primary through adult education levels. And whereas for a half century, the Tampa Bay Times and Citrus County Chronicle newspaper and education programs has served educators, students, and families by providing classroom newspapers, companion materials, and instructional support. Newspaper and Education Week is commemorated and celebrated annually during the first full school week in March. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby proclaim Newspaper and Education Week 2022 and encourage students to read the newspaper daily in school and at home to enhance and enrich their lives. Executed on this 22nd day of February 2022, signed by all 5 county commissioners. Okay. The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, Proclamation, 60th Anniversary of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, 1962 to 2022. Whereas we recognize that over the 60 years, the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council has served our citizens and member governments by providing a forum to foster communication, coordination, collaboration, and identifying and addressing issues and needs regionally. And whereas the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council was the first regional planning council in the state of Florida and is recognized as Florida's only multi-purpose regional entity that is in a position to plan for and coordinate intergovernmental solutions to growth-related problems on greater than local issues, provide technical assistance to local governments, and meet the need of communities in each region. And whereas we recognize that the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council represents 99% of the population in 4 county regions, which include Citrus, Hernando, Hillsborough, Manatee, Pasco, and Pinellas counties, as well as the following municipalities: Bradenton, Clearwater, Dade City, Dunedin, Gulfport, Largo, Madeira Beach, Newport Richey, Oldsmar, Palmetto, Pinellas Park, Plant City, Safety Harbor, St. Petersburg, St. Pete Beach, Seminole, South Pasadena, Tampa, Tarpon Springs, Temple Terrace, and Treasure Island. And whereas these governments are represented on the council by elected officials appointed by their local boards, and they comprise 2/3 of the council's membership, and the government appoints additional members, making up the remaining third of the council, and with 3 ex officio members representing the Florida Department of Transportation, the Environmental Protection Agency, and Southwest Florida Management District. And whereas the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council is recognized both statewide and nationally as leaders in regional and resiliency planning, and follows the Strategic Regional Policy Plan, which is a guiding document providing regional goals and policies for the 5 subject areas required by Florida statutes, which includes economic development, emergency preparedness, natural resources, regional transportation, and affordable housing. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby officially recognize the 60th anniversary of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council and their significant and excellent contributions for 6 decades to the quality of life for the citizens of Tampa Bay region. This is executed on this 22nd day of February 2022, signed by all 5 county commissioners.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And there's a couple of typos in here, which we'll have to correct. It's a 6-county region and not a 4, so, I think this way, when they sent it up to us, they didn't catch that, so.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Manatee is
It's
not
not capitalized.
capitalized,
Right.
thank you.
Mhm. So maybe we can fix those typos before I carry this down and present it to them. Okay, so thank you very much on that. Again, we appreciate all the folks for being here for the proclamations and for the excellent work you do for our community. We're now ready to go to open to the public. And at this time, we would ask you to make sure that you either fill out a green card before, during, or after. If you would limit your comments to 3 minutes. If you have a letter on file with the clerk, then she'll let us know. You'll get 5 minutes if you so desire. We ask that there be no cheering, applauding, booing, throwing of objects or any kind, and that everybody stay well behaved. And again, we hold you right at 3 minutes, so you should get a warning when you're getting close to your time expiring, so we appreciate you'd wrap it up by the 3-minute time limit. So with that said, we will open it up. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. William Grant on behalf of the Citrus County Hospital Board. Our letter was submitted about 20 years ago, but I expect 5 minutes. So to be very clear, there were some editorials that the hospital board wanted to clarify. The Citrus County Hospital Board endowed an educational endowment before to the Central Florida State College folks for medical health sciences that are being for Citrus County residents. There was a suggestion that the endowment was going to be $4 million. I want to be very clear, the endowment was $1 million, but they are considering additional funding with the hospital board. That commitment has not been made as of yet. I want to make sure that was very aware. The idea, though, that Charles Dean was somehow, that the ambition of the hospital board for the endowment lied in the naming of the building or the college after Senator Dean is not accurate at all. The actual naming of that was suggested at a later time after the hospital board had considered the endowment of $1 million. We appreciate all of you that came in the county, including Senator Simpson, Representative Masulo, Commissioner Kennard, and others. I apologize in advance if I failed to name somebody. It was very well attended and very well appreciated. In addition to that, I want to be very clear, in the second editorial, there was a comment made suggesting the relationship that the hospital board may have with Lifestream. Lifestream will follow, Citrus County Hospital Board will follow the leadership of this county commission. It was very clear that the county commission was going to provide an MOU for property for Lifestream, for construction of a building and facilities. We are still going to follow the county lead. If those proceeds are not going to be dedicated to the county commission after the demise of whatever contract holder you decide will provide mental health services to Citrus County, that's the only way the hospital board is talking about getting involved. And so I want to be very clear about that. We've reached out to Attorney Lynn on many occasions and others here, including you, Commissioner, and others. So I want you to know that the Citrus County Hospital Board will follow your leadership on the mental health issue. And the hospital board indicated a long time ago, well over a year ago, doing an MOU that allowed the property, when you were done with this particular contract with anybody, would become and remain the property of the Citrus County taxpayer to be able to house the next generation or contract of mental health providers for our citizens that you decide. So please bear that in mind, as I understand Lifestream is going to purchase a building and do whatnot. We're interested in helping. I can tell you that the trustees are very interested in helping. However, any type of capital outlay by the hospital board will have to be titled and named and fall to the county commission to make sure that it remains in ownership of the county taxpayer. So I wanted to really clarify that as you men and women, as leaders of our community, make that issue with mental health. I want to dispel any notion that was contained within those editorials that somehow or another there was an expectation of $6 or $11 or $12 million. Frankly, that's not going to happen as far as the hospital board is concerned unless any type of capital outlay made by the hospital board lies in rescission or lies into you in perpetuity for the county taxpayer. I want to make sure that's really clear. And I'm here today because the chairman Chairman Russell wanted to be sure that those things were made abundantly clear to everybody in our community. I know at the next meeting or several meetings from now, the hospital board will continue additional endowment for the Central Florida State College for the purpose of medical health sciences only, nursing, physical therapy, and only for the young people or middle-aged folks that want to become educated in our Citrus County residents for endowing them. Okay, so but now I have something very sad to say. I find it, my work with the Citrus County Hospital Board has been an honor and a privilege. And at the last meeting, Chairman Resser, she has announced her resignation from the Citrus County Hospital Board, I believe in mid-March. She will be sorely missed. And I want to let you know that personally, that her efforts have been astounding. Whether you agree or disagree with Chairman Resser, she has been an amazing leader for the Citrus County Hospital Board. In the perspective of providing food and medicine and things during the COVID period and the like. So if you have the opportunity to see her, we've all conveyed our appreciation, deep appreciation for her, and I want to let you know firsthand what was happening. And having said that, I have 6 seconds before the Commissioner turns me off. So with that, thank you very much for allowing me to appear, and I wish everyone a very good week.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Good day.
Can we have the next speaker, please?
Hi, I'm Regina Ballard, and I'm here to make a brief presentation to the board. In front of you, there is a box. I wanted to just give you a quick explanation of that. Today is a very unusual date, being 2/22/22, and it was appropriate, it's a Tuesday also, that it's appropriate to do something that's a little momentous on that. So with that being said, Aflac Insurance recently selected me as one of 12 agents in the nation as an agent of care for my involvement in the community. And that's something I'm very humbled by, because I know there's a lot of people out there that give back. But as one of the efforts to give back, this is something they gave me, which before you is a box of 12 ribbons of cause. And it's 2-layered, by the way, so if you open it, you have to open both. And I want you to have those as well to multiply myself, because I'm one person in the community. They gave me the ribbons to give support to local causes and things that are near and dear to my heart. And I want to extend that to you and multiply myself by 5 so that you too can use those ribbons for causes. They don't have to just be cancer. They can be other causes that have a color designation, and to support our local community in those ways. And that's all there is today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
I'm with the League of Women Voters. Good afternoon. My name is Rosemary Nillis. I'm from Inverness, and I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Citrus County. The League appreciates each of you and your tireless work for our county. The League was formed over 100 years ago to assure that American women could access the right to vote. We're a trusted, nonpartisan organization, a voice for informed voters and access to elections. Today I speak to you about elections, especially about our Citrus County Supervisor of Elections and her staff. The League of Citrus stands in solidarity with our Citrus County Supervisor of Elections and her staff. In every facet of their work, they exemplify integrity and efficiency. They are always impartial and non-political. They're a trusted presence in our community. But you're probably aware that our supervisor and her staff members and their families have received numerous threats. They have been accused of somehow interfering with the election results. The situation was outlined in the Citrus Chronicle on February 18th. In addition to these threats, the supervisor's office is receiving an increasing number of public records requests that take extra time and staffing. Elections officials across the state and across the nation are also seeing these behaviors. Yet Governor DeSantis claimed that our 2020 election in Florida was the smoothest and most successful election of any state. But when trusted politicians claimed and continue to claim that the 2020 elections were rigged or stolen, many Americans believed these false claims, and some still do. Some frustrated and angry Americans are taking out their anger on elections officers with threatening or even dangerous behaviors. We certainly recognize everyone's right to express his or her own opinion, but no one should be free to intimidate others. These behaviors from a few people are creating an atmosphere of fear, not only in our supervisor's office, but within citizens themselves. As voters, we rely on our constitutionally elected supervisor as well as her staff. Without them, all of our voices would be silenced. We need them to continue their impeccable work with maximum support. So League of Women Voters of Citrus respectfully request that elected officials across Florida remind citizens that the 2020 elections were free and fair and that there is no fraud that would impact election results. The League of Citrus respectfully requests that you, our Citrus County Board of Commissioners, help to set the record straight, and that you consider ways to take a public stand to support the supervisor and her staff in the important work that they do. For example, just as we heard today, a proclamation recognizing our supervisor of elections office and their staff for their accuracy and integrity might be helpful. This might convince doubtful residents that the supervisor and her staff have indeed fulfilled their mission of serving Citrus County with integrity and the highest standards of excellence. The League of Women Voters of Citrus County respectfully requests that you continue to support our supervisor of elections and her staff in securing the additional resources they need to operate efficiently and to meet their needs for increased staffing. By publicly supporting our Citrus County supervisor of elections and her staff, you will be honoring their work and helping to protect the future of democracy. The League of Women Voters of Citrus thanks you in advance for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Tracy Edgman, and I'm going to rebut what she just said. I'm with Defend Florida. Defend Florida is a grassroots organization that has been working throughout Florida, the state of Florida, to help and ensure our voter rolls in the integrity of our elections. And I understand the talking points. I hear them all the time. I read the article, and if there's been some request, an additional request, maybe for the first time in history of the supervisors of election to give out public records, then that's fair. That's what the citizens are supposed to do. We're supposed to ask for those things. So I will tell you what Defend Florida found in our small canvas: 17% irregularities here in the Citrus County. Now, what is the legal amount? The legal amount is 6%. There is 17% in a very small canvassing effort of irregularities here in Citrus County. And that's fact. And I know that because I did the door knocking. I have not said one word to the supervisor of election. Nobody on my team has done so. And I don't know of anybody who has actually confronted her with the threatening aspect. And I don't appreciate this constant barrage of people that are actually trying to do something to help ensure our voter rolls are clean. We know for a fact across this nation that the voter rolls are not clean. And in fact, North Carolina or South Carolina just had to remove 400,000 plus voters off of their rolls. California had to remove over 1 million, and that's reported by Judicial Watch. Judicial Watch is a very, he may be conservative, but he's very fair in his reporting. So as much as I agree nobody should be threatening anybody, Defend Florida does not do that, and none of us have. We're a very small team, a team of 4 people, okay? All women, and we don't go around threatening people, okay? So you can make your proclamation and support the SOE, absolutely. But do not take a side and say that one side is lying, because that is the one thing I am tired of hearing about, is how Defend Florida is lying. They put out a press release. I hope you guys watched it. If you haven't, go to defendflorida.org. It's a very fast thing, and they put out a 65-page interim report. Read that report, and then judge for yourself. But don't call the people that are trying to do something for this country, because there was cheating in the election.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
My name is Kathy Gates. I'm a retired teacher. I've been in this county since '85. I want to piggyback on what they were just talking about, supervisor of elections. I introduced myself to her at the Martin Luther King event a month or so ago. I had never met her. I thanked her for the job that the supervisor of elections has always done in this county. It's been run, by Republicans, as far as I know. The election has always been clean, perfect. And I said, I certainly hope that you've not been influenced or anything about the 2020 elections. She teared up, and she looked at me and she says, our phone rings off the hook daily with threats. And she said, people are scared to come to work. And she said she does not know how they're going to find people to oversee the 22 elections, because people are now scared to show up and do this. And that came out of her mouth. Basically, what I wanted to say is I am so absolutely thrilled that you just awarded the people for Newspapers and Education Week, and that you acknowledged the importance of access to different newspapers for our students and increasing their education. This was the reason why Eric had even asked for his digital subscription to the New York Times back when we had the uproar. It was not frivolous request. It was well researched. He understood the need for divergent thinking and how important newspapers are in the education of our students. And I'm glad that you acknowledge that newspapers are important too. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the next speaker, please.
My name's Ellen Fondren. I was shocked Saturday when I got my mail. Waste Management has completely stopped service to my area and to other areas. I wonder, I have thought about it. I got Waste Pro to take mine, but it's $30 more than it was, which is a bite in the budget. But I wonder if they are retaliating because we did not go with the control of our management in the county. And I was really for that. I thought that would be a good thing, because that'd also help with people who rent. They would have to start using waste management or control of their garbage. And that is a problem, because a lot of renters do not do that. So I'm in a query. I don't know what is right and what is wrong, but I think we made a mistake by not going with the control of waste management. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have the next speaker, please.
Billy Casey, Citrus Springs. It's come to my attention we have a lobbyist that represents Duke Energy and the commission here. So my question is, how can he represent Duke Energy and the commission? There seems to be a conflict of interest. The electric company has a tax rate, which I've tried to get, tax cap rate, and they say it's confidential, you can't get it, or they don't know what it is. Now this means that Duke Energy is not paying us enough money. So my question is, with a lobbyist that represents Duke Energy and the taxing authority, that sounds like a conflict of interest. And he also has a lot of other tentacles in this county, too many. So my question is, he's got to either give up Duke Energy or the commission. And it's not Citrus County, it's the commission. You hired him. So look into this, please, because this is the first notice that you're going to get. There's people looking into the whole thing right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's been a while since I've been here. I'm usually here with animal.
Give us your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Donna Schmid. I'm representing Hardin Haven, which is a 501c3 animal rescue group. And I'd like to address you today. And may I approach, or do you need to take these up there? Something
You can give it to the clerk.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's in regards to the Animal Ordinance, Section 1466. We absolutely do not have any problem, nor does any of the rescues that are here with me today, with the animal groups registering and telling them where all of the rescues are, their names, their addresses. But we do have a problem with them asking 501c3 rescues to pay a $25 fee. By definition, in the own animal ordinance, it states that we are exempt from that. That seems a little unfair and bordering on unconstitutional to charge one group of 501c3s a fee and none of the others a fee. We would like to have some kind of clarification on that and perhaps have that part removed. We're very happy to share any kind of a disaster plan. We have one. But the subtitle with that really has nothing to do with the disaster plan. And that states that we will authorize animal control to inspect and the locations where the animals are kept. Animal control has been out to the humanitarians foster house, which Hardin Haven runs. Excuse me. They're welcome there anytime. We have a very good relationship with Laura Peckham and the deputies. But that section is way too vague. Does that mean animal control officers could demand to see our locations at any time of the day or night and without probable cause? We also use private homes. Does that mean that the private foster homes, does that all apply to them at the same time? Does 11 or more companion animals mean in each foster home? Or is it the total that is under our care? We understand that law enforcement personnel need to be protected and their names and addresses should not be public knowledge. If that is a reason why they are exempt, then something should be put in this section to protect their privacy. But they really should not be exempt. There are imperfect people in all walks of life, and that includes law enforcement personnel. When another one of our 501c asked a couple of questions about this, we were told to use common sense.
Your time has expired. I need you to wrap it up.
I would just like to ask if we could have an amendment to this, or how do I go about that?
Okay.
Getting one.
We'll
Okay?
address it when everybody's done talking.
All righty. Thank you
address
all very
everybody's
much
comments.
today.
Thank you very much. Could we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Martis. I live in Inverness, and I'm here to stop corrupting children. I'm going to speak about the library issue. We do not want LGBT displays in the children's section at the library. It's appalling, and I believe the government is changing our children. They are innocent children until they are corrupted by the system, and they see something in the library and they're like, oh, it must be okay. Well, no, it's not okay. I feel that we got a little bit of a victory. This reads, House Committee in Florida passes Don't Say Gay bill. A Florida House Committee on Thursday passed a bill seeking to ban discussions of sexuality and gender identity in school classrooms, which LGBTQ and advocates say will effectively erase LGBTQ and history, culture, and students. The Parental Rights in Education bill, also known as the Don't Say Gay bill, passed Thursday in the House Election and Employment Committee, largely along the party lines. This bill is about defending the most awesome responsibility a person can have, being a parent. Florida State Representative Joe Harding, who first introduced the bill, said Thursday that job can only be given to you by above. Harding's bill, along with its companion bill introduced Tuesday by Florida State Senator Dennis Baxley, would block teachers in Florida from talking about LGBTQ and topics that are not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students. America is changing faster than ever, and changing America to your Facebook and Twitter feed to stay on top of the news. Well, according to the bill, parents may take legal action against their child's school district and be awarded damages if they believe any of its policies infringe on their fundamental right to make decisions regarding the upbringing and control of their children. Chasten Buttigieg, the husband of Transportation Secretary and former presidential candidate Pete Buttigieg, after the bill had passed, called out Florida Governor Ron DeSantis for making a more hostile place for LGBT and youth.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired.
I had another page.
Okay, maybe next time. Can we have the next speaker, please?
I've been here before, Mary Cedar, and I just want to say that your vote the last time was upsetting because you are going with the policy of the library. And I have read the policy, and it is narcissist. Because if a mother or a father goes in that library and they see that and they don't know what's there, they're going to be really downright upset. And they're emotional. Yet, you know what do you have to do for the policy? They have to sit down and fill out a form, and then that form has to go to 3 professional librarians. Is that saying that if we don't like that, we're not professional? So I just want to share that with you. And children have rights to be children, not to be taken over by adults. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
I'm Diane Campbell. I was here a couple weeks ago at a meeting, and I came back because I'm really, really upset about the LGBT in the libraries, because next it'll be in our schools and everything else. And I just don't understand where the parents lost the right to teach their children about any kind of sex with that, whoever they, I just think it should come from the parents. We should never have lost our rights, and that's what's happening. And I don't care what goes behind other people's bedroom doors. Don't put it out in front of our children. And that's what they're doing. Let them all make their own mistakes, but let us help them and guide them. Not some strangers. It's just not fair and it's not right. And I'll be back.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Hi, my name is Molly Coletti, and I live in Citrus Hills. I'm here to protest the LGBT gay pride display in the library. This is going to be short. I hear that it's in the main entry, the display, and if in fact they can't be eliminated, could we please move them to the adult section of the library? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have the next speaker, please?
Hi, my name is Steve Coletti. That was my wife. I'll just reiterate the same remarks. It's to me, it's a misappropriating the funds to support one view over another. The display really, if they have it at all, should be back in the section where all the others are. If you want to put something up, you put a sign up in the vestibule there at the entry saying what it is, because they have the right to celebrate their month just like anybody else. But I don't think we should be pushing it with a big display because it shows one side over another side. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to the next speaker, please.
I'm Les Lovejoy, Beverly Hills. I want to reference the LGBT as well. I have some severe issues with this. One being the fact that it could be misused by advocate groups in order to, legitimize a particular lifestyle over another. And I think that the children, when they're 6, 7, 8 years old, are very, very impressionable. And I have a granddaughter who at 6 to 10 loved Spider-Man and other heroes and wore these outfits. We'd take her to the store. There was no issue with that. But had there been an advocacy group sitting there saying that maybe you're a boy, you're not a girl, there might have presented an issue. Today, she is doing just fine because she figured out her own gender by herself with guidance of her parents. And now she's very girly, which I happen to love. Now, I don't have any hatred towards anybody. And if someone truly has these issues, let's get them professional help privately, but always accompanied by the parents.
That's right.
And if it's not by the parents, I think it's a extreme issue because you're taking away the parents' right to protect that child's mental stability. So please just consider what the people are saying today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Go to the next speaker, please. Once again, I'll remind the audience about the outbreaks from the audience. Please do not do that. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Warden. I'm from Hernando County, and I'm sorry, I'm from Hernando City. That's why I have a wife. Anyway, I just want to talk about this literature in the library myself. I am a Christian, and I believe that God created man and God created woman to reproduce, period. I am not, I have family. I've known friends for years that are gay. I even have family members in my immediate family and extended family that have gay tendencies, and that's okay. They're good people, they're nice people, I don't have anything against them, but it's not the proper thing to be displaying in the library, for number one. Number two is, I believe that I don't believe that we should be exposing this type of literature directly to anyone that's not interested. I think people who have an interest in this information should be available to them, and it could be presented to them in a way, but I don't think that people should walk into any public establishment, be it a library or not, and be exposed to information that they're not concerned with. And I'm especially concerned about children seeing some literature that I understand could very well be pornography, and I know pornography is against the law, and I don't think we should display that in our public facilities. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you.
Dee Warden, and I agree with everything Bill Warden just said.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you. My name is Charles Wesner. I am a resident of the city of Hernando in Citrus County, as well, like Bill. And I am here today to speak in opposition to the LGBT propaganda in the public library. during the month of June. I believe that the display should not be happening in our taxpayer-funded libraries, and certainly not for the entire month, as was the case last year. I believe they had it for a whole month. I'd like to see the county commissioner revisit this issue and cancel these displays now or in the future. And that's Charlie Wesner's opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Hello, my name is Reverend Edward Paget of Citrus Springs. I'm here in opposition also of the LGBT display in the public libraries. I am different than you. I like public expression from the audience. I'm used to it, but I respect your opinions on that matter in your chambers. I'm here to tell you that, like the gentleman that spoke a few minutes ago, I believe that children are very impressionable at a young age. And even like in my church, we don't even baptize certain children until they come to an age of accountability where they understand why they're doing it. A lot of these small children go to libraries, they see this propaganda at a young age, they don't quite understand it. It gets into their DNA, and before they know it, they end up adopting something onto their own that was never meant for them in the first place. I know this personally. I have a son that was raised, straight and everything else, in a godly home, in a Christian home. At the age of 7 or 8, he began to hang out with a couple of gay friends who began to convince him he was gay, and today he now walks around as a gay adult. I'm here to tell you that that propaganda does get inside people's heads and minds at a young age, and it makes them to believe in something that really wasn't designed for them to believe in the first place. So I do respectfully oppose this. I'm a pastor. I love people. I respect everybody's view to live their life the way they want to live their lives. But I don't believe that's the right place to be displaying such a display, and nor do I think it's appropriate for that age in the library. Thank you today.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Hello, my name is Lois O'Halloran, and I live in Beverly Hills, Florida. This is my first time speaking at a commission's meeting. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am against LGBT displays because they are harmful to the eyes and overall health of all of our children. I just want to say thank you to Commissioner Carnahan and Commissioner Kitchen for voting the right way. And I also invite the other 3 commissioners to follow your example and to remove the LGBT displays today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Could we have the next speaker, please?
My name is William Sumner. I'm in Beverly Hills, and I support the opinions of the previous speaker, Lois O'Halloran. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, please.
My name is Jerry Kelly. I come before you today in agreement with the people in opposition to the displays in the library. I'd like to thank the 2 commissioners who did their homework and understand the depth and nature of this issue and the seriousness of it, and implore some of the other commissioners to join them in that vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have the next speaker, please?
Stephen and Rebecca Myers. We oppose the display of the LGBTQ in the libraries. To me, it amounts to government sanction of a lifestyle, and that's something that the parents should be guiding the children in. Thank you.
I also believe that they shouldn't be forcing their beliefs on other people. It's a choice, and that's why I want the display removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have our next speaker, please?
Hi, my name is Sue Anastasio, and I'm a grandmother of 3 young children. I love taking them to the library, and they love it, and I don't want them to be exposed to the LGBT stuff. Okay? Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Kathleen Tybus, Beverly Hills. My family is dealing with this very issue, and I will add the LGBT issue, the transgender issue, and it is heartbreaking and dividing in a family, and I hate to see my little 4-year-old great-granddaughter so confused about what is happening. I see firsthand it's very unhealthy. So members of the Citrus County Commissioners Board, I thank you for your community service, first of all. I am here today on behalf of our youngest generation of citizens of Citrus County. Most of you are proud parents, grandparents, perhaps even great-grandparents. You care deeply about your family's well-being. You want them to remember who they are and where they came from. Much information has already been given previously, has been presented concerning dangers of an ideology proven to be physically, mentally, emotionally, and morally harmful and confusing to our children. As public servants, you have the privilege and the responsibility to make decisions for the good of all citizens, both young and old, here in Citrus County. As you carefully listen to each person's concern here today, would you please remember this admonition from the greatest book ever written? Finally, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, if there is any excellence, if there is anything worthy of praise, think on these things and let it guide your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Mary Ann Parker, Homosassa. I too would like to thank each one of you for your time and dedication to Citrus County and for your protections and perseverance for doing all the things that you have to do. I know it's a lot. Each one of you were elected to serve Citrus County to the best of your moral and ethical capacity. It takes a lot of courage to stand up for what is right, even when you're the only one standing for that. I thank you. We are here today for one important issue, a library display promoting and advertising a very controversial movement, the LGBTQ. The question involves what is morally best for our children. First, this movement was gay lesbian, then they added bisexual. That didn't seem to be inclusive enough, so they added transsexuals. The queers felt deprived, so they added them. Now there's so many letters of the alphabet that soon every sexual immorality will be considered publicly acceptable. I emphasize the word public because that's where the issue rests. I think we would all agree that what you do in the privacy of your own home is protected by the Constitution, so far anyway. And so in my opinion, the display is not the problem. It's only a symptom of the problem. The natural consequence of our moral choices is individuals. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to address and treat the symptoms, then diagnose and deal with the cause. Our country is currently undergoing a moral and political siege to transform our nation into something that would not be recognizable by our founding fathers. We legitimize our own immoral choices and feel we can get away with it, and then we feel that everyone should be able to get away with it. It's a deadly seed inside every human soul. How much better would the world be if we didn't lie, but let's allow white lies? How about stealing? But let's transport your possessions into our care, says the government. How about murdering your fellow human being? Never mind, not even a fetus is safe. You see, we have legitimized every type of immoral behavior despite the universal agreement that all these behaviors cause death to humanity. The issue of the library display is just one example of the thread pulls we are doing to the moral fabric of our nation. There is a tipping point involved in the moral choices that can lead to the destruction of our nation. History is replete with the graveyard of nations who have morally abandoned their original code of ethics. Each one of them had a tipping point of no return, and so does our nation. Are we doomed to repeat history, or can we learn from their mistakes? Because if we do not choose to learn, we will be chiseling our own gravestone. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Please, ladies and gentlemen. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Vicki Robinson from Hernando. What she said. But I'd like to I'd like to go a bit further on that and just repeat a point I made at the last meeting, and that was simply that LGBTQ is not going away. It's how we handle it in our jobs as public officials and parents, to handle it responsibly and safely. As I pointed out at the last meeting, we had no fewer than 25 volunteers and staff from the library sitting behind us in coordinated T-shirts showing a sign of strength. And absolutely no one who was in attendance that day would doubt that those volunteers and employees are all capable, concerned, generous with their time people. I also think, as I said before, that if any sexuality challenged young person came into the library, I'm sure any one of those volunteers would take him or her to the section and show them where there's information to be made available. The deciding line, the defining line is putting it on display for an entire month in a taxpayer-funded institution. There are secular bookstores, if we really want to promote LGBTQ, where any parent can take their gender-challenged child to Barnes & Noble or whatever, and if Barnes & Noble, who does not take taxpayer dollars, wants to set up a display, have at it. But to take our taxpayer-funded dollars, put up a display that clearly promotes, I would say almost encourages, that type of choice is not what our taxpayer dollars were meant for. I'd like to read some, I just wrote down very quickly a couple of definitions. One is expose, to subject or allow to be subjected to an action, influence, or condition, to deprive shelter or protection, to lay open danger or harm. One is compassion, deep awareness of the suffering of another accompanied by the wish to relieve it. Nobody here wants to see somebody that's gender challenged and in pain remain in pain. We want that safety net for those people. It's the right thing to do. One is guardian. Guardian is one that guards, watches over, or protects, and one who is legally responsible for the care and management of the person or property of an incompetent or of a minor. I dare say none of the library staff
Thank you very much.
is legally responsible.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, hello, my name is Lee Tripp. I've been here only a couple times in the past, and I have no prepared remarks. This ain't going to take 3 minutes. But basically, I'm here to register opposition to this turnpike coming through the county. And I'm not optimistic about my opposition, because the times I come here in the past, hundreds of people say in Suncoast, no, here it is. I don't know what we can do, can be done this time, but we're going to register opposition and work. Last time Eden Gardens, my neighborhood, got screwed was a commercial gun range allowed by the Land Development Commission. Really made that neighborhood a piece of stuff, and now it's worse. And apparently, you know, it's a low-dollar neighborhood, and that's why they're looking at it, I think. But anyway, that's my opposition. I'll probably be back some other times.
Thank you very much. We have our next speaker, please.
John Wilder, Hernando. I'd just like to say I have no animosity whatsoever against LGBTQ people. I think I have one or two in my family. I'm not really sure, but I've gone to school with them, and I have no animosity toward them. However, on the library display, it came across as promotional and not educational, which a library should be its #1 priority. Having this information available to adults, to educate them in the event they have a feeling that their children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren or even friends, neighbors, nephews, or nieces are going in that direction, that they might want to live their lives as something other than heterosexual, that's fine. To have this available in a library, I've got no problem with it. But to have it displayed without controls so that children, and I've been in libraries where sometimes 80% of the people in the library are children, pre-adolescent. They haven't learned their sexuality yet until they get into adolescence, and we've got to leave it up to the parents to guide them and to continue to love them no matter which direction they go in. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon, Sabrina Watson, Citrus County. I just would like to know how I turn in my letter. I hear you're having a party here tonight, and I want my whole 5 minutes. So I'm here. I'm going to be here tonight on behalf of the Citrus County Airboat Association with 500 of my friends. So where can I give you that?
Right there to the clerk, please. Can we have are you finished, Ms. Watson?
I am.
Can we have the next speaker, please?
I'm Lori Pettengill from Homosassa. Libraries promote diversity, and I would love to bring a little diversity to the libraries. I put in an application to be on the library board, and I hope that you all will let me know what's going on with that library board. I heard there was conflict of whether the board members could stay on, and there was no, you didn't decide on any new board members, so I'm a little bit confused about that whole thing. So I guess that's what came up to speak with you about, that I wanted that. I also want to put in my word that I'm so against the turnpike coming this way. Why a turnpike thinks it can relieve 71 traffic coming southwest, I don't know. But we certainly don't need it here, coming this way. And the last thing I want to say is I have this little photograph here. It's a little girl, and it says, "In reality, they're not after you, they're after me. You need to be in the way." And it's so true. They're after our children, and we've got to protect them. Thank you very much, and please contact me and let me know about the board.
Thank you. By the way, that will be discussed today, so if you watch the tape later, if you don't stay, you'll see the outcome of it. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Tim Riesbeck. I was at church Sunday, and I was told, I wasn't told, but I actually saw a sheet to sign, so I signed it, and I decided that I'd show up today for this. I was thinking about this because I always kind of think about solutions or to problems like this, and I was thinking if I don't have any kids, I have some grandkids, what would I do for that month? And I'm thinking what I would do is maybe I would take my kids and not go to the library for that month. If the posters are going to stay there, I would keep my kids away from them, and in lieu of that, I would go in the library and get some good books, ones that I could educate, and I would take them home as parents and educate my kids on the good materials that I've got and let them know that this is what it is. And it would also give the parents an opportunity to spend time with their kids and teach them the right things. I was watching the news last night, and it was regards to women's swimming. And there was a transsexual man that had come in, and he had broken all the school records and everything of what had happened. And I started thinking about that, and I'm going, you know what, all these women have trained all these years for this, and were so encouraged by this. And then they interviewed some of them afterwards, and they were just totally dejected. Whether it started at the library or wherever it prospered, it takes effect on people in society. So, like I said, I always look for solutions, but the biggest solution would be to take this down, and like I said, if the parents want to go in there and get the good books and teach their kids, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next, excuse me, sir, can you fill out a green card if you haven't? Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon, John Labriola, Inverness. This is a formal complaint alleging a Sunshine Law violation by Citrus County Commissioner Holly Davis, Inverness City Councilman Dave Ryan, and Crystal River City Councilman Ken Brown in their capacity as Citrus County Library Governing Board members. and calling for Davis, Ryan, and Brown to be recused from participating in any library governing board meetings dealing with any issues they may have discussed in violation of Sunshine Law. At the December 14th County Commission meeting, county staff was instructed to place an item on the Commission's January 4th agenda to discuss whether to establish a policy banning displays of sexual orientation in the libraries. A staff memo on the item was included in the Commission's January 4th agenda package and published a week before the meeting. The memo advised that the library displays issue and related matters, including the duties of the Library Advisory Board, might ultimately be discussed and decided by the Library Governing Board. Despite that, Commissioner Davis communicated by phone on January 3rd, the day before the meeting, with both Councilman Ryan and Brown, her fellow Library Governing Board members. According to phone and instant messenger records obtained through public records requests, Councilman Brown made a 2-minute phone call to Davis at 1:29 p.m. on January 3rd. Davis returned the call at 3:12 p.m. and the two spoke for 10 minutes. About an hour later at 4:35 p.m., Councilman Ryan called Davis and the two spoke for about 5 minutes. In the days before and after these calls, Davis and Ryan also exchanged instant messages on the issue of library displays, which were the subject of the January 4th Commission meeting. On December 20th, Davis invited Ryan via instant messenger to speak at the January 4th meeting and discussed with him what he would say. Shortly after the January 4th Commission meeting at 7:49 p.m., Councilman Ryan sent an instant message to Davis stating, quote, "I understand there was a vote and it was to keep it as is. Good," end quote. Davis then called Ryan at 7:50 p.m. and the two spoke for 7 minutes. Phone records also show that Councilman Brown placed a 2-minute call to Davis on January 6th at 10:29 a.m. Ryan and Davis also exchanged instant messages between December 17th and December 20th in which they bashed one of the current applicants for the Library Advisory Board. Your consent agenda today calls for scheduling several meetings of the Library Governing Board to discuss changing the appointment process for the Library Advisory Board, including deciding whether the Library Advisory Board members should serve for life and whether the County Commission or the Library Governing Board should be the body to make appointments to the Library Advisory Board. Given the Sunshine Law violations I just outlined, it would be highly improper for Davis, Ryan, and Brown to participate in the planned upcoming Library Governing Board meetings in which library display policy, the appointment process for the Library Advisory Board, or applicants for the board may be discussed or voted on. Therefore, I call for Commissioner Davis and Councilman Dave and Brown to be recused. Dave, Ryan, and Ken Brown to be recused from participating in these planned Library Governing Board meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have the next speaker, please? I'm sorry, could you come to the microphone? So
My name is Antonia Citrus from Beverly Hills. Okay, and they promoted killing of the babies, abortions, they call it, that's murder. Okay, everybody was sleeping because we didn't put a stop to it. So they want to keep on promoting evil when nature itself tells you what's right. Okay, so these people that are doing these things, they just need teaching. Okay, so there's titles out there that should be teaching them as children, teaching them, training them in the righteous way, training them in the ways of the Lord. Okay, so that means it's so obvious, it's so common sense. Look how Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed, okay, for the same reason, okay? So it's all repeating itself because God's people are sleeping or they have no common sense or they have no, wisdom. If you read the word, Proverbs gives you wisdom and gives you common sense. And the things that we should be training the children. And in the schools, they're supposed to be teaching math and they're supposed to be, and things of that nature, so that they can learn not to teach other things, horrible stuff and evil things. So they're listening to lies of the enemy or the communist dictatorship or whatever. They want to destroy the people. It's like in the days of Noah. So we got to put a stop to it. God's people got to wake up and put a stop to it. Enough is enough. You know, how can you? The United States never. Okay, now they're listening to lies of the enemy and putting wearing masks like the Muslims and the China and whatever, and they're laughing at us. They finally got us to wear the mask. They've got them to wear the mask. I won't wear the mask. In fact, it's dangerous for you. You're inhaling your own bacteria, and and plus carbon dioxide, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so people need to wake up. They need to have the common sense, okay, and stand up and do what is right and put a stop to it because they promoted killing the babies. Okay, they've been killing babies and they take that money and they use it. I mean, they sell the parts of the babies to make money. So it's all about money. So people are continuing. Now they're promoting, well, we're going to tell the things that are against nature, against things that are from the beginning, that we should know that it's common sense, that it's wisdom, that we should know that something's wrong, okay? It's wrong. So why are they promoting things that are wrong? We have to promote things that are wrong? Come on, wake up. Teach, preach, teach, and heal the sick. Do what is right. It's common sense, so they don't know. Why? Because the teachers are not teaching. The ones that have the titles, they're not teaching them. The parents that should know are not teaching them, okay? So they're learning whatever they see. And then the television and then the video games, oh yeah, they're programming their mind with the junk of the world instead of knowing what's right. They don't know their right hand.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Bonnie Wilder, and I am from Hernando. I'm going to address today the LGBT library displays, in particular with the T, which we all know stands for transgender. Now, a previous speaker already addressed this, so I'm just going to add a little bit more information. He changed his name to Leah Thomas after several male competitions, and his points before were 400 points below the top male athlete. But Leah Thomas, the new name, with his biological strength of a DNA male, finished against all the females with 4 titles, leading University of Pennsylvania to a victory 400 freestyle relay. This male swimmer is a new owner of 2 Ivy League records and 3 Blodgett Pool records in female swimming. In other words, the best female swimmer in the Ivy Leagues is a man. He's a man who thinks he's a woman, but the dude is still a dude according to science. In order to agree with this scenario, you have to deny scientific facts. I want to appeal to the common sense of all of our 5 commissioners, but especially to the 2 women who, if they do not change their votes in the future for the library displays, then are you prepared next to take the heat from our county's school female athletes and their parents? Everyone knows that only females belong in women's sports competitions, and it's insane to come to any other conclusion. We have sports teams in 3 high schools. If you do not reconsider the vote to delete the LGBT library displays, then any male can be encouraged to conclude that he too can identify himself with a female and enter these competitions. The consequences to girl athletes is heartbreaking because science proves the 2 sexes have different strengths based on immutable genes. Males will always overpower females in athletics. How are you going to take the heat from our female athletes when your votes cancel all women in unfair athletic competitions? Please reconsider the vote to cancel these displays, but do not cancel our young women. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Patricia Usar. My husband Lance and myself are against the LGBT display in the library. We have 26 grandchildren. I thank you, Kitchen and Carnahan, for your vote. And I'm asking the rest of you to please reconsider your vote for this display. And I hope y'all have a great day.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Five or 3?
5. Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. Different topic. K1. It seems that we're going to have a discussion on the vote and the purchase of Gospel Island Fire the East Cove Fire Station and the new Church Without Walls International or the Metropolitan Foundation. I'm not sure, but I don't think they're a 501c3. But that might be my mistake. Citrus Springs Civic Association is a 501c3, nonprofit. And as such, we run activities to earn money so that we can have profits that we put directly back into the community for free activities for our residents of Citrus Springs and Citrus County, such as the upcoming Shred It, which is open to anybody who has papers that want shredded, and it's open to anybody who wants to bring them to the parking lot at Citrus Springs Community Center. Okay, we also run other activities during the year. We do the parade, we do the house decorating, we do different things. So we do nonprofits. We have our meetings that are open to the public, the third Thursday of the month. And they're open to the public, and we have open discussion. So when I get chastised at the last meeting, and I couldn't rebuttal it because it's at the end of the meeting, we do have open discussion about things that go on at this Board of County Commissioner meeting. That's one of the reasons I'm here. My husband says it's a waste of my time because you never listen. And it may be a waste of my time because you don't listen. All these people come up here and you don't listen. Okay, but the thing is, if you are going to be generous enough to give a building for a very nominal fee to another company, and I'm not saying Church Without Walls is a bad group. What I'm saying is Citrus Springs Civic Association is now ready for you to give us our building, Citrus Springs Community Center. Okay? And on top of that, we have paid our yearly rental. We don't want to lose our rental if you decide you don't want to sell us the building. Okay, we still want to rent the place. But we pay a significant amount higher than Church Without Walls for our yearly rental. So the thing is, we would like you to consider us. Maybe, Commissioner Kennard would get with me and we could go over how it would benefit Citrus Springs Civic Association for us to run the building rather than the Board of County Commissioners, Parks and Recreation Department. Or maybe one of the other commissioners might like to get with me and discuss that. Okay, we're not asking for anything more than consider what we're thinking about. It is Citrus Springs Community Center. Now, we did build 501 houses last year with architecture review from Citrus Springs Civic Association. However, our architecture review went through all the permits that the building department gave out for builders for Citrus Springs. There were 683 permits given out. So therefore, I have gotten in touch with the 182 builders that built without permission. And I am now on the trail of getting architecture review to review the plans that they did. That made 683 houses. As of last Thursday, we had 79 houses from January 1st till last Thursday that our Citrus Springs Architecture Review had approved. We are the up-and-coming community. We are growing for families, for Citrus County. We will be the dollars that come in for your tax so that you can spend. So it would be nice if you would consider us, not a stepchild anymore. We are alive and well and financially stable. So if someone would like to reach out to me, the number is 352-897-5009. Let me repeat it a second time in case you didn't have your pencil ready. 352-897-5009. And you are invited to Shred It, which is going to be on Friday, March the 18th. Bring your stuff. We will put it in the machine and you can watch it shredded. We paid for the machine to come. Okay? It's a free thing for anybody that lives in the county from 10 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So we do things for this county. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Could we have the next speaker, please?
I'm not used to this speaking. I just want to say that...
Could you tell us your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Vicki Butel. Okay, and I just want to say is I'm raising my grandson, And as I know, growing up, going through the library, we never had heterosexual displays in the lobby of the library, you know, saying, be heterosexual, do this or this. So why are we having this LBG display? You know, because of the two difference. I mean, we don't have heterosexual displays. It's very difficult to explain this to my grandson when he sees that, and he sees two guys kissing, whatever. I'm not against it, but it was very difficult explaining it to him. You know, and why do I have to explain it to a 6-year-old? So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Hi, my name is Brett Tuchton. I worked out at Civic. I'm going to talk about something besides the library. I'm going to talk about the Citrus County Jail for a minute.
Thank you.
I worked out at Civic for 21 years. I've been in communication with the county in some way, shape, or form since November of 2020 when I quit because of what they are doing at that facility. I was the chief of security for 3 years at that facility. I can tell you that the staffing in that facility is atrocious, and their corporate office has done nothing until last year when they gave them a minuscule raise, which they were supposed to give them 2. I was promised that by a managing director in the warden's office, to remedy those problems. They have insisted on filling the facility with inmates that are not from the county. I know that I'm assuming they sent a response to Mr. Oliver, because I've been communicating with him as well. And in their response, they claimed that they had to open, well, we had to open it. I was working there when that unit was open. We had to open up that additional unit because of COVID. That is not true. That unit was opened to house additional U.S. Marshal inmates. All right? It was not opened because of COVID. It ended up being used for that partially, but there are over 700 inmates in that facility, and I think right around that right now, there's probably right around 400 that belong to the county. I understand there is some money that comes back to help you pay for the per diem of the county inmates. I understand that, but it's dangerous out there right now. And I would venture to say that in this county, I am probably the single most qualified person to discuss what is going on in that jail, since I personally worked on it for 21 years. The last 3 years, I was basically just shoved back into a wall. I took 3 steps back and ran into a wall when it came to dealing with the executive staff in Nashville. They are playing you, and they're not doing the right thing. Right now, they're trying to fill that facility with people from out of state. Those people are not certified. They're not certified correctional officers. They should not be allowed to house additional inmates in that facility until they prove that they have a full staff of certified correctional officers. Not people on temporary employment, not people that are brought in from outside for TDY. It's not how it works. That's how it's been working for a long time. It's Band-Aids and duct tape. I have offered my assistance. I am sincere about that. I am not trying to rail on you guys at all. I know what they're doing, and it's wrong. It's time for them to wake up and do their job the way it's supposed to be done. They have the ability, they have the funds. They're just not doing it. That's really all I have to say. I guess you guys took the VI contract off the agenda for today. I kind of missed that at the beginning. I'm hoping it's to reconsider what's going on with this. I really am. And if any of you want to speak to me, I've sent emails to Mr. Oliver. I've sent emails to all of you. I actually sent one today with a copy. I mean, I don't know if you guys want this, but I made hard copies of reports that I wrote to the executive staff in Nashville through the warden to address this problem.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Does anyone else address the board? Yes, sir. Just a little housekeeping note here while we get ready to wrap this up. When we finish public input, the commissioners then will have an opportunity to address any or all of the speakers who came up, and then after that, we'll be going to the 2 o'clock time certains. So, yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Jack Wetmore. I live in Citrus County and Crystal River. I'm a retired school bus driver, and my concerns is with the library. Okay? I don't like playing with candy coating letters. This is all about lesbians. It's about bisexuals, where somebody likes to enjoy the company in sexual contact with both male and female. The homosexuals, which are the males, and the trisexuals, where they want to have different parts of the body of the human race. As a school bus driver, I was with kids that were from elementary all the way through high school. I've seen what children do on the buses and how they're influenced on things. In the time frame that I was there, we had went and changed and put the boys with the boys and the girls with the girls, because we were having situations where they were having sex on the buses. And some students actually got pregnant because of it. That's where we started having the cameras on the buses and everything going on. This is leading to the library. We started having problems then with the gay communities, because the girls and the boys were committing acts of sex on the buses. This is through the teachings of the teachers trying to show the different lifestyles. Now, to the library. The library was always some place that I always knew was safe. It was a place where I could go there to go study. I could go do my homework there. If I had knowledge I wanted to learn, I could go into the reference sections of the library and look up what I wanted to look up to go see, which was automatically separated from the children's spot with closed doors. Now we've got our library where we're opening it up to everybody over preferences of sexual and politicsual, which never should have entered. It's a place of knowledge. It's a place where you go to not be offended by anybody, and nobody's allowed to speak. That's why they keep it quiet. Yet here we are opening up the doors to children's eyes. 1,000 words in a picture. We got little kids. Let them be kids. That has no place to be in a library. They want to have their little
Thank you.
parades or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yep.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. I'm sorry. Sir, you need to fill out a green card. Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Stacy Zopetti. I live in Pine Ridge Estates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That was how many number of cars that did not stop for me when I was waiting at a crosswalk while riding my horse across Pine Ridge Boulevard. Now consider trying to do that on a horse that doesn't want to stand still, because they are typically not patient. I had 2 county employee trucks actually pass me one day, didn't stop for me. I have a video if you'd like to use that for any education purposes for your employees. And a person on horseback is considered a pedestrian. And would a Citrus County Sheriff officer say that they could write a ticket for someone that not yielding to a person trying to cross the road? Because I sent those pictures of our signs in Pine Ridge to an Orlando police officer. That friend of mine commented that on the sign it's required to instruct drivers what to do. The OPD officer stated she would not be able to write a ticket for failure to yield at that sign as it's currently installed. I was posting on our Nextdoor app, which gets dangerous, but I was just posting a thank you to 2 people that did actually stop on that road to let me cross. And I had a conversation on that app, and the Pine Ridge resident said that the sign that I had posted, underneath it stated, horses always have the right of way. And he said to me that in all caps, that is not the law. So I feel that people need to see that these crossings are crosswalks. People do need to know the law, and people need to be educated. Those truly are crosswalks, and they must drivers must yield to pedestrians that are waiting to cross them. If it was your mother, if it was your dad, if it was your wife, or if it was your husband, maybe your son or daughter, wouldn't you want them to feel safe crossing the road? An additional sign at these crosswalks is all we ask, at least on the main roads, Pine Ridge and Mustang, with verbiage in educating and instructing a driver what is required by law. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon. I'm Shannon McInerney.
Could you move behind the microphone?
I'm
Thank you.
Shannon McInerney. I'm the one who gave you all the petitions and all the signs. And I started the petition. And I started it because the back of my home is on, the back of my house is on Pine Ridge. Holly used to live next to me. And the traffic is just getting worse. I've been there 9 years. And I see people every day trying to cross the street on their horses. And not just on their horses. I tried to cross the street as a pedestrian, and I had to jump for my life because someone came around the corner, swerved around the corner. They swerved in the other lane to miss me walking. On horses, that can be a disaster. You can have somebody on the road, the horse on the road, an accident. We need signage that educates people in vehicles that it is the law that they must stop when we enter the crosswalk and let us go by. Instead, we get people blowing horns, we get people who speed. My next door neighbor was in the crosswalk, one car had stopped, and the car behind that person swerved around them, totally around the stopped car across the double yellow lines. Somebody is going to get hurt, and we're kind of putting you guys on notice, so we need better signs. And I understand that they have to be official according to some book. And this sign down here, the one that says, yield here to equestrians, that, I see the sign all over. I see it in Dunella, and I see it in Citrus, Crystal River, I see it in Hernando, and it lets people know they have to yield right here. Just stop, just let horses cross. And I think this is within the book. And it might say pedestrians, this one says equestrians, which is what we want. But I just think it's gonna save lives. It's just a matter of time with the traffic. It's going to increase with the toll roads. I see people on those little Japanese motorcycles, and they go down the street on one wheel. I mean, it's just getting crazy, and we would just greatly appreciate it if you could help us out with this on those main roads. We're not asking for every single crossing because we know the small roads are not an issue, but those Pine Ridge and Mustang, extremely busy, and people go extremely fast. And I too have video of people crossing me on a double yellow, and we just would appreciate your consideration. And if you do repaint the lines, last year Jim Sterling was very nice to me, and he came out and repainted them, but it's faded again. And if you do, I do ask this, if you repaint the lines, please have an equestrian sit in before you decide. Because I have photos of where cows will jump over vertical lines instead of horizontal lines, and deer, because they see them as jumps. So we need to do something that's noticeable, but not going to be an obstruction to somebody safely crossing on their horse. Pine Ridge has been there since the 70s. Horses have been crossing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Wojciechowski, and I'm also from Pine Ridge. And along with the rest of my colleagues, we represent the Pine Ridge Equestrian Association. One of our biggest concerns, of course, Stacy and Shannon addressed the issue of the signage and the horse crossings, especially on Pine Ridge Boulevard and Mustang. We are all very concerned about the additional traffic that the Suncoast extension and the connector are going to bring to our community. We moved into Pine Ridge because of the fact that it was an equestrian community and we could ride our horses safely throughout the community. Over the years, this is changing as more people are cutting through Pine Ridge on Pine Ridge Boulevard. So it's not just the residents, and with the extension of the parkways, that's going to increase as well. Thank you for your time. We just wanted to express our concerns.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Kathy Miller, and I'm also a resident of Pine Ridge. I thought I'd give you just a little bit of history. In 1972, Pine Ridge was established as an equestrian community. At the first building in Pine Ridge was the community barn. The whole idea of the community barn was if you buy a house there, you're going to build one, you'd have to build a house and a barn, and that doesn't go on. You know how slow construction is here. So you could bring your horses to the community barn for a total of 2 years while you got all of this situated, and then take your horse to your home. I'm sure there weren't that many people, but now we have tons of construction going on. We are just finishing a barn ourselves on our property, and I will have completed my 2 years the beginning of March. When my husband and I came here, and we looked here, we looked in North Carolina, and we looked in South Carolina for horse farms. My husband's a veterinarian. And we really wanted to settle in a place like this where the weather was better and we could pursue our hobbies almost all year. This fit the bill. But at that point, we came, we looked at houses, and we drove down Pine Ridge. There wasn't a lot of traffic because we didn't do it at 5 o'clock and we didn't do it at 7:30 to 9 in the morning. It didn't take us long to realize the amount of traffic on that road, and I was absolutely shocked, absolutely shocked. I have followed people at 60 miles, and I get behind them, I'm thinking, you're really going fast. And I follow them just to see 60 miles an hour down that road with tunnel vision. They're not looking right, they're not looking left. They don't know what's going on the sides. They have no peripheral vision. It's not just horses. I have a friend whose dog was hit there. And I saw 2 cats hit on the road there. So it is changing the whole ambiance, if you will, or why we bought the place and spent the kind of money we did. And we'd like to be part of the community. That's the kind of people we are. I see so many cars and trucks that I really don't believe are part of Pine Ridge, but they're cutting through. We were told by the engineer that the more traffic we get, the slower it's going to go. It's like a pipe with water going through it. The more water you have going through it, the slower it's going to be. I don't care. You know, it's just, and he also said the 3 E's. This is what I really wanted to say. Engineering, education, and enforcement. The education is the signs, and then the enforcement, I hope that you would all decide that, yes, you want to take part in the enforcement, so that I think if people are stopped a few times and they know they can get a ticket, it stops. We all know that. When somebody gets stopped, they go, well, I better slow down here. So that's a big part of it, too. So thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for your service. My name is Gail Pridgeon. I'm the president of the Pine Ridge Equestrian Association, and we are very concerned about our safety crossing Pine Ridge and Mustang. There are several crossings. Unfortunately, we have this needless and Suncoast Parkway ending, which will further increase traffic. And Mr. Frank Mackle Jr. built Pine Ridge, as was already explained. It was opened in 1972 as the first equestrian community in Florida. Notice that none of the roads are straight except for those 2. That is because he wanted people to enjoy their horses in safety. So that safety is greatly threatened by the increased traffic, so we do ask you to help us with increased signage and better police patrol and tickets. And we certainly hope we don't have to deal with an expressway that will cut off the top part of Pine Ridge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Vicki Anderson, and I also live in Pine Ridge. I'm a horse owner. I've been there about 6 years. I usually ride my horse 4 or 5 times a week if I'm lucky, and I often cross those busy highways of Pine Ridge and Mustang. Can I share something for you to pass around?
Give to the clerk. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't know if you've ever seen a horse hit by a car. It's pretty devastating, and I'm sharing with you 3 photos that I took. I didn't personally witness them, but it's a very devastating thing to see a 1,000-pound animal go through the windshield of a car. Now, granted, as good equestrians, we should have total control of our horses. The thing is that stuff happens. You might be getting ready to cross, their winds come up, things blow up behind the horse. The horse is naturally going to jump forward. So if he's at that crossing and a car is coming and he jumps forward, you're going to see photos like this. And just recently in Polk County, there was an accident where the car hit the horse. There was no rider, fortunately, but the driver and the horse both were killed. So, as I say, we should have control, but stuff happens, and it can easily spook a horse. And what we're trying to do is avoid this, of course. Mr. Eastman came and talked to us, the traffic engineer, and again talked about the 3 E's that Kathy spoke about. And at this point, I think the biggest thing that we can do is education. And the way that we can educate now is through signage. So I appreciate your time and appreciate you serving. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, please. Is there any more speakers? Any more? Third and final time, calling for public input. Okay, so we're going to close public input. Commissioners, who would like to begin?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Slaybach.
Most of the people that made their comments have left, but I appreciate Mr. Grant letting us know their position for the hospital board. Gina, she left, but thank you for the ribbons. That it is so nice to be included in an award that she got nationally, and she should be proud of herself and her hard work. The League of Women Voters and the Defend Florida, I really appreciate the love and passion that each has for our country. What kept running through my mind was that perhaps instead of focusing on what divides us, maybe we could focus on what unites us and come together, because we are becoming so divided, and it's not helpful, it's not productive, and it's just ugly. And we don't want to see any of our constitutional officers or judges or commissioners or anybody in the public servant, as a public servant, being threatened or being intimidated with fear, and I do not agree with that. 54 minutes of the library display sat here, and that was in June. That is no longer up, that we voted. It's still coming up, but there were several things that were said. I wasn't going to address it, but it kept coming up. The display was not in the children's section. I was there, I saw it, it was not in the children's section. So whoever's telling people that, it's not true. And there was also no pornography on the display. And the display has been removed. We are going over that. It's on the agenda for the library board. And I've seen the display. I saw it in person. I've seen the pictures. There's no pornography. And, one of the gentlemen against the display, and Bonnie, one of my DAR sisters, they had a great idea that, it's the parents' responsibility to educate and the parents to monitor children when they go in the library. And I thought they also brought up something about the women's sports, and, you know, that is something that has to be addressed. It's not fair, and that's something that is going to have to be addressed, period. Janet. Where did Janet go? There's Janet. Janet, I listen to you every time. I don't know what you're talking about. I listen to you. I can't help but listen to you. I hear you and I listen to you. So listen to me now and hear me later. I agree with a lot that you said. I always appreciate your wisdom, and I thank you for all the hard work and always being here. And you know, keep up the good work. You're doing your due diligence. The Pine Ridge. Oh, Janet, you said that, because I listened to you, 182 builds. Did you say they were built without permits? And if that's the case, could somebody let me know that? And Pine Ridge. I lived in Pine Ridge for 7 years on Bronco. It was crazy busy. I was terrified of my twin daughters going out into the road, and I was 100 feet back from the road. I lived there for 7 years. We moved because of how fast people went through there. My daughters took horse riding lessons, and it was terrifying. I support 1,000%, 100% signage. I think that is something that I'm one of 5, but that is something I would definitely support, the education through the proper signage. And as far as enforcement, that is something that is with the sheriff's office, and we really can't enforce that. There is a study, and I've said it before, previous life I did interior design, and it's called like graffiti, neighborhood graffiti, and what they do is they paint crosswalks in different colors, and sometimes they do them as waves and different things, and studies show that traffic does slow down, and a lot of times you'll see in cities now the bike lane is painted green. And even though it's not, designated this bike lane, people do pay attention. They've proven that, and it's bigger cities will do this, and that might be something. It's very inexpensive, and I would also be happy to show examples and work with you all with that. That being said, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Who else would like to go? Yes, sir. Commissioner Carnahan.
So, first and foremost, thank for Mr. Grant being here. We greatly appreciate his the hospitals board position, and as a commissioner, that's my position. Before this county gives any money to anybody for a building, it will revert back to the taxpayers if something goes wrong. We did this with the centers. The centers ended up with the building, and now they're selling the building, a county building, as far as I'm concerned. It was paid for by state money and county money. Now they're selling it for $1.2 million, and they're getting the money. So before anybody gets any county money, it will revert back. When it comes to the firehouse, the reason I have the firehouse on the agenda today is to have a board discussion on whether we want to get appraisals or how we want to move forward. I have no intentions on selling the building for $1. That's public property. All right. Now, when it comes to the Sister Springs building, didn't we own that at one time and we ended up getting it? So if you would like us to get an appraisal on that building and you guys think you can afford it, I don't have a problem. I would rather get it back on the tax roll. But with that being said, agree 100%, need signage out there in Pine Ridge. I respect each and every one of you that have animals and horses, and I know that's y'all's therapy, so we definitely need to get some work on signage out there when it comes to enforcement, definitely with the Sheriff's Department. But it's funny, last week I was reading something, and this hit home when it comes to the libraries, and so I'm going to take a second, and this is from Andy Griffin. Everybody knows Andy Griffin. So when Hobo told Andy he should let Opie make his own decisions and decide how he wants to live, and Andy had 3 words of Bayberry wisdom for Hobo. No, I'm not afraid. It doesn't work that way. You can let a young one decide for himself. He'll always grab the first flashy thing with shiny ribbons on it. Then, when he finds out there's a hook in it, it's too late. Wrong ideas come packaged with such glitter that it's hard to convince them that other things might be better in the long run. All a parent can do is say, wait, trust me, and try to keep the temptation away. And if parents, and somehow we've lost that basic truth here in America, and especially with parenting, okay? So that's just me saying that. It was interesting when I come across that. So I do believe that those are great words of wisdom, and I think more parents should be doing that. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, sir. Folks this way.
I can go.
Commissioner Davis.
I think I might be organized enough. It was a long one. I will say, first and foremost, I had to run to the bathroom, but thanks to the speaker, I heard all of Commissioner Schlebach's speech, and I want to ditto it in its entirety. That was exceptionally well said, and I don't think I can improve upon that. As a marketing person, I think that what Regina gave us from Aflac was absolutely brilliant, and that will be put to good use. I do want to add a couple of things on the library thing. To back up with Janet, I do listen to you, Janet. I listen to every single one of you, even those that are for banning the display in the library. I will reiterate there was a very small display, not in the children's section, no pornography. It was not a balloon arch. It was not Drag Queen Story Hour. If it was a balloon arch and Drag Queen Story Hour, my position would have been different. So it has been referred to the Library Advisory Board. If you want them to skip it or move it into a different section of the library, then please take it up with the Library Advisory Board. I did want to note Tim Riesbeck, if I got his last name correctly. I think that was an outstanding point. It's a great opportunity to parent. Outstanding opportunity to parent, and definitely feel free to raise your kids the way you want to. He also brought up, and a couple folks brought up, transgender athletes. We don't have anything to do with the Citrus County School District. If I had a vote in that matter, I would absolutely not allow transgender athletes to compete at all, because, you know, we all have choices in life to make. And if people feel they're wired that way and they want to change their gender, then you don't get to do that and beat people that don't have those hormones. It's just not okay. So I 100% agree with not allowing transgender athletes, but again, it's not going to come before me. I just wanted to at least settle a little bit of your mind that I'm not completely 100% the devil. So I am actually a pretty reasonable person if you get to know me. Okay, now I'm going to get on to the subject that I actually want to talk about, which is Pine Ridge. I indeed did live there for 4 years. I was a member of Pine Ridge Equestrian Association. I rode English sport horses, which, if you know anything about horses, means they're, you know, dumb and dumber, basically, out and about. So horses are prey animals, and they react to a lot of things. And this actually took me a little bit. I've been a horsewoman my whole life. Had to give it up due to medical reasons. But this actually took me a little bit to actually put two and two together, that the drivers don't actually understand that when you are 30 feet away and halted, you're waiting to cross. Because people need to understand that a gallop stride is about 12 feet. And if a plastic bag blows up underneath your horse's hind legs, or some idiot honks at you, or a car backfires, or a bee sting, you have to be halted that far away to have any chance of turning that horse before you are going through somebody's windshield. And because they are very tall animals, they do indeed end up in the driver's lap. I have seen those pictures. It is desperately, desperately dangerous to hit a horse for the driver, let alone for the horse and the rider. So I would exhort the staff to please figure out signage that lets people know that if a horse is present anywhere in the vicinity of the crosswalk, people have to stop. And one final note, Commissioner Schlebach, I love the idea of the painted crosswalk. That'll just make the dumb horses go dumber. But I love the creativity of that. I think that if we do a combination of getting the sheriff department to run speed patrols and also borrow their electronic sign, and something as simple as seahorse ? Stop with like 3 exclamation points might actually get the point across, along with some tickets. Because I like you, have halted way away from there and just watched and watched and watched, and then I wait, and then I get to cross. So my heart goes out to you guys. And to clarify that we do have an agenda item today, and it said Commissioner Davis will continue to work with you guys. I did not show up at the meeting the day after our last meeting because I didn't know about it. So please reach out and let me know. Gail Pridgeon, wherever you went, Gail. I'm very glad to see her up and about. And you have my contact information. Feel free to share it and let me know when any other meetings are. And if I can make it, I certainly will. And I'm out.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard.
All right, very good, thank you. And thanks for everybody showing up today. What a great crowd, even though we don't necessarily agree on everything. I did listen and take notes on what everybody had to say. Thank you for coming. Pine Ridge, I won't belabor the point. We need additional signage there, obviously. Let's see what we need to do to take care of that. Supervisor of elections, there's no constitutional officer should feel threatened, or their employees. And if that's the case, then we need to meet and have a discussion to find out what, if anything, further can be done to give them confidence and security going into their place of work. Let's see, waste management, charging more. We have absolutely nothing to do with that. That's a private business, and if they're charging too much, then it's time to shop around. Let's see here. The animal ordinance. Randy, did we get any notes made on what's happening there, what the issue is?
I'll need to talk with Colleen, I don't know.
Okay. All right, let's see. We're gonna be talking about we've got a workshop coming up on the Turnpike at the end of May. We had a couple people talking about that. And let's see, the staffing problems at the jail. That sounds like that's something that definitely we need to be paying attention to. We heard today that the Virgin Islands inmates are getting moved to another facility. Does that bring them into compliance with what they're supposed to be doing out there, staffing wise now?
Well, until we go in and audit, I don't know. And the reason I say that is they told me they brought some people in. I disagree with the gentleman a little bit. Somebody can come in who's got the correctional officer training from out of state, and they can get reciprocity through the state based on what I've been told by Carlos Melendez. So I don't know the answer to that, but yes, they told me they were going to be moving those inmates out for the time being, and that's why they asked not to press forward with this contract. There are about 92 Virgin Island inmates in the facility.
Now, who's the contract monitor for that?
Aaron Dorn in OMB.
Okay, and is she in a scheduled communication with them, a monthly communication?
Yes, they submit reports to us on a monthly basis.
Okay.
And that's what we verify against, that monthly report. It would just be too onerous to do it daily.
Okay. So maybe what we need to do, and we can address it when we get to item F, I believe it is, that's something that should be addressed on a monthly basis at a board meeting as to whether or not they are in compliance with the contract.
Yes, I believe that gentleman feels that the staffing requirements in the contract are not appropriate. Also, I would note that the people that were not on the board, that contract was developed by a company out of California that has a significant amount of corrections experience called Matrix Consulting.
Well, I appreciate him bringing this to our attention, and it has obviously brought to the surface an issue that's going on out at our county jail. So while I don't necessarily expect him to report on the contract and whether or not they're in compliance, I would like to know on a monthly basis, at least until this is squared away, if Aaron believes that they are in compliance. I would think it's a pretty simple yes or no once a month. Are they in compliance yet? No.
Well, we can give you the monthly reports and the analysis that we do. That was what led us to the assessment of $77,000 roughly, and caused their corporate office to make some changes.
Okay.
But we can give you it'll probably be about 2 weeks after the end of every month. To be fair, I would note that the state did close 2 state prisons, and as a result of that, they downgraded the number of inmates that were going up the state to 2. They were at 10 per week, which caused a backlog in our jail of 80 to 90. More importantly is we had to pay for those inmates, but from the inmates' perspective, they get no gain time for being in county jail. We have no control over that, but they get no gain time, so that's put additional pressure on the system as well as a number of other things. And Civic has been trying to work to correct it, and in my opinion, they didn't make significant enough progress, and that's why I took the action, but I'm fine bringing it to you all every month, that's fine.
Yeah, this isn't a criticism of you at all. I'm glad that you did take the action that you did. I think that we do need to get that report on a monthly basis, and it's going to be one question to you. You can give us all the data, all the information, but are they in compliance or not? I think is a straightforward question that needs to be answered publicly.
That's fine.
All right, thank you. That's all I've got.
That's it. Okay. A couple comments. Madam Attorney, Mr. Oliver, you could, just so we're clear, we've set 3 special meetings for the Citrus County Special Library District Governing Board. So my understanding is the first one is that we're going to meet 1:15, and we're going to discuss the changes that we've talked about and see if the board is willing to make those changes. Is that the first step? Then somewhere along the line, we have to, one of the options is keep that board making these decisions, or give the authority to the BOCC to make appointments, or whatever. Those are options.
Yes.
Okay. Then, on the second meeting, this is where we would entertain the applications of people that have submitted them or whatever, make the announcements, I guess, at the first meeting, if we keep it that way, do it the same way. And if they give the authority to the BOCC, then the third meeting would not be necessary, correct? If they do not give the BOCC that authority, then we'd have to have that third meeting to make those appointments. Is that correct? I know, do you have a less convoluted way of explaining to the public what's going to happen at these 3 meetings?
As I sit here right now, no, I don't
Okay.
have a less convoluted. I know that I have 2 questions that have been posed by staff on how we're going to work it all out with the timing and the advertising, and I don't have that succinctly.
But at the
to
end of
say.
this, at the end of this, by no later than April 26th, we'll have addressed the issue about the lifetime appointments. We'll have addressed bringing this more in compliance with what our other boards kind of do. We'll deal with the applications and make the appointments. So there'll be a new return, new whatever board by the 26th. Is that the idea?
Yes.
Okay. So the people that brought up the question about what's the schedule, what is the plan, that was the plan. Another thing I'd say too is today was very good. There was some very passionate, very well thought out comments, and I do really appreciate the very civil manner in which everybody delivered them. It was a very good display today. I just have to say, when people come up here and thank us for our service, this is our job. When people come up here and thank us for the opportunity to speak to us, that's our job. We want you to come and speak to us. It's 3:07, we have a time certain at 2 o'clock, and you see who gets the importance. We'll talk until 9 o'clock if we have to, before we go to a 2 o'clock time certain, so we can hear what the public has to say. So, just so you're aware of that. And if you want, for some, we have scheduled 5:30 again tonight, which we'll probably get to about 9, I imagine. And then, we may be here all night dealing with that. So I'll just remind everybody that that's our job. That's why we're here, to hear what you have to say. And with that said, it is our job. We're here. We get paid to be here. You don't. So it means a lot to us that you take time out of your day, out of your schedules, to come personally and talk to us. So that means a lot. So thank you all very much. And with that said, speaking of 2 o'clock time certain, I believe we're ready to move on to the 2 o'clock time certain, which, as I see, is a public hearing on the conveyance of Esteeded properties to the city of Inverness. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, you want to talk about what it is, and then we're going to have a public hearing, or is this just a presentation and then the board votes? So we'll handle public input like we normally do? I don't see it listed. Excuse me, folks, if you're leaving, could you keep the conversations down? We're still conducting business here. Thank you. Yeah, I don't see it advertised as a public hearing, so tell us.
No, it's just a time certain to consider the conveyance of the Esteeded properties to the city of Inverness.
So
And
we're going
we-
to talk about that. Somebody will make a motion, we'll take public input, and we'll vote on this. item.
Yes,
Okay.
and I believe it's A through D.
Okay. Somebody want to give us a summation of what this is so the public understands?
Yes, essentially, these are properties that are cheated to the county that are in the city of Inverness, and as provided for in state law, the properties go to the city of Inverness.
Okay, commissioners, folks didn't pay their taxes. The county ended up getting the property, and it's in the city of Inverness, and the state law, I believe, says we get to give it to them, right?
Yes.
So
That's what
we're-
the law
Mr. Chair,
says.
motion to approve item H1, A and B.
Second.
Okay.
You need to do the public hearing, I believe.
There is no, that's what
There
I was
is
just
no
asking.
public hearing, it's just A through D.
Okay.
Okay, so, let me back up. So Commissioner Kennard made the motion, and I thought I
A
heard,
through D is in dog.
Oh,
okay, I heard
sorry,
Commissioner.
A through D.
Thank you.
My bad.
Okay. so I
And
heard-
second.
And I heard Commissioner Carnahan make the second. So we have a motion to approve item H1. Is there any public comment on this motion? A through D. Any public comment on H1? I guess not. Okay, so with that said, commissioners, any other discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that passes unanimously. We're going to go to H2, which is the 205. This is a public hearing for the DEP Land and Recreational Grant, so we'll have that explained. We'll open it for public hearing, and then the board can take whatever action they wish.
This is make an application for parking at Fort Island Trail. It is, Greenways and Trails has indicated support for this, and we have a letter to that effect. So we would ask for permission to submit this grant application.
Okay, so at this time, we'll open up the public hearing on this grant application. Is there anyone here to speak in favor or opposed to it? Anyone to speak in favor or opposed to this grant application? Third and final time. Anyone to speak in favor or opposed? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, what's your pleasure with this?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve item H2, A through C.
Second.
I would note it's a $500,000 grant with $305,000 coming from park impact fees, a total project cost estimate of $805.
Very good. So we've had public comment. We've had a motion made by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Slaybach. Is there any further board discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. We will now go back to regular business, which we'll pick up with item E1 bids. Commissioners, what is your pleasure with that?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve item E1, A through E.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Carnard makes the motion to approve E1 A through E, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on this motion? Commissioners, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that passes unanimously. We'll go to item E2, please.
Yes, approved budget transfers for aviation, housing services, and visitor convention bureau for fiscal year 21-22.
Chair, move approval of E2.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes the motion, second by Commissioner Slaybaugh. Is there any public comment? Is there any further board discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E3, please.
Yes, E3, adopt and authorize the chairman to execute a resolution adopting, amending the HAVA Election Security State Housing Initiative Partnership Aquatic Plant Control Emergency Medical Services Grant Budgets, Fire Rescue Budget, Older Americans Act Title 3B, Older Americans Act Title 3C1, Older Americans Act Title 3C2, Older Americans Act Title 3E, emergency home energy assistance for the elderly program grant budgets and the general fund budget for fiscal years 21, 22.
Commissioners,
Move approval of E3.
Second.
Commissioner Davis makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say
Aye.
nay. That passes unanimously. E4, please.
Yes, E4, approve and adopt Administrative Regulation 9.06-4 relating to emergency purchases.
Move approval of E4.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Slabaugh. Is there any public comment?
Yeah.
Commissioners, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E5, please.
Yes, approve and authorize the chairman to execute the new contract, W-1256, between Citrus County, Florida Political Subdivision, the state of Florida, and the Florida Department of Corrections to provide inmate labor from April 2nd, 2022 to April 1st, 2023 in the amount of $57,647. That's basically for the transportation and the corrections officer involved in supervising.
Right, we're not paying them to do the work.
No,
Right.
we're not, we're paying them for the supervision of the people that
Right.
do the work.
Right, okay. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Move to approve E5.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Slabaugh, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Commissioners, anything else? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E6, please.
Yes, I'm going to ask Brian Kaufman to introduce the consultant that we're using to develop the Inverness Air Park, and we've sent out what he's got. It's 90% complete. What we want to do is to finish that up according to the DEO grant that we have, which we have revised slightly to make the numbers work due to construction costs. We have to be complete by June 30 of 2023, and we are on target for doing that, but we need to get the bids on the street. The purpose of this is to provide pad-ready sites with water, sewer, and drainage, as well as utilities to this particular plot of land. I would note that last evening we met with a gentleman, a number of us met with a gentleman who has a client that has some interest in the Inverness Air Park, and hopefully that will come to fruition.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brian Kaufman, Citrus County Engineer. I'd just like to introduce Mohsen Mohammadi. Mohsen, would you come on up, please? Mohsen has worked as one of our continuing consulting engineers for Citrus County for many years, in particular on our airports, and has a vast array of knowledge of airports as well as business parks. And so that's why their team was selected to do this work for us. If you remember, the board advanced this about, 6 months ago, told us to go ahead and get started as that grant was working through the process. The county actually, we went through the RFQ process and selected Mohsen to do this project. And we are spending county funds to do this portion. The grant funds will all be used for the construction side of it. Mohsen, if you'd like to come on up. Included in the board's package was a big part of the business plan, talking about the sizes of the sites and so forth. So if y'all have any questions on that, and then at the end, there was a map of the business park. Fairly simple, really. It's basically an H pattern of paved roads with water, sewer, and like Randy said, pad ready. The site would be leveled out to be ready to be built on.
And I would note that there's a grant application at the end. Commissioner Slabaugh, when she was in Tallahassee, Senator suggested that she talk with Dane Eagle about that, and that there is one there for a hangar that would be built on airport property if it's approved, as well as one of the elements that, because of construction costs, we couldn't make happen. But subject to the approval of that item, she's going to relate that to Dane Eagle, who is the Secretary of DEO.
And I believe that one's going to be, that building's going to be up closer to the FBO building.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mohsen Mohammadi with American Infrastructure Development, AID. We really appreciate being a part of this program. I think this is really exciting for the county. One of the first things we did, which is also, as Brian mentioned, is in your packet, is the market analysis that we completed. Basically trying to determine whether this is even feasible for Citrus County. I'm sure you all knew about it already, that it is, but just to go through the process, we looked at several airports around the state, namely Ormond Beach, Bartos, Smyrna Beach, Brooksville, Kissimmee, DeLand, and some other non-aviation facilities, just to determine the type of market that is here in Florida, and specifically in Citrus County and City of Inverness. And basically, the consensus with the report was that this is a very much viable project that the county would benefit from, and the occupancy rate could be as high as 95 to 100%. For Citrus County on this. So there are some details in here that, if you'd like me to go through, I can certainly go through it. We divided the area into parcels, typical of what we think might be needed. You may get lucky and some developer comes and they want multiple parcels, which would be great if that happens. We were put on an expedited schedule to design this because of, as Mr. Oliver said, the grant deadline. So we are ready to go out to bid in the next few weeks, working with purchasing to put the package together. There is some funding constraints. This budget was put together probably 2 or 3 years ago, and we're seeing some cost escalations, as you all probably are fully aware of. So what we're doing is structuring the bid into what we call a base bid, which is the minimum that we can do within the budget that we have. And we have additive bids included. Hopefully, if the bids come in low, maybe we can do more. But at this time, we are very aware of the budget, and we are updating the cost estimate as we go. We actually getting some recent bids, just trying to confirm some of the unit prices that we're using. But the project is on track to be out in the street within the next 2 or 3 weeks, if permitted by you. Any questions? I'll be glad to answer.
Questions, Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mohammadi?
Yes.
I wanted to tell you, I really enjoyed this report. I try to go through the agenda, fast the first time and then read, but throughout the whole thing, I highlighted things. My first round through it, I got a little discouraged because of our low acreage compared to the other comparable. But then when I read through it the second time, I got a little more glimmer of hope. I found it fascinating, your details. I was questioning before, and then you answered it, is we had asked for a certain amount of money to do the industrial park, and then it found out through out of our control COVID prices, getting the products that we were shy 3.8, I can't remember quite, for the taxiway. So fingers crossed we can get that and get moving. Did you find with our acreage being so low compared to, 1,100 acres, 769 acres, did you find that was really going to be a problem for us to accomplish as much as we can and still be able to get the rental at the 99%?
Right. Not at all, actually, because even though those other airports have large industrial facilities, but when you look at the parcels, they're actually about 3 to 5 acres, unless there is a UPS or a Amazon goes into the facility. But typically, the parcels are somewhere in the 2 to 5 acre lots. So that's why we think that this is definitely a feasible. Obviously, if you had more, obviously it would be more beneficial to the county, but as far as the parcel sizes, not at all. You will lease those parcels, and
Great.
Hopefully, as I mentioned, a tenant may come and take 2 or 3 parcels and create a 10, 12 acre facility.
And I did notice the largest one, the 24, almost 2,500 acres, it had a rental average occupancy of 75. So larger isn't not necessarily better.
That's right.
So, very well done. Thank you so
Sure.
much. I appreciated it.
Sure.
Anyone else? Questions, comments? One, I believe we've worked together in the past. Were you involved in the Venice airport?
I have been.
There you go.
And I'm still involved.
Oh, really? I saw your name and I go, I know that gentleman. I said, we worked before. So I could attest to his work. It's outstanding. The report is outstanding. I've been associated with his work in the past. I guess you were kind of a consultant for the program or whatever we were doing. So, yeah, it was good to see you again.
Good to see you. Thank you.
So, what direction are you looking here, Mr. Oliver? You need
Yeah,
authorized staff?
we just want you to authorize us to go out and seek bids on the package for the development of this parcel.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Make a motion to approve E6, authorized to go out for bids.
I second it.
Okay, so Commissioner Carhan makes the motion, second by Commissioner Slaybach. Is any public comment on this motion? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Josh Wooten, President and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. This is something near and dear to our hearts. We sat in Wilton Simpson's barn before the session 2 years ago. Ruthie couldn't be there because she was with Ivanka, but she called out with us later. And we asked the senator, he said, y'all need to swing for the fence. I'm incoming Senate President. And we asked for this project. It wasn't on the county's list. We asked for this project. So when we left the meeting, we called Gene, and Gene says if he thinks it's doable, and y'all put it on to your credit. This is where I'm confused on that. We were given a $5.8 million ask to ask the senator for. We got 100% of it. And then we found out later, I thought it went to $13 million. Was it $3.8 million or $8.3 million off of the ask?
I'll have to rely on these two gentlemen. I do know that the prices escalated.
To the chair.
Well, I was going to say, go ahead and do your questions,
okay.
And then we'll get answers to all your questions.
Because that means we had another 2 sessions that we didn't have that number, or we had this session where we didn't have that number, and we probably left a lot of money on the table because Senator Simpson constantly points out what Zephyr Hills did, that they didn't ask for enough money. So I would like clarification on that. And then I've been following this project. I've never seen it come before the board. Has the board been involved in what should be cut and what should not be cut based on the new numbers? Like I understand the taxiway's gone away, which is why Senator Simpson this year said, well, go to Dane and try to get that money. So there has been some, we're trying to help. I just want some clarifications because the public doesn't know all of this. It's just stuff that we're hearing. So if there's anything we can do to help to try to get the money to finish this project, and I'm glad that you're talking about it because there is a timeline. DEO also shared with us that somebody from the county called out there inquiring about an extension on the deadline, and that was never discussed in a public meeting either. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on the motion? Okay, we'll close public comment. Mr. Oliver, you want to address that?
Yeah, we've had
question?
conversations with DEO, which is where the money came through, about the scope of the project and the fact that costs have escalated. As I mentioned, the grant that's on the back that we're going to be asking DEO for will make up what we need to do all of the elements, but the costs have just risen significantly.
So the question was, I believe, did we get 3.8, we get 5.8, we get 13 million? What was the amount?
I'll defer to Mosen or Brian because they know the numbers better than I do.
The grant was $5,080,000, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
But I think the question is, how much did we miss the mark by? I mean, I don't know that construction costs have gone up to miss it by that much. Was there more involved? I mean, did we miscalculate or did the project grow? 3.8 million on what was a $6 million project. That's a significant miss. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just saying what happened here and how much do we need, the increased costs that we need now. That's the 3.8 or that the cost went up to 13. I don't know where that number came from, but
The original estimate was low for one, and then the cost escalated, but I'll ask the consultant to summarize it.
If you give us a clear understanding of what we needed, what we got, and where we're going from here.
Yeah, when we started on the project, after we went through the due diligence, we realized that the costs are much more than the grant that you have been offered or granted. And so what we did from day one, we started looking at what is, critical to this project. And the taxiway was not as critical, the aeronautical side was not as critical, and the reason is, if you're familiar with Inverness, on the south side of the airport, there's already a lot of land for development. This would have been great to have for future facilities, but it was not necessary at this point. So that was around $3.84 million that we have right now still designed, but at this point, we are not planning to bid that portion of it. The industrial park is what is the driving factor. Is about $8 million or so.
I don't even know why it went off. Sorry.
Also, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the taxiway, because it's on airport property, is going to require an environmental assessment, which will take 12 to 18 months, which would delay it beyond the grant period. So that was another factor.
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up. Even though the property was not bought by federal monies, as soon as you add the element of aeronautical to the project, the FAA triggers an environmental assessment. And they told us if you put that in there, which we couldn't do it anyway because of funding, then the project will be a year and a half out because of the environmental assessment that they would require.
So to address the questions asked, we have $5,080,000, that's what we have now. And you're saying that that's what we're going to bid out for, and we can do most of the, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but this is what I'm hearing. We can do most of the project with the exception of the runway extension.
The taxiway.
The taxiway. And that was that's another 3.8, and that's what we're asking for on top of it, but not to get the project started because we're ready to start with the 5 million.
The industrial park itself is close to about 8 million or so. So what we're doing is dividing the project to a base bid, which is about 5 million, and then an additive bid, which is about 3 million. Hoping we get some good bids and maybe we can do more of that industrial park. But at this point, what you see in your graphic is the ideal situation, completing all of those parcels and the roadways and the infrastructures. But right now, if with the 5 million, if our estimate is accurate, we might be around 70% of that industrial park. The rest of it has to be with additional funding, unfortunately.
And 13 million, where'd that number come from?
So 9 million is the industrial park, then there's 4 million is 3.84 million is the taxiway. That's a total of about 12 to 13 million.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Again, not to be confrontational, but when did we realize that we had underbid or undershot the price and that we haven't asked for enough money? Because if this realization occurred in November, December, why don't we bump our number up? Or even January, when there were some pretty high-level meetings going on up in Tallahassee, when maybe we could have asked for more.
This grant was from last year's legislative session, not this year's.
But when did we know?
About 8 weeks ago.
Yeah, right before we
6
started.
weeks ago, 8 weeks ago.
That's correct.
That's when we went, we've got 5.8 coming, and we're more than 3 million short. The 3 million is gonna finish the park, but we still don't have the taxiway, right?
That's right.
So to complete this thing with the taxiway, we are talking about 13 million.
12 to 13, yes, sir.
And so we've got 5 million and change now. We're a long way from completing it. So that's a big miss. The taxiway environmental study that has to be done. Is there any reason for us to not start down that road and get that going?
It's really just a question of money. If you want to go ahead and do that, I would recommend that we make sure that we get the money through this DEO grant, but we've got to make sure that the grant's open for long enough to accommodate the timing required. Do you know what the cost of the EA would be roughly?
Could be around $250,000 to do that, but at this point, what we're doing is we're still moving forward with what we call a documented CADX, which is a categorical exclusion from an environmental assessment. We've talked to the FAA. We're going to try to convince them to accept that instead of the EA. I think the possibility is about 15–20%, but we are still pushing forward with that. If they approve that, then you can move forward with the taxiway fund, pending funding, of course.
And if you all want, if you want to fund that study, that could be done now. If you want to fund it out of the Economic Development Fund in anticipation of the grant, I don't have any idea. Maybe Commissioner Slayball does, as it relates to how quick that grant, we may know whether we get it or don't get it.
Well, hang on just a second. I would suggest that if we've made that application to the FAA, why don't we, even though there's a slim chance of them granting it, before we spend $200,000 on the EA, why don't we wait to get an answer from them?
Yep.
But as soon as we know, I think this board needs to hear that.
Yep.
And let's, if they're not going to allow it, then we got a decision to make. Do we want to spend the $200,000 on the EA and run the risk that we could be sitting on it for a period of time waiting on a grant from was it DEO? Is that where the money's
DEO
going?
is where the grants
Is where it would come
request
from?
is going, yes, sir.
So anyway, I do wish that that we would have heard about this sooner. 8 weeks ago puts us right in that wheelhouse of when a lot of people were up there talking with people writing checks. And that would have been nice to say, hey, we've missed the mark. Here's really what we need to do, but that's water under the bridge at this point. I'm excited to get started on it, but I do want to finish it.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I would add
Commissioner
that,
Davis.
yes, we have site selectors in town right now, and there is quite a bit of interest in the Inverness Industrial Park, and I agree with Commissioner Kennard that that was a pretty big miss, because what we heard repeatedly coming out of Tallahassee from all the upper-level folks up there is that this was the year to ask for money. We're all going to be paying for it long-term on our federal tax bill, so it would behoove us to get what we can to encourage economic development in our county to alleviate what's coming on the backside of this. So big miss, big miss. I'm done.
Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner Slayball.
Mr. Chairman, we don't get to talk, so I didn't know that the chair had worked with the Venice Airport. I'm a native of Sarasota. My father was a senior captain at the Sarasota-Bradenton Airport in the 60s and 70s. So I found that interesting and made me like you even a little more.
Thank you.
Well, can I ask, with all this, it seems like we have good news, bad news, good news, bad news. If the state gave us $5 million, we don't have enough to do what we told them we were going to do, what's going to be their attitude? They're going to, if they said, we asked for 5, we gave it to you, and you didn't do what you said you were going to do, how's that going to reflect on us?
Brian's been in conversations with DEO because they've been alerted to the fact. So you have an update?
Right, as soon as we found out, that's when we contacted DEO and asked them to adjust the scope. We haven't heard back from them yet.
So they adjusted the scope down, not giving us more money though, right?
Right, they're not going to give you any more money. The
Right.
appropriation is what it is.
Right.
So they're not going to do that, but we did ask to be able to amend the scope to pull the runway out, or taxiway, I'm sorry.
But even
taxiway.
without the runway, the 3.8 million for the taxiway, right? It seems to me, from what I heard, is even without that, we are still way under what we need to do it.
Well, yes, sir, you're correct. There is a portion of the business park that's considered on the airfield, and then there's a part that's not on the airfield. And so we're moving forward with the part that is on the airfield because, again, if you go onto the airfield, it's going to take the environmental study before we can do the work on the airfield. So we're focusing on the non-airfield portion. Because like Mr. Moses said, really, if we had somebody that came in and wanted to build a large structure on the airfield now, we have room up near the FBO building. We have a lot of room already right there. But we don't have room off airfield. And so that's that's where we're focusing our efforts, because these 3 to 5 acre parcels is what people are looking for. Want to be close to airports, you know, but they don't necessarily need to be on the airfield.
So, just in summation, and with the 5 million, if we bid this out, you're hoping that with the 5 million, you can actually get more scope of work done. That's your hope. But if this 5 million is spent, there's still going to be a deliverable product out there, right? It's not going to be just sitting there where we're going, well, really can't do anything with it until we put the other 5 million or
No, sir.
8
No,
million
there'll be a
into it.
sellable or
Okay.
usable product out there, a deliverable product.
Okay.
In fact, going back through some of the early numbers that were done a couple years ago when this first came up, one of the things I don't think was taken into account was leveling the site up. You know, they took into account roads, they took into account the water, the sewer and stuff, but as Mosen and his team really got into the design, they said, you know, there's 25 foot of elevation difference in this property, 25 to 30 foot. And to make it pad ready, we need to move the dirt on this site to level it out, because if we put the roads in and you still have this big slope, a business comes in, it's not pad ready. They're going to still have to do a tremendous amount of work. So the goal is to have pad ready sites so people can come in and start building.
Okay, so it's not all bad news.
Oh, no, sir. No,
And again, I understand that, because moving dirt, there's a lot of money in moving dirt, right? We know about that, right?
A lot of money in moving dirt, yes, sir.
It depends on whether you're selling it or making it, right? So,
Yeah.
you had a
Mr.
comment?
Chair,
Yes, sir.
And let's don't, you know, Randy hit a good point. You know, we've got 4 million sitting in a economic development account that, you know, we could pull from, to keep this thing getting where we need to. You know, yeah, we may have missed the mark, but prices go up. The good thing is we've got 5 million and we do have money sitting in an economic development account that we could use, to help here.
Yep. June of next year, we'll have these pads ready to go, and hopefully, if we don't get the approval from FAA, the exemption, then we can move forward with the EA study.
Well, I would hope the commissioner's successful with her trip to Tallahassee with this grant too.
Okay, very good. Any other questions then from the presentation? Any other, we did public input. I believe we left off with, there was motion made to authorize staff to proceed with the bidding of the construction of the infrastructure at the Inverness Business Airport Industrial Park. That was made by Commissioner Carnahan and second by Commissioner Schleba. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there any other commission discussion? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If anything comes up, could you please let us know immediately, Randy, so that we can get, you know, we got till June with the DEO money. If something happens, like the 8 weeks is a long time, and I, you know, can't go
We'll know when the
backwards.
bids come in, yes.
Yeah.
But we have until June 30th, 23 to complete this particular grant.
Right, and I think we have till June 2022 to try to hit that grant money.
I can't answer
I
that one.
know
You'd
I-
have a better idea of what
I'm
their DEO's timing is for the
90%
grant.
sure, but just, let's not, again, positive outlook, let's just not wait and 8 weeks to hear bad news.
Well, as soon as we get the bids, we'll provide them.
Thank you. That's my takeaway. Thank you.
Okay. Any other commissioner comments?
No, sir.
Okay, so on the motion made, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Good seeing you again. Okay, item E7, please.
Approve and authorize the chairman to execute a certificate of public convenience and necessity for Medfleet LLC to provide basic and advanced life support non-emergency transport services in Citrus County. Certification will expire March the 1st of 2027.
Move approval E7.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Carnahan makes the motion, second by Commissioner Slaybach. Is there any public comment on this motion? Any further board discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And we'll record Commissioner Davis when she returns. Let's go to item E8.
Yes, approve and authorize chairman to execute the road right-of-way plat for County Road 491 widening. This is for Phase 1. The clerk's office has asked for board authority to record it and direct the clerk to record the plat in the road right-of-way plats for Citrus County, Florida.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
approve and authorize you to execute the road right-of-way plat for the County Road 491 widening project, Phase 1, and that the clerk records the plat.
Very good. So we have a motion by Commissioner Slabaugh.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on the motion? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It passes 4-0 so far. We'll record Commissioner Davis when she returns. Item E9, please.
Yes, approve and authorize the chairman to execute the DLIS Florida American Rescue Plan Act grant agreement between the state of Florida Department of State and Citrus County, Florida for grant number 21ARPA-03 in the amount of $27,369. No matching funds required.
Commissioners, what would you like to do? With
Motion to
E9?
approve item E9.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard makes the motion.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comments? Commissioners, anything else? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Commissioner Davis, on item E7, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes that unanimous. Commissioner Davis, on item E8, how would you vote?
Aye.
Aye, that makes that unanimous as well. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to E10, please.
Yes, E10 is background. This is what I call a seed grant through the TDC to do permitting and pre-engineering permitting work for the Homosassa River Alliance project, much like you did a couple of years ago for Save Crystal River. This was approved by the TDC board, and we have the agreement. I would note that if this project, which I don't think this is a high risk, but if this project doesn't reach fruition, it would be required to be repaid back to the TDC. Approve the request and authorize the chairman's signature on the agreement with Homosassa River Restoration Project, and B, approve related budget transfer.
Bless you.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve E10 A and B.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Schleybaugh makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Is there any further commissioner discussion? Just so everybody's aware, my understanding is this is what we went through with Crystal River, was that because it's not an actual project, it's for permits, and if the project's done, the money doesn't have to be paid back.
That's
But
correct.
if it is not done, then it does have to be paid.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Very good. And it seems like it took a while to get to us because I was still on the TDC when this was approved. So it seems like this was a while back that this was approved. So anyway, that's
That's a great point on the permitting.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E11 has been pulled. E12, please.
Yes, E12, approve and authorize the chairman to execute the Department of Economic Opportunity application or grant application. B, authorize chairman to execute the Department of Economic Opportunity grant agreement when received. And 3, authorize Commissioner Slayball to take it up there.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve E12 A and B and crossing my fingers.
Second.
And officially, there is no item C on the agenda. So.
I said A and B.
Right, I know. Just
C, excuse me.
So there was
But
no
Randy made it
confusion.
funny.
Okay, so Commissioner Slayball made the motion. Who made the second?
I did.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes the second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Any further commission discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. E13,
Yes,
please.
E13 was an item that you all postponed from the last meeting. It's asking you to approve and authorize the chairman to execute the amendment with the Citrus County Chamber contract. This moves money from one program that they had over to the Core Center.
Chair, move approval of E13.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any further commission discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Nay. So that goes 4-1. Approved. Okay, E14, please.
Yes, E14 is basically just a receive and file. It just shows you the conditions, as was mentioned. Walt Eastman went out there, talked with them. The only thing we recommend for the future is that the signage needs to be consistent with what's called the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is the Bible for signs, if you will, in the industry, because departure from that can subject you to some liability. But we'll continue to work with them, and we'll, enhance the markings that we mentioned in the background, which includes the crossings that will brighten the stripes. We need to put a black material down and then put the white back down to make it so there's more contrast, because roads fade out over time, and so the marking, while still white, appears lighter because it's against a lighter background. So the way to alleviate that is to put a black material down first.
Chair, I'll make a
Yes.
motion to approve E14, but I have
Second.
some questions.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner Davis.
Is the sign that one of the Pine Ridge Equestrian Association people showed that says yield, with a picture of a horse, is that in the,
I'll have to look it up. I don't know that book off the top of my head. I had at one time, Mr. Eastman.
I was gonna say, it's
That
surprising
doesn't-
that you don't.
Mr. Eastman had given me that, but I didn't keep it. He
I
had
would-
all of the signs that were there.
I would just say that if you don't want this subject to keep coming back, make sure that we are as, I'm not going to use the word aggressive, but as assertive as possible on our signage and striping to make sure that we get this settled, because the danger is quite real that somebody's going to get killed. And hear them about horses being stupid about paint on the actual lane. There can't be any paint inside the lane. You can do whatever you want to outside, but where you're asking the horse to cross, there should be no markings, because horses are not always, they think differently than we do. And then be as assertive as we can with that signage to make sure it's absolutely clear if there's a horse present, you're supposed to stop.
Well, the biggest deterrent, and if the lady would send me the pictures of any county employees on video that didn't heed the signage, I'll take care of that. But the one thing that would serve as a major deterrent is if the sheriff's department would issue a number of tickets.
Duly noted, but we need the signage too to make it clear. Because I honestly think, after a lifetime of riding horses next to traffic, that there are some, hey, I'm gonna resurrect my yahoos on boats. There are yahoos in cars that honk and do all kinds of stupid things to try to get your horse to speak because they think it's funny. But I think most people are just flat out ignorant of how dangerous it is and how scary it can be for everybody. So signage will help educate. Isn't that what you said, educate and enforce? So
We'll take a look at it.
thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner.
What I was saying for Commissioner Davis is that urban graffiti, when you use paint, you can't do the lines because they want to jump them. But you can use green or a solid green, and that's what I was trying to say. With paint, it's very easy, and you could do something like just a blue color, and without the lineage, is it lineage? The lines, and that way it grabs the attention of drivers also, and it's a lot better than just two white lines. So
I think that's a great idea, and considering that a lot of horses have steel shoes, if it had grit in this, because regular paint would make it more slippery. But I think it's a great idea, especially if there's grit in there, so.
I would note this, and I'll check with the experts on it, but, I mean, to use blue lines instead of yellow lines, I think is a huge liability issue, because I don't know what a blue line means on a roadway.
Well, that's something that you have to look at. What I was saying, keep referencing the urban graffiti, because you'll see in different cities where the bike path on the road is just a solid green line.
The whole path is painted,
Yes.
not in line, the whole
Okay,
path.
Yes.
one at a time. Commissioner Slaybaugh has the floor.
So that's what I was saying, Randy, that if it's a solid color, it doesn't matter that, you can find it could be reflective paint, whatever, but just whatever can be done within the law, but it does work. I see it all the time. I know all of us have seen it. And, it's a safety issue, and it also tricks drivers, so,
Anything else?
thank you.
Commissioner Davis, anything else?
No, that was
Okay,
it.
Commissioner Kennard.
Randy, one of the speakers brought up the idea of an electronic sign for a short period of time to educate drivers. What's the process for considering something like that?
Well, based on the meeting that was there, the sheriff's office is going to they have portable signs that they have out there.
Okay,
And they're going to put portable signs out there. If law enforcement does it, that's fine.
okay,
And they are going to do that, as I understand it.
Okay, good.
It's somewhat of a temporary measure. It will have an impact for a couple of days. When it goes away, sometimes the thought goes away, but.
Yeah, my thought was, if that's out there as a temporary measure, just to educate people that they are supposed to stop for this, and then we've got additional signage there to reinforce it on an ongoing basis. So maybe we can coordinate with them that the signs would go up before the electronic signs go down.
Yeah, on a message board like that, they can put almost anything they want.
Right.
Okay, because they have special dispensation since they're law enforcement, but you'll see a lot of places that'll say, traffic signal changing, please note pattern before they turn on signals, things like that. So
Okay.
it's pretty common. The question's gonna be, what's the residual effect?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll depend on the signs, I think, the education part of it.
Chair,
Anything else?
Good.
Yes, Commissioner Davis.
I'll volunteer to follow up with the sheriff on that.
If you wish, I guess. That the only thing, one of the speakers I thought made a good point when she said she showed the sign to law enforcement from another area, I think she said Orlando, and they said they wouldn't have been able to enforce that sign anyway. So I assume when you go through the uniform sign code, the sheriff will be on board with whatever we pick. We won't hear down the road, sorry you picked that, because we can't enforce it because it doesn't meet the legal requirements of a sign. So whatever we put out there, I just think everybody needs to be in the loop so that we don't run into that down the road.
I've seen all kinds of signs in my career, including woe for stop signs.
Well, like I said, I don't want somebody coming back and saying, well, if you would have checked with us, we would have been able to tell you we can't enforce that. So we have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard to concur with approach and receive the file for information and move forward with E14. With that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that passes unanimously. Item F, please.
Yes, item F, we'd ask that 8B deleted. We're taking care of the beach mat and the other things that were approved at the last meeting. And that would be it.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner
I'll make a
Kennard.
motion to approve this, but I would like to add in there a review of the core Civic contract on a monthly basis.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Okay, going to add core civic review. So it's remove item 8 and add core civic review monthly? Is that what
Yeah,
we're
that's
looking at?
fine.
Is that good for you, Commissioner Kennard?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay, still looking for a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. G1, please.
Yes, G1, at the last board meeting, the 4 board members that were here asked that the letter for guidance as it relates to the development of the 2022-23 budget be provided. Normally that's done after we do the first preliminary budget, but there's no harm in doing it early if that's what you want. So we have included that draft in your backup. What's being recommended is the rollback is what's been done with a 5% increase for inflation. I would note that Social Security went up 5.9 and the consumer price index for the southeast region was high sevens. It also notes in there in your agenda item that we'll need 0.2 of a mil for EMS. The reason we won't have better numbers until we get to about October, the reason is because we know our expenses very well at this point. What we don't know is collections, and we based it on the history from Nature Coast EMS. And also the fact that since the state is up the match, or up the amount that they're funding for mental health, that forces the county's mental health up $500,000, which we did a budget amendment, it's $450, I think. But that would be roughly a half of a tenth of a mil. So with that, we'll wait on your guidance as to how you would like to proceed on this. It clearly will, you know, in my opinion, it will be greater than the current millage rate.
Okay, Commissioners, what I asked for this for is typically we send a letter out to the constitutionals giving them some idea of what we're looking for. And of course, obviously, it's up to them. They can pay attention to it. They can ignore it. They can come back with whatever their recommendations would be. But I think it's important that we tell them what we're going to try to do, our rationale, and if they want something different, then they can approach us on that. This guideline, based on previous year, reflects what I've always voted for, which is rollback plus cost of living, which is adjusted for in here, plus anything new that the citizens have asked for, which was EMS, which they clearly asked for. And we know that mental health was the unified vision of virtually every elected person in the county for the last 2 years. So I can support this budget framework, at least to send that to the constitutionals to get the ball rolling. And what say you all?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Slabaugh.
I agree with your methodology. I'm just not a big fan of rollback. I think it's like a ship, and we agree to disagree on that. So, but other than that, I don't see a problem.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Carney.
I agree 100% with your thing. I think rollback is what we need to be looking at, plus cost of living. Again, inflation's going up, prices are going up, and you know, I hear through the grapevine that this board is looking at raising the millage. They can raise it on their watch, but I'm not, you know, I'll support the parameters you have right now. But, you know, we got commissioners that are going to be asking for assistance and things like that, but yet we're not taking care of departments. It's just it's amazing.
Okay, so heard from 2 commissioners. Anybody else have any comments? Sir. Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with starting with this. I don't think starting with rollback is where we're going to end up at. We're not paying our bills. You know, we're not taking care of the infrastructure. That is a looming cloud over county government here, and to keep cutting as much as we can possibly cut to the bare bones, but not take care of the infrastructure that we've got in place right now, is I think, quite frankly, I think it's irresponsible of us. But if we want to send out a letter and say this is where we're going to start with, and start the discussion at that point, I'm fine with it. But I don't think that's where we can end up at.
Okay, that's what I said. This was the starting point. Commissioner Davis, any comments?
I agree completely with what Commissioner Kennard just said, and I would say that the definition, my definition anyway, of being fiscally conservative and wise is to take care of what you've already put money into, investments into your assets. It's not a good idea to let them fall apart to the point that they're worthless. So that's my rule number 1 of fiscal conservatism. It's certainly the way I run my household, and it's certainly the way I run my company.
So with that said, we're looking for direction and the methodology to give to the guidelines for the next year's budget. So does anybody object to starting with this guideline that's in front of us and we go from there?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, so no objections, Mr. Oliver, so we'll start with this.
Okay, that's fine. We'll
and
take care of
perhaps-
it. We'll send that out and take care of it. I would note for planning for the future that I think that the additional 50,000 homestead exemption is going to pass. I don't like it, but it's going to pass but it will be effective in 23-24 budget year. But all that's going to do is move taxes from one group of people to another.
Yes.
So it's going to make it so the people that don't get those exemptions will pay more, as well as the commercial property owners.
Okay, very good. So, do you need a motion on that, or we just have consensus of the board and move forward with that guy?
Consensus is fine.
Okay.
I'll go back to the tape if I
Mr.
need
Chair,
to.
no, I think you need to have a vote on that.
Okay, so let's have,
So we all have it in stone here.
you want to make a motion, Commissioner?
I'll make a
Kane?
motion that we move forward with the budget parameters of 22, 23.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Carnahan, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Okay, any further board discussion?
Yeah, I just want to go out here and, you know, I've heard some comments about infrastructure. I preach infrastructure for, I don't know how many years, but yeah, we want to do, spend money on different things versus infrastructure. And all of a sudden, you know, I'm glad to see that commissioners are on board with infrastructure this year. But, you know, there's a lot of projects and things that we spent money on that probably shouldn't have versus that we could have spent it on infrastructure. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Anything else, board?
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
yes.
if, I agree, like I said, I agree with this, except, you know, push back a little bit for the rollback. With this motion, is this locking us into not having the discussion about?
No, the discussion will continue.
Okay.
This is a starting point for the discussion. You
I
know,
just wanted to
if-
make sure I'm clear on it.
I'll give you an
Thank
example. My first year on the board, I think some of you will remember this, the chair asked for a letter to be sent to all the constitutionals telling them they wanted a 10% budget cut.
Yeah.
And remember that?
Yeah, I did.
I don't think that flew, but that was the letter that went out to all the constitutionals. So you gotta have to have a starting point somewhere to start the discussion, so.
Yes.
Okay, so that's where we are. Is there any other comments? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that passes unanimously. G2, please, Mr. Oliver.
Yes, G2, Commissioner Kennard has a conflict, and he's asked that the meeting of November 15th be moved to Monday, November 7th. The 8th is Election Day, which that's going to be a busy day for any representatives of the canvassing board. And also, we noticed that there has to be, by state law, 2 weeks after the election, a meeting for the swearing in of new commissioners, which would be the 22nd, which we had not scheduled because that is Thanksgiving week, and that's not terribly convenient for some, but it's a statutory requirement as I understand it. So we would seek your direction as it relates to moving the BOCC meeting on the 15th to November 7th and scheduling the additional meeting on November 22nd.
Mr. Chair, move approval of G2.
Okay.
Second.
Commissioner Carnahan makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Board, any further comments? I was just going to say, I think that, you know, we always try to accommodate commissioners with conflicts. The interesting thing is that I had down on my schedule that perhaps my last meeting would be the 15th, and now it's going to be November 7th. So that'll be just a faster way to get me down the road there. Huh? Okay, so that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Item G3, please.
Yes, as it states in the backup, we got a letter as it relates to a mental health facility for $2 million for Lifestream. They're looking for $2 million from us, $2 million from from Hernando County, and $6 to $8 million is what they verbally represented anyway from the hospital board. I can't tell you whether they'll get that or not, or whether they can get it from some other places. They've said they want to build up to a 32-bed inpatient facility, you know, what those terms are going to be, as was indicated today, I don't know. They've consistently said they want it to be forgivable over a period of time, that to be developed. But the hospital board indicated today that they were not in favor of that. We'd seek board direction on that, but also I want you to know that our recommendation is if we take it out of the ARPA funding, that we complete the design to the Holder Industrial Park, but we basically put the design on the shelf, and if there's a prospect, which I think because of the transportation grid, it may be a little bit of time, but we could get that done in 12 months. So I don't think that would be an impediment. It would be that project, based on my conversation with Ken Cheek, that we would recommend delaying.
So just to reiterate, what I clearly heard the hospital board representative say is, and we've said this, Commissioner Carnahan brought it up as well, I know we've said it in the past, have no interest in giving any money that does not come back to the county. I mean, the centers, I just think that was outrageous where the county contributed that money to the centers, then they sold it and they get the money even though the taxpayers paid for it. Now, I understand that isn't exactly precisely correct. It had to do with grants and paying back or whatever, but I still think the concept is that if we give them $2 million, it sounded to me, what I heard, you guys correct me, but I heard the hospital board say, if it doesn't have a, I don't want to say, what's the word I'm looking for, not clawback, but if it doesn't revert, if it's not a reverter, if it doesn't revert back to us, they're not interested in supporting it. That's what I heard them say. I don't think I have any interest in supporting it if it doesn't revert back to us either. I don't have a problem with the $2 million, knowing that, we're going to have to kick back a water sewer project to do it. But I just have, and it won't affect them, Lifestream, if they stay for 20 or 30 or 40 years, I mean, they won't have to worry about it. But I just have a problem with, doing that, and then they decide a year or two down the road they're leaving, and then all of a sudden they sell that building, and we're out. Yes, sir.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair?
Carnan. Yes. Kennard.
A couple questions. First of all, we know that they're going to be looking for money from Hernando County as well. So if this building, if things were to go south with Lifestream and this building were to revert back to the county, do we then pay Hernando County the $2 million that they've got into a facility that we now own?
I would think we would. I would think that'd be the fair thing. I mean, I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, but.
And I know that the board, Lifestream board, is adverse to this reverter clause. Is there any room for compromise? Maybe if they are maybe if they're the provider in the county for the next 20 years, then it's forgivable. And I'm just spitballing here, just throwing that out there. If not, then not. And we're putting money on the table, and there's a reverter clause, and sounds like the hospital board's prepared to put money on the table, and there's a reverter clause. But I'm just airing that out for thought. And what would we do about Hernando County's money?
Good thought. Mr. Oliver, any thoughts?
Well,
I would think
I
if
have
it was
one
us-
thought. I think Hernando County wants the beds, so they really don't care who provides it as long as they have the beds. They're the same way we are.
No, I know, but if things go south with Lifestream next year and Hernando County just put $2 million in a building that's up here.
Well, here's the way I would see it to work in an ideal world, that let's say, everybody fell out of love with each other in 10 years.
That's a better way to put it.
Okay. In 10 years, whoever took over the contract for mental health, I think what I would envision is that they would take that facility and run that facility and continue to provide those services.
Right.
Now, I'm not convinced Lifestream's on board with that.
And that was my understanding as well. That would be good. Yes, Commissioner Slabaugh.
Mr. Chairman, I think what you're saying, Commissioner Kennard, is exactly how I feel that, and what was stated, I heard from the hospital board, as long as the building lies in perpetuity, then they're fine with pledging the money. But I feel with the $2 million coming from Hernando, it's not, that's why it's so important that the building stays in the county's coffers, because Lifestream leaves, we bring in a new mental health provider But if we do it where they have the building, like what happened with what was brought up about the centers, getting the money from the sale from state and county money, which is, I don't agree with at all. That's why it's so important that we have that building.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing is again, in the perfect world, we want the building, we want it to stay, we want somebody to operate it. So if it's Lifestream and they're here forever, great. And if for some reason they leave in the future, we still need to have the building that the taxpayers invested in for whoever comes in to run it. Madam Attorney, you had a comment?
I do,
Yes.
if I might. I just want to remind the board back how this started and how these issues first arose. And Mr. Grant said that he had had some discussions, we had had some discussions, and the hospital board actually retained outside counsel, and I did speak with that counsel too. Remember, when this initially started, they were going to be on county property. We had vacant property, they were going to build a building. So in structuring the MOU, the agreement between us and Lifestream, I drafted the agreement with two things, in recognizing two things. That at the end of the lease term, whatever that lease term was, 50 years, 100 years, 99 years, whatever it was, that once they constructed their structure on our property, it became a fixture and would remain with the county. And I drafted the MOU in that manner. I additionally had a clause in there that said that if they were no longer Citrus County's mental health care provider, that the building would revert to the county. So it was in that vein that we started these discussions where we owned the property. This is a completely different set of circumstances where we're dealing with a piece of property that we don't own, and we have to recognize that the county can't loan money. So it's going to be very creative how we structure this situation now that we're not dealing with our property. But I wanted to make sure you all understood where those two principles came from and what Mr. Grant was talking about. So I don't know how much he knows, because we haven't talked further about how this has morphed into something completely different. So I just wanted to put those things out there.
So what you're saying, again, what I'm hearing you say, is either it's a grant where we say, here's money to help you do this, and it's your building and we're pitching in, or they have to agree that there has to be some kind of, for lack of a better word, I'll say strings attached to the money that would come to them. My concern is I just want to see the operation continue. If they don't need the county money to do it, great. They can buy whatever they want, they can build whatever they want. But when you come to the taxpayers and say, give us money, there has to be strings attached to that. And so that's where I'm with this, So however that structures that, I don't want to tell them. Remember before when they wanted to locate a facility someplace else, I said we shouldn't be in that business as long as they can legally put their entity wherever they want to legally, to let them do it. We shouldn't be telling them what community they can go into or not. I think the same thing with this. So there's a difference if somebody says, we just want your money, but you have no buy-in. That's a whole different thing. So what are we? Yes.
Sorry, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
go ahead.
Are we out ahead of this a little bit? I mean, I know this has been going on for a long time, but I feel like we need some feedback from Lifestream. If their heels are dug in, that they have to have ownership of the building at some point, and the hospital board and this board are saying no money if this building reverts back to Lifestream, then we don't really have a deal.
I agree.
And we got to revisit how to put together a Baker Act facility in the county.
And what the attorney is saying is we can't say, we'll loan you the money for 20 years, and then if you decide, or you can have 20 years to pay us back, we're not allowed to loan money. So
Right.
I was thinking of some kind of, here's something to get you started, but it's not a grant. We expect it to be refunded to us at a certain point in the future. This would be seed money to get that going. That's kind of the way I envisioned it. So, yeah, anything else?
No.
Okay. Did you have something else to add?
I just wanted to say that since this has morphed, I have had no conversations with Mr. Grant or Mr. Shepherd. So I've never had any discussions with the representatives from Lifestream.
Okay. Yes, sir.
One of the things that could be done, and obviously Lifestream would have to be agreeable to this, would be if they pay 1.2 million for the Centers building, that the county would have the option to buy it for the 1.2 million. I mean, that would be workable. Now, whether they're inclined to do that or not, I don't know. The other thing I would note is while this board has influence over who provides mental health services, the ultimate decision is up to Lutheran Services.
Okay.
Right now, anyway.
Okay, Commissioner Carnahan?
No, and I agree with Commissioner Kennard. I mean, I think we're out ahead of this a little bit. I think what we need to do is send a message back to Livestream saying, hey, this is where we are. We're willing to commit to 2 million, but under these circumstances, and let's see what they do and where they're at. I agree. I don't know that we should be voting on $2 million a day unless we know where they're at. I think that's a great point.
I just need to set the money aside, because if I go ahead and go to bid for the Holder sewer, we aren't gonna have the money. That's that's the driver.
Well, I think personally, I think we can take that. I mean, we can set that money aside and hold off.
Right.
There's no pressing reason to
Okay,
run
that's
utilities to Holder. Having the design ready is fine. My suggestion then would be that we table this, and I don't know if we want to instruct Denise to be in touch with Bill Grant and Livestream and figure out how we're gonna move forward with this.
Yes, ma'am.
I could do that with the direction that, consistent with your prior direction to me, that whatever it is has to revert to the county, and if they cease to be the mental health provider, that whatever it is goes away. If those two parameters remain, then I'm happy to go forth and be creative with those two things in mind.
Speaking for myself, I've never changed my mind from those 2 points. So it seems to me reasonable, and however it works out, even with what Randy was saying about with the Centers building and so on and so forth. I also agree with Commissioner Kennard. Let's set the money aside and setting there, and then we'll figure out, all the, because there's got to be a way of getting there. It's just that everybody has to understand what, we're not spending our money, and they have to understand it. It's not like we're taking out our personal checkbooks and making a donation to some nonprofit organization. This is taxpayer money here, and it needs to be protected, as I don't think it was in the past, so. Yes.
It's funny, I often get chastised for not thinking in gray. But that's a great idea that Mr. Oliver came up with. If we could work it out, because they're asking for 2 million. If that property is 1.2, I could maybe be creative.
Yeah, well, I have no problem with you being creative and coming back to us what you got. So it sounds to me like stick the 2 million aside, Mr. Oliver. Let the county attorney and everybody get creative with Livestream and see if we can come up and see if it meets everybody's parameters. But you know what our concerns are, right? So that's
Right.
that's
We can do that.
Anybody object to that? Any
No.
objection to that?
No.
Okay, you got what you need to?
I do.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I have very little to add to this conversation, but I will say, just go on record as saying that mental health is a serious crisis, and we do need to get this fixed. I know all of us are in agreement with that. And nobody has really explained to me, it's a very intricate thing, healthcare finances. So healthcare company finances, it's not as clean as most for-profit companies and so forth. And nobody's really explained to me why we're having to go this route of debating whether a capital expenditure should remain in the hands of the county. If they need funding, then there should be something else. If we're going to buy a capital, asset, then it should remain with the county, I would think. Nobody's been able to explain that very well to me yet. So I'm in agreement with everything that we're going. I just wanted to say that I'm still a little confused as to why we're even at this impasse, so.
Okay, well, I don't think it's an impasse so much
Well-
as getting more information and
Yeah.
we're trying to work out the details, so. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Unrelated to the $2 million question, if we're done with that, my understanding is that there have been some concerns with interactions that are taking place with Livestream, some between the sheriff's office, some between private residents, so forth. I would like to see, and some of those things seem to be going unresolved. I know there's a meeting, Randy, you met with a group from Livestream, the sheriff's office?
We did. It was about 3 weeks ago, it was agreed that we would do that meeting. I believe it's monthly or quarterly, I can't remember.
Okay.
But we'll be setting up another one. But we did have the meeting. Most of those concerns circled around security at the Livestream receiving facility, and they would prefer, and they were going to do, the sheriff's office was going to do an inspection of that facility, and Livestream was agreeable. They wanted more of a sally port operation, which is where you pull the vehicle in, there's a fence around the area, and the person can't get out of that fenced area.
Right.
Yeah, that discussion did occur.
Okay. Can we set that up for a quarterly meeting? That either you or I think probably best that the administrator meet with the sheriff's office and an official from Livestream, an official with ability to make some decisions.
Well,
at
we had
Livestream.
John Cherry, we had Rick Hankey, and we had the lady here locally, I forget her name.
Okay.
That were on that meeting, and I thought it went very well. Everybody seemed to be accommodating to make changes that needed to be made. But they also recognized the fact that until they had a receiving facility for mental health patients, instead of having to take them to Leesburg, that it wasn't an ideal situation.
Right. I would just like to see that, those things that they're agreeable to, those changes are taking place and that there are improvements being made. And I think right now there are enough concerns that I believe it needs to be addressed on a quarterly basis.
That's fine. I mean, we're just what I call the facilitator in this, but we'll continue to do that. And as I say, I thought the last meeting went well.
We are a facilitator, but also this is our community. And we need to be concerned if our private residents are concerned with some of the interactions they're having there, and the sheriff's office is concerned with interactions they're having there, we should be concerned and not stay at an arm's length from the problems that are going on.
Yeah, if you remember, I brought this back from the Public Safety Coordinating Committee, remember?
Right.
And I believe that got Livestream to attend those.
Mhm.
That's where I thought that led to. And that was the last I heard, so I don't know if that's going
They're
well.
attending those.
And so hopefully that's going well with them being there or whatever. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, I was shocked because I came back and told you all the biggest complaint at that meeting was Livestream.
Yeah.
And we needed to know about that.
Yeah.
So hopefully that's all gotten worked out and everybody's in the loop. Yes, sir.
Well, here's what I would like to make sure also, that Livestream is on this, we're getting these things worked out before we commit to $2 million to for some kind
Right,
of facility,
right.
and things aren't being worked out properly.
Well, I think that I'm sorry, I interrupted, Mr. Chairman.
No, you done, Mr. Carney?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I would like to see without airing out all the dirty laundry, I would like to make sure that Livestream is following through on promises or them understanding what the concerns are, what the issues are that our residents here are facing and that our sheriff's office is facing. It's one thing to say, yeah, we get it, we're going to address this, and 6 months later, it's still not addressed. That's a problem.
Absolutely. Okay, so why don't we do this? Why doesn't somebody make a motion that we provide direction for administration to set the $2 million aside while we continue to discuss the agreement and reducing the ARPA sewer project? That is what we're looking for, right?
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, so Commissioner Kennard makes that motion, second by Commissioner Slaybach. Is there any public comment on the motion? Okay, Commissioners, anything else? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. I believe we are now up to item I. We have one advisory board announcement and an appointment.
Yes, nominate and appoint one of the applicants to the Historic Resources Advisory Board for a 2-year term as a member at large that ends January 31st, 2024.
So Commissioners, I see we have 3 applicants and 1 opening, if I read this right. So what's the board's pleasure?
I'm sorry, where are we at?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
Well, I won.
Sir, I would, Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman,
Slabaugh.
I would like to nominate Paul Grannon.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion for Paul Grannon by Commissioner Slabaugh and second by Commissioner Carnahan. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes 4-0 so far. We'll record Commissioner Davis when she returns. Okay, let's go on to committee reports, please. Who wants to start? Start down there with Commissioner Kennard. You got any
Sure.
committee reports?
Well, my new position, this District 5 board that I now participate in their meetings. We learned, I guess probably the biggest part of the discussion last week were the alarming number of youth that were in trouble with the law in Marion County and Ocala, and to some degree this direction. Some of the highest in the state, more so than Jacksonville, larger populous counties. So there was not a whole lot of discussion in terms of our area here, but they were concerned. There was an awful lot of concern about that.
Mr. Chair, more like gang-related stuff, or just
It didn't say.
Okay.
Didn't say. It was actually, I shouldn't say actually, it was an interesting meeting. I enjoyed participating and hearing a number of different speakers talk about their communities.
Anything else?
No, I don't think so.
All right, Commissioner Davis, we're on committee reports, before we
Aye.
start, how do you vote on Paul Grannon for the Historical Resource Advisory Board?
Aye.
Aye, okay, so Commissioner Davis votes aye, that's 5-0. Okay, and you got any committee reports for us?
I have 3.
Okay.
It was a very busy week and a half. So TDC, we're looking at the wisdom of continuing the magazine as it is, or we had a very long conversation that was quite, for being in marketing, of course I loved it, various avenues that we might be able to use those same resources more effectively. And then Jody is getting super excited that we are probably 1 meeting, 1 month, 6 weeks away from passing Amelia Island in likes, so she's super happy about that. Medical examiner board, another happy spot. I was handed a 5-year strategic plan, so it's a very well-run organization. It's a pleasure to serve on that. And Aviation Advisory Board, I'm certainly not assigned to it, but I attended, and it was a really powerful, awesome, very engaging meeting. We had multiple people who were not selected show up and speak and open to the public, and it was a really engaging meeting. They voted to move those meetings. This was came from me talking to a lot of the applicants prior. Somebody put forward an idea that those meetings actually be held at the 2 airports on a rotating basis near the end of the day to engage more pilots in the board. And so that passed, I believe, unanimously or almost unanimously, so that's going to start at the next meeting, so that was kind of exciting. And that's all I have.
Okay, Commissioner Slabaugh?
Unfortunately, I had COVID, so I was down and out for. Did you? I didn't realize. Oh.
Commissioner Carnahan?
No, nothing. I'm good.
Okay, I just had, the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council had quite a lengthy meeting. One of the interesting things was that we had a presentation on what's called frictional unemployment, and it deals with recovery from the COVID disaster, however you want to categorize that. But frictional unemployment is unemployment that involves the workforce choosing to leave their current jobs or new ones and pursuing skill sets needed for different roles. So in other words, many people, which is why I've always still questioned this thing of the all these different programs to incentivize employees to go to work when they don't want to. Or they've chose to not go back to work. There's plenty of programs out there to compensate them, everything from increased minimum wages and stuff. But clearly, there's people who are changing. Some people said, well, I kind of like working from home. I'm going to start my own company. So some of these reports showed that there was a large increase of people becoming their own business owners or whatever. So, and then there's also people who say, well, we decided we don't need 2-income family, we can get by on one. So what we have is a severe shortage of workers, not a severe shortage of people trying to find jobs. And so the work is out there, employers can't find the people they're looking for, and the ones they get now are like, well, no, I don't think I like doing that anymore, I'm going to try something different. So that was quite an interesting report. Also, we had a presentation on which you might recognize the name of this. I asked this be added to it. It was Resilience Perspectives of Shoreline Construction, and it was also included waterfront property setbacks. And the interesting thing is there's really no answer to the question. Yeah. Because the issue so far with waterfront setbacks deals with storm surge, flooding, those kind of things. They talked about, building impervious surfaces, and, the question always comes up, is it better to have an impervious surface that's clean and the water runs right off that straight into the water? Or is it better to run through, fertilized lawns and stuff before it goes into the water? And they showed this drawing that showed the house and then a swimming pool and then this deck concept, which was pretty good because they were showing you could build the deck over the drain field and actually build right out to the water line and still have your drainage and your swales and everything. My question was, is the swimming pool impervious surface? It is, right? I mean, you're building a concrete hole, so
Catching rainwater.
You're catching rainwater, So the answer is there was a whole lot of study and comment and discussion about setbacks related to storm surge and flooding. Obviously, they're trying not to get people to build in flood zones that have to have their homes replaced. But nobody would talk about the perspectives from, I guess, environmental. Is there an environmental issue related to property structure setbacks? So it was addressed, and we'll see what happens. They even brought up that I asked for it to be added to it, so I sat there and waited, and never heard anything related to what we were looking at. And I just think, I have to say this. This was their answer. Every district handles it differently. Every county handles it differently. It's up to the local government to decide what they want to do. So I couldn't get an answer that there is a, quote, this is what everybody's doing to deal with it. So whatever that's worth, and I have quite a bit that I'll be doing down there in the next coming months. They're having their big 60th Diamond anniversary. I don't know if you all knew that the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council was the first one. And let's see. And there's some other things coming up, but I'll wait till next month to tell you about that. So let's move on to Commissioner Carnahan.
Randy, did we send somebody out to look at that building and seeing if the roof was on? I mean,
No, we're in the process of having the appraisals done on 3 fire stations out of one of them, but no, I haven't.
So what I would like to do, if that's the case, and if I didn't realize we're getting in, so I think we ought to table this until we get an appraisal, because again, they did ask for it, and I do feel that, the appraisal's the right way to go, and it needs to be sold for a price because it's taxpayers' money. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll table this until we get the appraisals in and we know what the value of it's worth.
Okay, we'll deal with this in the future then. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard, anything for us?
Yes, nothing that we're going to vote on today, but I thought I would throw this out there. I currently serve as the alternate on the canvassing committee. And since agreeing to do that, there's been an individual that has entered one of the races that I would like to participate in this campaign. If nobody's interested in taking my seat as the alternate, then I will not participate in his campaign, but I thought I would bring it up and see.
Is there any interest from anybody in?
I mean, I'll do it for you. I mean, I'm not running, so I'm not getting any campaign, so.
Oh, very good.
Yeah,
Okay.
so if that's what you want to do, I'll take your spot.
The only thing, again, I mean, I'm not planning on missing any meetings, but you are required to be at those 2 meetings, the training one in Orlando, which is in March sometime, and then the one here in Citrus County for half a day.
if y'all could get me the dates.
Okay.
And
So
I'll do that for you.
I appreciate you volunteering, but I think you should know what you're volunteering for, so.
Thank you, Commissioner
guess-
Carnahan.
I don't have a problem with that.
So let's do this. Can we put that on the
I
next
guess
agenda?
I should ask you what race you want to.
I'm not saying.
I'm just kidding, you know that.
Okay, let's put that on the next agenda so we can officially vote to change that committee assignment. And in the meantime, we'll
Very
get
nice.
Commissioner Carnahan the dates that he needs to be there for, okay? Okay, anything else, Commissioner Kennard?
No, nothing.
Okay, Commissioner Davis.
Yes, sir. Looking for, make a motion to approve M1, the selection of community stakeholders for a strategic planning working group event. Would you like my editorial comment now or wait till a second?
Whatever you would like. It's your
Can I throw
item.
something out there real quick, Mr. Chair, from Mr. Davis?
Ms. Davis, you have the floor. You gonna yield to Commissioner Carnahan?
Sure.
Well, I just
Mr.
wanted to
Carnahan?
say that, I got a phone call, and I think we've all got emails about the Builders Association.
Yeah, and I'm planning to
All right,
address
there you go.
that.
That's all I have.
Yep.
Okay,
That's why I was like,
back to
I got it covered.
There you
Back
go.
to you,
All right, good.
Commissioner
I
Davis.
just wanted to throw that out there real quick.
I pretty immediately sent a email reply to Ms. Bidlack and said, and described what the methodology was on this. And then I since had a conversation with her. I also talked to Gaston Hall.
Yep.
So number one, I'm trying to make sure that this board, including me, stays at a remove from this process. There's only 40 spots. There are a lot of really awesome, committed leaders. We are blessed to live in a community where, I think we could pretty easily come up with 500 awesome people to take those 40 spots. So there's going to be a lot of people, myself included, who are not going to be chosen because we're not going to be participating. And so, because, to back up a second, one of the things I said was anybody who is a type A leader, team-oriented person is going to be saying, let me in, coach, I want to be there. I want a seat at that table. And there's a whole lot of us, including me, because I can't be on there, that is one of those let me in, coach kind of people. And there's going to be some disappointed folks. So this was prepared by staff with some involvement from me. And it's actually more granular than I really hoped for, but we did want to make sure that we hit some of the micro groups, as it were. My justification on leaving off CCBA as well as the realtors is that both of those are business-oriented groups. And the chamber is an umbrella for all businesses. There are realtors that belong to that. There's people from CCBA that belong to that. That being said, I would say that we need to make sure that those two groups are covered. What really needs to happen is that all the 40 people need to be team-oriented, long ball thinkers that, and my wish would be is that they are cross-pollinated on as many things as possible. So you have somebody that's super involved with the Kings Bay Restoration Project, for example, that's also involved with, who's a realtor, and I'm not actually thinking of anybody, I'm just making this up. And so that can fill more than one hat there. And anybody who isn't selected that really wants to be a part of it would be very encouraged to reach out to whatever organization that they would normally be nominated through and make sure that they have a discussion with whoever's going to be at that table, because this truly is a community effort and it truly is critical, and I'm very excited about it. So I think CCBA is fine with that direction. I actually said that probably what needs to happen is the steering committee probably ought to do a drive document in Excel or whatever and put everybody on there and run a cross-reference on who belongs to what groups to make sure that we get folks that are as involved in as many areas as possible to make sure everybody is represented, every single key stakeholder group. So hopefully that answers y'all's concerns, but I'm done for now. I made a motion.
So what is your motion to approve the list of the strategic plan working group selection contained in
Yes.
M1, right?
With the understanding that CCBA, and I have not talked to the realtors nor heard from them, but with the understanding that all those key stakeholder groups do need to be represented, yes.
Okay, so it's a motion by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
Second that.
Second by Commissioner Carnahan. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
He was listening in the back room.
There we go. That speaker comes in handy, so that's unanimous, 5-0. Commissioner Slabaugh, anything for us tonight?
No, sir.
Okay, I have one item. I'm not going to belabor it. I talked on it at length last time. It's pretty self-explanatory. I made the recommendation we follow the same recruitment process that we did last time and many others did, that we hire a headhunter. They bring back a list of selected folks to the board, then the board would, narrow it down however they choose. Probably the first thing is if you choose to go this route, we give the staff the authority to go and get some bids from headhunters, and then we start that process. I'm sure the headhunters will come back and give us their recommendation, but they're going to want to meet with the commissioners to get your idea of what you're looking for in an administrator and so on, so they know what matrix to run applicants through. If you do that, and then you come up with, some finalists, and they get interviewed, and then the concept being is that then if you select the next administrator, and they would work closely with Mr. Oliver and get the transition nice and smooth until he departs and they start, on their own. That's kind of the recapitulation of what I said last time. So the first step in the process is, if you agree with the process, is to start the search for firms to do that.
So you making a motion?
No, sir, I'm letting that
So
up
I
to
will
you.
make a motion that we go out on a bid process for headhunters for the next administrator.
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan makes that motion.
I'll second it.
There's a second by Commissioner Slabaugh. Is there any public comment?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, relax, I'm not interested in the job. But I would say
Give us your
that-
name for the record,
Oh,
please.
Josh Wooten, President and CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. This is a good, solid direction you're going in, and obviously it's y'all's decision. But I just hope that y'all will at least put an emphasis on Florida preferred, because we have such an integral state of how things work and our environment and all that. So when I see national, I just think, I don't know that a guy from Toledo, Ohio, he may have skills, but the learning curve may be steep. So I hope whatever y'all settle on, you prefer somebody with Florida experience. Randy had it, and it sure came in handy,
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on the motion? Please put the signs down. We're not even to that section yet, so, okay? All right, so here we go. We're going to, we have a motion, a second. There's no further public comment. Is there any other board discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Slabaugh.
The only question I have, I think this is a great idea, is the question is, I tried to Google some of these firms, but then I got busy and whatever, I was sick, and how do we figure out the 3 firms or the 5 firms? I mean, that's just staff does that for us?
No. Yes, somebody answer.
This isn't a staff thing at all. I mean, what we'll do is, we will send it out, we will advertise, we will send it out to the firms listed.
Okay.
They will send proposals back, those proposals will come through to you, and then you will select who you think would best represent, represent what you want.
So we have to select the firm first, then that's the first thing. So we invite all of them to bid.
Thank you. I misread it. And then you, so we're going to just send it out, then we go through and look at the firms. Okay,
We will
good.
give you the responses that they sent in totality, and you will essentially be, rather than having a staff grading committee, the commissioners will grade the responses and determine, however you all want to determine it, who you think would represent what you're most interested in.
Okay. Madam
Thank
Attorney,
you.
You had a comment?
Yes, I would just say, this is just an example of some firms who potentially provide that service. The solicitation will go out to everyone, just like any other solicitation that you do. So long as you all want to follow this process, you can always waive your procurement processes. But if it sounds to me like what I'm hearing from the motion is we're using normal procurement processes, so it may be more than these firms.
Very good. And then the other point of this is, I agree with starting with Florida, but we'll have the applicants anyway, and we can decide if they're Florida or they're Toledo, Ohio, or whatever by their qualifications. Yes, Florida is unusual. It's unique in everything we do. We don't have Florida man for just because. And so I just think that, yes, that's great to have a Florida candidate, but, you know, it's going to be whoever's the most qualified too.
Yeah, again, just to kind of summarize this, the way I saw this procedure is we go out for requests for bids from headhunter firms, that then those would come to the board. We would, if we get 5, we get 50, we sit down, we go through them, then we come back, we have a meeting, we say, here's who I like, we hash it out, we talk about it, we decide which firm we want. Then once we hire that firm, then that firm would come in and then interview the commissioners, get your wish list of who, what you're looking for, and then we would start that advertising process, and they would continue to bring those applications to us. What we did the last time is ask the headhunting firm, because again, we talked about this a lot last time. What a headhunting firm can do is they can ask the tough questions behind the scenes that we don't want to get into necessarily here at the podium. They do a deep dive into people's backgrounds and so on. And so sometimes we might read an application and go, whoa, this guy looks great, or this woman looks great. And then the headhunter goes, oh, no, you don't want to, and that's the kind of thing that can be very, very helpful. So, and then from that, then we would whittle it down to our top 5 or 3 or whatever. The way we did it last time is then we brought those applicants in. Each commissioner interviewed them separately and ranked them, and then they came and did a public presentation, and then you rank them or re-rank them or whatever again, and then we vote on who you want to make the offer to. Usually the way it works is what we've done in the past, and it doesn't have to be me, it can be whoever you want, but usually you task the chair to sit down and try to work out a contract with the county attorney with the newest, with your number 1 choice. And then the thought being, if you can't come to an agreement on a contract, then you go to your number 2 choice. And that's usually, or if you don't want to, you can say, nope, let's reevaluate them. So I'm just pointing out that you're entirely in charge of the procedure. This was just, again, a framework to get out there and say, let's get going. And I agree with you, Commissioner Slaybaugh. What I did last time is I said, if everything is equal, I would love the person with the Florida experience. But if everything's not equal, those are the kind of things that you take into consideration. So, that being said, is there any other commissioner discussion? Yes, sir.
I would just note one thing, just so everybody, for people that haven't been through the process before, don't necessarily agree with Florida, but this is Florida law. Once an application's made, regardless of whether they become a finalist, semifinalist, or whatever, it is a public record.
Right.
So the press, the public has the right to see anybody who applies, including the documentation they send.
And would probably good advice too, that if we follow this procedure, we don't talk with anybody until we go through the same process, right? In other words, we don't want to individually be interviewing candidates without the other commissioners knowing that we're doing that or whatever, right? So,
Absolutely.
yes. I'm sorry, just one second. Let me see what the attorney had to say.
No, I heard the word bid. I just want to make sure we're all clear. It's not a bid process, it's a request for proposals.
Right.
And just recall that once that solicitation hits the street, then for the first part, which would be for the consultant, there would be a blackout, so there shouldn't be any discussions.
Okay, great. Okay, Commissioner Davis.
I agree with everything I've heard. The headhunter, yes. At a remove, yes, all of that's good. I do want to ask the question, at what point in this process are we putting forward what we are looking for as our criteria for a new county administrator and assistant? Because I don't know about y'all, but I am deeply, deeply disturbed by the employee survey report from last fall.
Well, I would say what we're looking at is that once you select the headhunter firm, that firm then will come in and meet with the commissioners and have that very discussion, because they're not going to go out and start trying to vet applicants without knowing what it is you're looking for. Okay? In other words, let's say you want somebody with a master's degree or a PhD. If that's what you're absolutely requiring, they're not going to bring you, unless it's some outstanding candidate, they're not going to bring you anything that doesn't meet your minimum requirements. So you're the ones that are going to have to discuss, you know, what those requirements are. But that's where that process would take place.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Could you please explain to me what you're saying? Have Commissioner Davis explain what why are you deeply disturbed? What's going on?
The employee survey report from last fall. It was, UCF did the strategic plan. Did you not get a copy of that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, because UCF bailed before completing the strategic plan, but they did.
I know that part, yes.
They did do the employee survey, and I finally got a copy, and it's from October of last year. And there's literally twice as many red lines as there are green lines on the staff report on morale. And I'm really worried, given the recent exodus of employees, I'm very worried about staff morale. And I want them to know that I have their back.
So Mr. Chairman, when was this sent to us? Because I probably missed it.
I haven't seen it either. I tend not to take things that are anonymous to any great extent, and you don't know what motivates somebody to say something. And I have a great concern about staff morale too, and I can tell you it has nothing to do with the administrator. I mean, there's some issues with staff that they're concerned with the way the administrator has been treated, and that's what's causing some issues with staff morale. So let's just leave all that aside. That's all water under the bridge. Let's be positive moving forward. So what I'm looking for today is, and again, I just telling you that what we have to have, we've been through this before. This is a 5-0 process. You know, you're losing an administrator because he didn't get 5-0 support. You're not going to get an administrator in here without 5-0 support. So I think Commissioner Kennard brought this up. So you got to be, you know, we go through the process. You're very candid with the folks, what you're looking for. And when it comes down to the results, it's going to have to be, well, this person was my 2 pick, and if it's everybody else's 1 pick, I can live with that. You know, so there's going to be those kind of discussions, but you know, everybody has to be on board, because we can't go down the path where we say, well, you know, I really didn't vote for that person, and you know, and you don't want to get into that. So,
well, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
yes.
That being said, if this was a survey from the fall, this would have nothing to do with how the administrator was being treated. So
Well,
I kind of take umbrage to that.
well, you shouldn't, because this started way before the fall. So, and again, let's not go down that road. Like
Well,
I
I
said,
just want to be careful with what you're saying.
I know exactly what I'm saying. So, and again,
could you-
I didn't say names. I didn't point. I'm just making a statement. Okay. So it's been a good meeting up to now. Let's just keep moving forward. And I think the record speaks for itself. So, with that said, is there on this motion? Is there any other? Yes.
Yes, the motion stated to start the bid process, so would you like to amend that motion?
Yeah, it should be for the request for RFPs, right?
Request for RFP.
Proposal.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so that was the motion made by Commissioner Carnahan. That was seconded by Commissioner Slaybaugh. We have had public input. We've had board discussion. Is there any further board discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. So I guess you all will get that process a-rolling then, right?
We'll take care of it.
Okay, County Attorney, you have an item.
Yes, good evening, actually now. We are seeking approval to set an attorney-client session on March 8th at 8:30 in the matter provided there. And I would like clarification whether Mr. Scott is able to appear via Teams or telephonically for that meeting.
I don't have a problem with that if it saves us money. I mean, do you all have a problem with that?
Not at all.
It
Okay.
should be very quick.
Yeah. Any objection to him appearing virtually? So,
No.
okay, so let's go for it. And you need approval to set the meeting?
Yes,
So
a
you need
motion.
a motion?
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, I move to approve to set the attorney-client session on March 8th, 2020 at 8:30 a.m.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Slaybaugh and second by Commissioner Davis. Okay, is there any public comment on that motion? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That's 4-0. We'll record Commissioner Carnahan when he returns. We are now open to the public. Is there anyone here that'd like to address the board?
I have nothing further.
Oh, I'm sorry. Madam Attorney, do you have anything else? Okay. Is anyone here who'd like to address the board at this time under item Q, open to the public?
Chair, may I ask, are we going to break at 5:01 for our 5:01s?
We're going right, well, if there is no open to the public, that we're
Well,
going to
just
go.
only because we have a 5:30 open to the public.
We'll get to that when we get to it. We might not
Okay.
get to the 5:30 until 9 o'clock. It all depends on
Okay.
what time we get
I'm
to
trying
it.
to figure out what to do because
Right.
I've got a conflict.
Yes,
so.
and again, just so you know, the time certain's we can't start before then, but we can
Correct,
start
yes, I
anytime
know.
after that. Okay, so, there is no open to the public at this point. So what we're going to do is I'm going to announce the upcoming meetings, regular meeting March 8th at 1 o'clock, regular meeting March 22nd at 1 o'clock, and a regular meeting April 12th at 1 o'clock. And then there's multiple workshops coming up that are listed on the agenda. And we are going to recess for, what, yes?
I'm sorry, I have one conflict. I wanted to ask on the March 22nd workshop at 9 a.m. Is there any way that we can move that to 8 a.m., please?
Oh,
I know, it's very important, or I wouldn't ask you.
March
You need to move it up and not later?
I need to be somewhere from 10 to 12 that day, and it is for the county business, so
And this is for the one for April?
it's
March
22nd
March 22nd.
at 9 a.m. It's supposed to run from 9 to 11, if I could ask. I know, it's from 8 to 10. I don't like early mornings either. But
What's up to the rest of the board? Doesn't matter to me. so-
Mr. Chairman, the attorney wants.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I think the courthouse doesn't open until 8. I think, didn't we have a problem when we had a meeting at 8 before that the,
People
does
couldn't get
anybody
in.
else remember
Yeah,
this?
people-
open at 7.
It just seems like I recall there was an issue, but I could be wrong. Sorry.
Can we notice it in time? Is noticing an issue?
March 22nd?
No, we'll be fine for March
Noticing will be
22nd.
fine.
So what you're thinking is this will be a 1-hour meeting? We're only going to do it from 8 to 9?
no, it's scheduled for 2 hours right now, from 9 to 11.
Okay, so you want to go from 8 to 10 is what you said?
I have to be somewhere at 10 that is for county business, and so I'm trying to just make sure that we have enough time. We can leave it at 9, but I don't want to walk out in the middle of a good discussion, that's all.
Well, instead of getting everybody here super early, why don't we leave it at 9, and we'll just ask Commissioner Carnahan to keep his infrastructure discussion to an hour.
What? Yeah, that's fine. Look, that's all I said today.
It's up to you.
If
Commissioner
y'all think
Davis
we
would
can
like
do
to
it within
move
40,
it,
yeah.
if would like to move the meeting from the workshop from 9 a.m. on the 22nd.
Do it at 8:30.
I'm fine with it.
8:30 is good.
Okay, 8:30. Can we do it 8:30? Can we do we need another motion to change that date?
Yes,
now?
Yes.
we'll need a
Okay.
motion.
Need a motion to change from 9 to 8:30 then.
I make that motion.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Davis makes that motion, and it was seconded by Commissioner Kennard. Any other board discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Commissioner Carnahan, on the attorney-client session, we voted to do that at 8:30 with him here by,
Aye.
okay, so Commissioner Carnahan votes aye. And that concludes our regular agenda. We are going to pick up with the 5:01 public hearings in 5 minutes.
Very
We're gonna
good.
take a
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
There are things that you need to sign that are on
I
the
know,
conference.
and I'm trying to get out of here so
I'm just-
so I can get up to do that. So now, let's make that a 10-minute, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 5:12 to continue with the public hearings, okay? I'm going to call our meeting back to order. Ladies and gentlemen, please quit talking. Please stop the conversation. Okay, let me have your attention. We are now, please stop talking. Okay, I have some announcements to make, just so we're all on the same page. We are very, very happy you're here. We want to hear what everybody has to say tonight, but we conduct our business here in a very civil and orderly manner. I want to go through it with you now. We're going to start, we have 4 public hearing land use issues to start with that was scheduled to start at 5:01, so we're a little behind schedule. And we will stay here as late as it takes, okay? But here's what I want you to be aware of. During these land hearings, when I talk about public input or speak for or against, it's about that particular land hearing. So make sure if you get up to talk that you're talking about the right thing. Okay, if you are here for the 5:30 open to the public, we will get to that when we get to it. If we get there at 5:30, great, but we're going to conclude these 4 public hearings prior to that time. Also, if you're new to board meetings, as I said, we're happy you're here. We want to hear what you have to say, but here's what we follow, and we follow it very closely, and that is we don't want you talking in the audience. If you need to carry on a conversation, go outside, do it in the hallway for 2 reasons. One, very small chamber. Even from the back row, we hear you talking. It's distracting. And also, it's distracting for your neighbors. There's people here that want to hear what other people have to say. Okay? Please turn off your devices. If you have phones, please turn them on. Okay, so, and here is the other thing. If you wish to speak before or right after you're done, make sure you fill out a green card and give it to the clerk. And when you come to the microphone, anytime that you wish to speak, please give us your name and where you live. Okay, then you'll be given 3 minutes. It'll be timed. The timer up here will tell you how much. At 3 minutes, you're finished, okay? So if you only got to say half of what you wanted to say, you got 3 minutes. If you're from a group that has a letter on file with the clerk, then you'll let the timekeeper know and you'll have 5 minutes, okay? When you do that, we ask you to keep your comments focused on the issues. I'll tell you right now, any personal comments are ruled out of order, and I'll give you one warning and they'll ask you to sit down, okay? So we want to hear what you have to say. But you have to say it in a way that people can hear what you're saying. Also, very important, no cheering, no booing, no applauding, okay? This is going to be very, very civil. Doesn't matter what side you're on or what side you're against. We want to hear from everybody, and we want you to treat everybody with the same courtesy that you wish to be treated with. After the public hearing section, of the land use issues, when we go on to open to the public, after that time, the commissioners may wish to comment on what you have to say or what they've heard you say, and then that is strictly up to the commissioners what they want to say and who they respond to. Okay? So hopefully I've made this clear. Never had to do this, okay? I've been at this job almost 8 years. I've never had to do it. I don't want it to be any different tonight. We speak to you nicely, we treat you with respect, we expect the same thing. If you do not follow the rules I just outlined, especially disruptive behavior, okay, and disruptive behavior means interfering with our ability to do the meeting or the people sitting around you's ability to hear what's going on. If you do that, I'm going to ask you to sit down and stop your disruptive behavior. If you don't do that, I'm going to have a sheriff's deputy escort you from the building, okay? So just so we're clear, okay? And my understanding is, unfortunately, that's already happened before the meeting even started, I just found out. So I don't want to have to do that. It's important that we hear what you came to tell us, so we want all those rules followed. So with that said, commissioners, we are now at item T1 on the public hearing agenda. This is for CPA AA 21-3. What I'm going to do for all 4 of these, Madam Clerk, if I may, I'm going to run through the rules that we're going to follow tonight. Are all these are we going to deal with all these in ex parte issues and so on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so commissioners, here's what we're looking for. I want to make sure everybody knows we're going to have, when we do these public hearings, we're going to have the applicant come up, give their presentation. When the applicant is done, we're going to have the staff give their presentation. Once that is done, then we'll ask for, and during those times, the commissioners can ask questions of the applicant or staff. When that is completed, I'll ask for any public comment on that particular application. And after that is done, if there's any objections, then the applicant is allowed time for a rebuttal against those particular points. Once that's done, and we've heard from the public, and I close the public hearing, then the discussion is strictly between the commissioners, and then we'll move forward with that. And so what I'd like to do is also, with one motion, Madam Attorney, can we accept all the backup information and all the evidence as recognized evidence?
Yes, sir.
So would somebody care to make a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I make a motion that we adopt the evidence into the record.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Applicants, is there any questions from the applicants as to the procedures that we're going to follow? Okay, very good. All right, so with that said, let's move forward, Madam Attorney, with CPA AA 2103.
Yes, sir. With regard to the application, the chairman just announced, has there been any ex parte communications you'd like to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Carnahan.
No.
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 Thank you. And at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to adopt 2 ordinances. And the first ordinance would be an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map by redesignating approximately 2.7 acres from the medium-density residential district with mobile homes allowed to the general commercial district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And second, a comp plan amendment, an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision in the state of Florida, amending Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 2.7 acres from the medium-density residential district to the general commercial district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And Mr. Chair, I believe Mr. Stillwell is here for the applicant.
Mr. Stillwell.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Clark Stillwell. Professional address is 320 South Highway 41, the Brandon Bank Building in Inverness, Florida. I represent the applicant, Growlands, Inc. The subject issue is a small-scale map amendment for 2.67 acres from MDR to GNC. The subject parcel is 7.29 acres total. Previously, the parcel was larger than this, but as a result of the State Road 44 widening, it lost 25 feet of road frontage. It has approximately 465 feet of frontage on State Road 44 and 31 feet, 331 feet worth of depth. So let's go to the PowerPoint, Joe, if you're driving the bus. This particular aerial shows the subject site. It is the parcel that is vacant right in the middle. To the left of it, you will see the Salvation Army building, and to the right of it, you will see the nursery, both retail and wholesale. The nursery extends farther back than we seek to rezone the subject property. Next one, Joseph, please. This is the G-Flume map. It shows the split zoning. Next one. LDC Atlas map, and this cross-hatched area is the area we're talking about to be rezoned. Next one, please. This is the LDC Atlas map. It shows it as MDR. Now remember, the MDR use does have a significant number of commercial uses in it, subject to a conditional use approval, but not board review. Next one, please. Again, cross-thatch of the area we're talking about. Next one, please. This is a topography map, and it's significant because it shows a drop in the elevation from the north boundary to the south boundary, fronting on State Road 44, approximately 38 feet. As you can see, parcels to the east that have been developed, you can see where the drainage retention areas are fronting on State Road 44. The result of this is it pushes the commercial development back further. Next one, please. This shows the parcel in question, and it's on the far. This is to the west of the parcel in question. You can see the depth of the GNC to the west of this particular parcel, and numerous parcels go beyond the standard 400-foot commercial corridor that was implemented by this county in 1975. You can see 2 industrial parcels and 1 TCU, an industrial parcel and 1 TCU parcel. Next one, please, Joe. This is to the east of the property, and you can see the GNC goes much farther into the MDR residential area. And as you get down further, you have a piece of LI and D that encroaches or is further into the MDR area. Next one, please. We're going to hold right there. Basically, the site is in the planned service area. It is within the central ridge. It has central water and sewer, and you have all kinds of concurrency letters on site from the solid waste people, the county utility people, and an engineer relative to stormwater. To the west, you have GNC and the Salvation Army. Now, what that means basically in the Salvation Army is one of those protected institutional uses. So this particular piece, if it is developed into GNC, will be subject to the setback for adult entertainment, i.e. it will not be allowed on the site, and will be subject to the setback for alcoholic beverages sales. In other words, there'll be no alcoholic beverages sales on this site unless they're incidental to a restaurant where the alcohol is served less than 50% of the total revenues. I would also point out to you that historically within Citrus County, based on land use surveys, GNC development is 50% office and 50% GNC. The site in question doesn't really lend itself at 7 acres to major GNC, so you're really talking about some type of small-scale retail and/or office development. Now, to the east, you do have the wholesale nursery and the retail nursery. To the south, you have State Road 44, and to the north, you have the MDR residential area. There were no concurrency issues raised in the staff report. There are no concurrency issues. The issue before the PDC and the public tonight was a question of compatibility, whether or not the additional 2.67 acres of commercial property was compatible with the MDR to the north. So what we did here, commissioners, is, let me stop there and just say, policy 17.64 of your plan says 5 criteria for new commercial zoning. We have met all 5 of those, and the staff report doesn't take exception with that. So we've met the plan. It comes down to an issue whether or not the additional commercial is or is not compatible with the surrounding, or the MDR to the north. So what we did was we took a look at each of the respective residential properties that exist in abut to commercial and/or industrial parcels in this corridor. Let's go to the next one, please, Joe. So here you can see the varied commercial properties in their varied depth, and we have numbered each one of those abutting residential parcels so that when you go back to the one prior, Joe, you can see within the last year, notwithstanding the fact that they abut to GNC and industrial, light industrial, several of them have had appreciations in value. And the reason we brought this to the PDC was basically there was a concern stated that this is going to diminish our property values, commercial to residential. There's a history in this county of this relationship in our commercial corridors, residential, commercial. But the fact of the matter is, and these are property appraiser figures, these people who abut to either industrial or commercial properties have not suffered a loss of value. And the reason because of that is you've got a good code that protects people with buffers and setbacks and ISR ratios. So we would ask that you approve this map amendment. We don't think it's incompatible. Split zoning has historically always been a bad thing. This board historically has corrected that these type of split zonings along State Road 44. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Board, any questions for Mr. Stillwell? No? Okay. Okay, very good. By the way, folks, I need to tell you that you can't be standing in the aisles. The overflow room is open in the jury assembly room, which is televised, so if you wish to watch what's going on, you can wait there, and you will be able to come and speak from there. It's just that we can't, once the chairs are filled up, we can't have people standing in the aisles and holding the door open. So I'll let you plan your very calm and quiet exodus as you move to the other waiting room. Sorry, Mr. Stillwell, for that. So Board, we left off with no questions for Mr. Stillwell.
No, sir.
Okay. Staff, are you ready?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Joe Hockadell.
Just a second, Joe. You got your microphone on? Again, folks, please, quiet, please. We're trying to hear the proceedings here. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Joe Hockadell, Principal Planner with Land Development. This application is proposing to change a portion of the subject property to general commercial. The remainder of it is already general commercial. It's located at the intersection of School Avenue and State Road 44. And as you can see, it is part of a predominantly commercial corridor there along State Road 44, although there is an existing single-family dwelling located to the north of this property. As Mr. Stillwell stated, this is in the planned service area. It does have access to central water and central sewer, and the depth does appear to be consistent with what's out there already. The applicant has not provided any specific use for this parcel at this time, and they have not submitted a PUD. So really the concern over this property is the intensity going to be comparable or compatible with the existing single-family dwelling to the north. So the request does appear to be compatible with the general area. Any development on this property is going to have to meet the non-residential standards in our land development code, although a PUD would help to further mitigate or reduce any potential impact to that abutting neighbor. And at the January 6th PDC hearing, the PDC did recommend denial of this application.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions of staff? The question I would have is the abutting property to the north, you said, but yet it appears to have commercial or GNC to the west of it. Is that correct? If I'm reading your map that you showed up there from the property that was in question.
It actually has commercial to the east, and that's part of the nursery.
Okay. Okay. And again, this was just my point, and you brought it up. I was always curious as why there was a denial from the PDC, and they brought up the same thing I did, is PUDs, you kind of know what's going in there. These blanket, just general, whatever fits in the commercial has always been a concern to me. But I heard the applicant say most likely a, yes, ma'am?
Sorry, I was just waiting. I was waiting until you were done, but we haven't heard from the public.
Right, I know. I just want to be clear about what I heard the applicant say was, he didn't say for sure, but he most likely said retail, restaurant, office, that kind of thing. And then I also heard about the, dealing with the Salvation Army being next door. So no rebuttal to any of that. I mean, those are allowed uses. Those are restrictions that apply to that property. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page as what can go there and what cannot go there.
Yeah, that's correct. So right now, the existing GNC portion could be developed in accordance with the Land Development Code. There are existing commercial businesses already in operation in that area. So.
Okay, very good. Okay, so if there's no other questions, the staff will open us up to the public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak on CPA AA 2103? Anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Anyone to speak in favor? Third and final time, anyone speak in favor? Is anyone here to speak opposed to this application? Please come forward. And again, you'll have 3 minutes each. You get 3 minutes. If you would fill out a green card before or when you're done, and if you give us your name and where you live.
Thank you. We filled out a green card.
Okay, great.
I'm Jackie Dillersberger, and this is my husband, Andy Dillersberger, and we are the property owners at 585 South School Avenue. We are the property to the north that we've been discussing. So we have some concerns, of course, with the changing of the zoning for this property. You know, when my husband's family purchased this property nearly 30 years ago, it did not have the commercial to the west of it. It did not, of course, have the commercial in the section that we're discussing right now, and to the south of it. Thank you. And then, we purchased the property 2 years ago, and we didn't purchase it with the knowledge that we would possibly be surrounded on two sides with commercial properties, and that is a real concern for us. This area is generally known to be a rural area where people have had, animals, goats and chickens and things like that in the past. And we have 3.5 acres, we would like to be able to do things like that. It makes it harder when you've got a commercial property right next to you. We have, young children who utilize that very wooded area of our own property, and if it's going to be a parking lot next to it, that's going to change the way our children are going to be able to play. We of course have concerns with our well, although that property has central water, ours does not. Would the development further, hinder our well system and our septic systems? The traffic on South School Avenue is pretty intense. People cut through there all the time back into Citrus Hills. It's a very, very busy road. The road has always got huge potholes. It's needing to be filled all the time. Adding more commercial to that road is just going to add to that issue that we have on our road. Getting out of South School Avenue onto 44 can be very dangerous. It's a very difficult place. Again, are we going to be adding to that issue when we change that zoning? I understand the front lot is already commercial, I understand that, but when you add on that extra piece, it just opens up more possibilities for bigger things to be in there, and we have a real concern with that. Do you want to add to that?
We'll start at the time for me.
Just like my wife said.
Could you give us your name, please?
Oh, I apologize. My name's Andy Dillersberger. We do own that property at 585 South School Avenue. Some of the concerns my wife already listed, like water quality, traffic. South School Avenue is riddled with potholes that they patch like Band-Aids. So that is a concern. The Salvation Army's property, commercial, does not reach back as far as the proposed change would take place. There are other properties I see that are commercial that far. We'd be losing another piece of property. We do see a lot of wildlife there. We do see turtles. Neighbor says there's skinks in there, there are deer in there, etc. And so I don't see the value of adding this as a commercial property. I disagree with it increasing the value of my property because of all the traffic it would bring and all the noise that it would bring without having an adequate natural buffer zone. We are told that property prices have increased, and even though this is very true, I feel that the property price increases more like to the influx of northerners coming to our county, retiring, seeking away from COVID. And so I do not see that as a increase in my property value. There's no turning lane that leads into South School Avenue when you're westbound. There's a turning lane when you're eastbound. I'm not sure that they will be putting a turning lane in there. I do not know such things. This is my first time I'm standing here talking to you guys. Okay. Salvation Army, the drain area is in the front, and their property is smaller, so there is adequate space for a retention area. I do apologize. I'm very nervous.
No problem.
So,
take your time.
Public speaking to a bunch of strangers is not my thing, even though I teach and I talk to my students all day long. Is there anything you wanted to add? Okay. Thank you for
Thank you. Appreciate you
giving me
being
your
here.
time.
Is anyone else here to speak in opposition to this application? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Christine Lafferty. I live at 407 South School Avenue in Lecanto. Lived there for 22 years. Most of the things I have written down here, you Commissioners have already brought up, so it's kind of repetitive. But we're here this evening to oppose this application, a request by Mr. Stillwell for Growland LLC to amend the future land use of this map of Citrus County from medium density to general commercial. This was denied February 6th January 6th at that meeting. The applicant has no specific use for this land, no master plan. This is very concerning to all of us, no master plan. The parcels that are in question here, as Mr. Stillwell points out in his PowerPoint presentation, that does not show accurately 44 and School Avenue. It's very deceiving. If you're not familiar with School Avenue, it's a dangerous right-hand turn from 44 onto South School Avenue. The elevation turning onto School Avenue, the speeds out on 44 are 60 miles an hour or more. There's no turn lane. You're taking your life in your hands every time you turn on that School Avenue. Lots of times I'll divert and go Easy Street because I can't make that turn with all the traffic. There's been several accidents. And then the traffic coming off in School, that's a very narrow street, and you cannot see. You're trying to make that turn, they're coming this way, head-on collisions. There's been several accidents. 2 weeks ago, another accident, 2-car rollover, very dangerous. We've already lost a resident that got killed there. She did not get killed there. She ended up in a home and later died, 18 years old. This is a very dangerous situation. And also, I checked with the Florida Department of Transportation. There's been no inquiries about coming in from 44 onto this property. As of today, nothing. They have not inquired about that. School Avenue has a very poor road rating as of July of 2020. And there is no feasible plan to improve it. It's in really tough shape. More traffic turning onto School.
Thank you very much. Your time's expired.
Right here.
Yes, sir. You're speaking in opposition to this?
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Jack Laverty. I'm Chris's husband.
You can fill that out when you're done if you want, save your time.
Yeah, I'd just like to continue
Okay.
repeat what she had to say, actually. I think she covered just about everything. Why we are opposed to it, and I also don't agree with it. It's going to increase our property value. I doubt that very much. That's about all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Is anyone else here to speak in opposition to this? Yes, sir.
Danny Lamb. I live at 580 South School Avenue, just across the road from the property. The only thing, I guess, really that I'm concerned with is the traffic. Our road...
Okay, excuse me a second. Hey, folks, can you keep the conversation down over there? Yes, go ahead.
Our road is a disaster, you know. Sorry, it is. I'm one of the first houses there. I sit in my yard every night and I listen to the ambulances, the fire trucks, the accidents right out, the accidents right out there on the end of School Avenue. It's not a good place to turn. It's scary. So I worry, if I knew what Mr. Stillwell wanted to put in there, you know, I wouldn't even go against it. I understand commercial. But if I don't know what's going in there, you know, I heard one person say maybe there's going to be a 20-car car wash. We don't need another one in my yard, because that is in my yard. I'm sorry. It is a wildlife corridor, too. DNR should be in there taking a look before the trees all leave, because it is, from Withlacoochee. I won't take any more time. It's all been said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you being here. Is anyone else to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone else to speak in opposition? Third and final time. Anyone to speak in opposition? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Does the applicant have any rebuttal to any of what he heard from the opposition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to discuss with you briefly the PDC vote. It was a 4-3 vote after extensive discussion. In the issue of compatibility, there's a statutory test. It's the ability of two land uses over the long term to get along, if you will, without doing detriment to the other. That's the test. It's been in the statute since 1985. And we point out this commercial corridor to you, and the reason we do that is we're establishing through independent records that the relationship, and it's a relationship that has existed in this county since 1975, of these commercial corridors to residential behind them, has always been problematic. So the question is, over the long term, has in fact these other uses, some of which are light industrial, some of which are quite intense commercial. If you've seen the wholesale nursery and gone behind it and seen what's gone on, you would know that that is in a more intensive use than your standard GNC use. All are there, they've existed and prospered, and they haven't done detriment, if you will, to the MDR to the north, and we say that through property values as established by the property appraiser's office. Again, the the Salvation Army, quite frankly, is no church. It is not a blessing. They have a high intensity use there that is not normal for an institutional use, and it creates a lot of traffic on School. School is the only median cut for 2,650 feet either way. So you're going to see a lot of turning movements there. It's not the result of the applicant, it's not the result of Salvation Army, nor is it the result of these good folks that live up there. It's just the way FDOT does things. So what was said at the PDC as far as access was, it was clear that there will not be a road cut under State Road 44. That was a given. So the access to this piece, like the access to the Salvation Army, will be off School, okay? And whether or not there's a XL decel lane off 44 is simply a matter of traffic cuts. Someone builds a State Farm office there, you won't see an XL decel lane. Someone builds a Culver's there, you'll see an XL decel lane or some other retail use like that. So what I would say to you is the Salvation Army takes away a lot of the negative commercial type uses because of the setback, and you have to rely upon your codes. Your codes say, hey, it's a major development, you're going to have to do, as Jack pointed out, the building aesthetic standards, and you're also going to have to do the open space standards, and you're going to have to do buffers, and those buffers are there to protect these people. The good news is the elevations are such that with the buffer, 20, 15 feet, depending on the type, and it slides southerly, you're not going to see those buildings based on standard building height. So we think we've met this test. We think it's appropriate, and we would ask for your approval. Any questions?
Board, any questions of the applicant?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Slabar.
It's true that you don't know, you just want to change it to GNC without knowing what is going to be put there?
You know, but you don't know, okay? It's not big enough for a car lot, really. It's 7 acres, but it's bigger than the standard office parcel. And if you look at the development along there, you'll see the type of uses that have been placed in there. You have mixed uses, you have office, you have some retail, you have this nursery that takes a significant amount of space. You have some warehouse buildings down here to the east, and then you even have light industrial, which goes 800 feet into the MDR. So it's a GNC use. What is the history of this county? Since 1990, 50% of GNC has been built as office, and 50% has been built as some type of retail. If I were to come in here and give you an MDR and say, hey, we're going to do retail, you know what happens? The market changes overnight, and someone wants it for an office, and I'm back here in a public hearing process. The only good thing I can tell you is if we seek a deviation from the code, we'd be back before you with a PUD. So what you have to do is, are your land development regulations good enough to protect the MDR? And to date, I think they have been.
Any other questions? Anything else?
No, sir.
Any questions down here? No?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I forgot to ask Mr. Stillo, did you have any questions of staff? Staff, any questions, Mr. Stillo?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we've heard what the public had to say. We've heard both the presentations. What is the will of the board? I usually don't do this. I just tell you, historically, I've been here for 8 years. It's very difficult for you to go back and find a vote that I voted for an upzone to general commercial without a PUD. I think it's a reasonable request that the residents have, that they would like to know what's going in on their property. On the flip side of it, the applicant says, if you trust our land development code, then those people will be protected by anything that's being proposed to be put in there. So I guess the question that I always have to ask myself is, would I be comfortable with that? You know, because people are always wanting to change the land development code, saying they're too restrictive. And so I always have a problem with saying, you know, you can't say they're too restrictive and then tell people they're there to protect their property if we give them a blanket commercial zoning. So love to hear from the wisdom of the board. What's your...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I agree with you completely. I do not feel comfortable changing something without knowing what's going to be there. I know that there are codes to safeguard what goes there, but I would feel much more comfortable knowing exactly, and then the neighbors have a right to enjoy their land, and just changing it without knowing is leaving me unsettled.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to approve, and then I'll tell you why.
Okay. So Commissioner Kennard makes a motion to approve. Is there a
Yes,
second?
I'll second that for discussion.
There's a second by Commissioner Carnahan for discussion. Yes, Commissioner Kennard.
All right, and I completely understand where both you and Commissioner Slabaugh are at on this. But if we can bring up that slide that showed all the properties to the west. I think it was, may have been the last one.
I gotta go back to the other one.
Okay. So the one outlined in black is the property that we're talking about. The others are the properties to the left are everything to the west. This split zoning where we went 400 feet off the road back and said, okay, everything forward of this is commercial. Behind it is residential to some degree. It has created a bit of a mess in many different places. The county created this, understandably, to try and get this map together. But then it's been up to the property owners and their expense to try and rectify it. And you can see on that map what is happening here. That outside of the nursery to the east of there, the properties are stopping at that back line there. And this particular property owner is trying to get to where the other property owners have got. If we approve this, it goes to GNC, that's then surrounded by GNC on two sides, a road by a third side, and then buffers around they would be required to have buffers around there ultimately when they do develop it. I completely get that the unknown is a concern, but this will be new commercial construction. This is new commercial construction that will have to comply with our code. So we know what it's not going to be. It's not going to be the undesirable stuff in there. And given the cost, the increasing cost of land, not just here but everywhere, and the increasing cost of construction, if there's a 7-acre piece there of commercial, that's going to attract a much higher quality level of a commercial development than what a 5-acre piece is going to attract. And they are going to end up with a quality development on that 7-acre corner piece. Last thing that I heard, and I understand I've turned down that school road a number of times. the residents on that road are much more likely to get a fix, a correction of that intersection with a quality development on 44 and School Road than they are some little postage stamp building on that 5-acre piece. Residential development back there is not gonna ultimately get any corrections to that intersection. A nice commercial development, quality commercial development on there, then they can get the intersection improvements to make it safer there. So for those reasons, I'm going to support it.
Okay, very good. Very compelling argument. Commissioner, excuse me, I talked about that once before. That's your last warning, all right? Okay, Commissioner Davis, you had a comment?
I had the same sort of, I agree with, you laid it out perfectly. You can look at it one way, that our code is plenty to protect people, but on the other hand, PUD, and then the third leg of that stool is I would be disinclined to go against the PDC. However, Commissioner Kennard lays out a very good argument, especially we just went through this with Cardinal on the size of the piece really does matter. So I'm a little waffly, but I'm inclined to support it.
Okay. Commissioner Carnage, ladies and gentlemen.
I agree with, split zoning is bad, okay? I built the complex on Easy Street. It was split zoning, okay? Across the street was split zoning, so everybody had to go in and do exactly what's being done today. Most of those facilities are very nice facilities. They're good neighbors, and they really don't bother the residents there. So I'll support it because, as far as I'm concerned, that should be all squared up. In the split zoning, we need to stop the split zoning, and we need to square it up because everything else is being squared up there. So I'll support it.
Commissioner Slabo.
Mr. Chairman, again, if I knew what was going there, I would be more open to it. But this hodgepodge that has happened down this road, we can't follow what was happening, what went before us, because we didn't make that decision, and two wrongs don't make a right. And it looks to me that it should have, some people were able to expand when perhaps they shouldn't have been able to expand into the MDR. And again, I just cannot support this with not knowing what the use would be.
Okay. And again, I'll just reiterate, we have voted numerous times, as Mr. Stillwell said, to square up land, as pointed out. The only problem I have with this is having a residential dwelling right behind it. I don't recall that happening too many times in the past. Also, I don't remember too many times with squaring up these properties where we had people in here speaking in opposition. And really what I've heard them say is if we knew it was going in there, we might not object to it. And it comes back to my point why I like PUDs. But that's just my opinion. So as we have a motion to approve it, and it's been seconded, it was made by Commissioner Kennard, seconded by Commissioner Carnahan. Is there any other board comments?
I have
Yes, ma'am.
It might be a question for Mr. Stillwell. Why is there not a PUD on this? Is that simply because we don't have a planned development ready to go in that parcel?
I don't want to put words in Mr. Stillwell's mouth, but I think what he said is that if he puts a PUD up here, that's all he can do, and as if the market changes and he wants to change it, he's got to come back and apply for it again. But I don't want to be his advocate. Mr. Stillwell, do you want to answer that question, or?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, that would be out of order at this point.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's out of order. Okay, so, any other questions? Any other comments?
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
sir. Yes.
I'll make one quick comment, and not to be argumentative, but this is not two wrongs trying to make a right. This is correcting the split zoning, and that's what's happened in the past to the west there. It's happened to the east of that property. It's happened all over the main thoroughfares because this split zoning was done, again, by the county, and then the property owners go through this process to regain the GNC designation. So that's just one.
And I want to say, Commissioner Kennard, your comments are spot on, and I would normally agree with them. The only difference here is that, if if the property owners knew what was going there. I mean, because you say a nice development, I agree with you, but you don't know a nice development's going there.
Right.
That's the unknown. So all your comments, I would agree with, it's still the unknown factor
No,
out there
I
that
understand.
I have. And I would say this, if this came back to us to combine this, and I'm just saying this aloud because I've done this before, if there was a PUD attached to it, I would have no problem with that.
Yep.
Okay? It's the unknown upzoning to just blanket commercial that I don't think that's fair to the, that's just my opinion, and I'm just saying, to be consistent, I have to stick with that because that's what I've always done in the past. So, if I'm going to ask for a roll call vote if there's no more discussion from the board, okay? Madam Attorney, anything else we need to do procedurally we haven't done?
No, sir.
Okay. Madam Clerk, could you give us a roll call vote?
Commissioner Kennard,
Aye.
Commissioner Carnahan.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis,
Nay.
Commissioner Schleba,
Nay.
and Chairman.
Nay. So that application is defeated 3-2. Okay, thank you very much. We will now move on to item T2, which is CPA AA PUD 21-16. Mr. Stillwell.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, yes.
I'm sorry. I have
Yes.
to go first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Going to read the, and we've already done the ex parte, right? So,
Yep.
no, you got to do ex
I
parte
believe
for
we're
this
doing the
one.
ex parte individually tonight.
Individual, okay.
So the
right.
first question I have is with regard to CPA AAPUD-21-16. Do you have any ex parte communications you need to disclose? And we'll start with Commissioner Carnahan.
No.
No.
No?
No.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider two ordinances. The first is the Atlas Amendment, which is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County land use atlas map by redesignating approximately 8.1 acres from the low-density residential district to the commercial district with a planned unit development for mini warehouse and open storage, providing for conflicts, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. And the second ordinance is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County land use map by redesignating approximately 2.2 acres from the low-density residential district to the general commercial district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And again, Mr. Stillwell is here for the applicant.
Mr. Stillwell.
Good evening again, Commissioners. This application involves a small-scale plan amendment asking for a modification of low-density residential with a mobile home designation to GNC on 2.21 acres. The size of the parcel is exactly 636 feet times 150 feet. It is the southerly end of the property, the northerly end of the property. Fronts on County Road 486. The piece in question is 8.05 acres altogether. This piece has a land use lot split, both on the GNC and the GFLM and the LDC. The particular application does include a PUD for mini warehousing. So let's go through the, you driving the bus around? This is an aerial of the site. Now, what this aerial doesn't show is to the immediate west. The parcel to the immediate west has already been developed for open storage mini warehouse facilities. Let's go next. Here's a survey. You can see the area in question. Next, please. Again, a survey. Next, please. This is the land use district. You can see North O'Brien Highway to the north, the GNC commercial corridor, and what's important here is there is a full median cut at the intersection of this roadway. We'll talk about that later. Let's go to the next one, please. LDC Atlas map, again, thatched area is the area we've requested be redesignated to GNC. Next one, please. This is a 500-foot radius of the subject property. You can see to the south is single-family residentials. There are 4 built lots, 2 vacant lots, GNC to the east, and a light facility to the west. Okay, this is master plan. This master plan is what we submitted to the PDC, but after comments from engineering, the access point is moved southerly further off of 486. What's significant here is the access point is not on County Road 486, and one of our exhibits will demonstrate why. Let's go to the next one, please. So these open storage facilities, they not only have mini warehouses, but they store these big RVs. And this is an engineer's drawing of the turning radius of those big RVs. So if you're in an RV and you wanted to access into this site, you can see what you'd have to do. You'd have to go out of the northbound lane on 486, cross the interior lane, and then swing in to make a safe turn. If you were in the interior lane and you tried to make that turn, you couldn't make it. You'd have to stop, back up, and go forward. That was from Dr. Wilburn, his engineer. So based on that fact, what we did was we put the access point onto the local road and did not put an access point on County Road 486. So County Road 486 now has, for the full frontage of this piece of property, no turning movements from the intersection. Because we have no turning movements from the intersection and we put the access point on the local roadway, a safer place, what we asked for was a waiver of the cross-access easement. So the cross-access easement has always been problematic for mini warehousing and that type of facility, because the essence of that land use is security, and you want to have it fenced. So if you put a cross-access easement across this whole frontage, and it's significant, you would have an impact to the land use, and it wouldn't be a positive impact, because the other result is you'd have to access off 486, and you get this safety issue with turning movements for big RVs. So let's go to the next site plan. So here's the site plan again. In this particular case, we have retained, and your staff conditions reflect that we will retain native vegetative buffers along the north side of the roadway, south side, and to the east. This is significant because at the PDC meeting, people got up and they said, well, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but they had a lot of complaints about the one to the west, where they completely scarified the site, cut every tree on the site, then came back and built it and put in buffers, and you got these little nursery trees there. And then they were talking about the off-site lighting, and they were talking about all sorts of issues that didn't apply to my client, but what those people, the 4 people there that have houses, said, and we heard them, was they were fine with this as long as you didn't cut the trees down like the other piece of property did. So when we got done with the PDC, we went back and we worked with Ms. Coutu about conditions to maintain the native vegetative buffer. And if you look at the aerials, this site is really, really heavily vegetated. And again, the topography, don't want to dwell on the last application, but the topography is similar. To the south, it's very high, and it falls off straight down to the road. So with that buffer, and these mini warehouses are only built to 20, 25 feet high, they're not going to see the rooftops through that heavy vegetative buffer. All right, so let's go to the next one and see what we got here. That's it? Okay. Again, this meets the criteria for additional commercial in the planned service area, the Central Ridge area, Central Water and Sewer. It meets the ISR standards. We've adjusted the access point to provide what I consider a safer access point versus County Road 486. The PDC had an extensive discussion about whether or not this access road should be maintained, and they all concurred that it wasn't necessary in this particular case. So we asked that you approve that deviation. All I can say is this particular applicant has tried to do more with this site as far as retaining vegetation than its competitor to the west. And that's to their credit. And in this particular case, you do have the benefit of a PUD to determine what is or is not compatible. And I won't go much further with that.
Can I, Mr. Still, with the conditions, are they 7 conditions or 8? I see, I thought I saw one page that said 7 were listed, then it was 8, was one I mean, is your understanding if this is approved, it's with what conditions? I mean, Ms. Cotu, you have?
Yeah, well, the cross-access condition was actually deleted by the Planning and Development Commission as a recommendation.
So that was the 8, now we're down to 7?
Correct.
Is that where we are?
If you follow that, yes.
Okay. All right, Commissioner, any questions of the applicant?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, yes, Ms. Whit.
Thank you for having a PUD. I have 2 issues. You know how I feel about cross-access.
I remember we've had this discussion in the past, Commissioner.
Yes. And either we enforce the code or we change the LDC to go by case. But this is a new development, so I don't know why if you could explain a little bit deeper why you don't want to cross-access, why your client doesn't want to cross-access.
Well, it's all driven by the full median cut, okay? And it's a safer access into this property to make coming west, to take a left-hand turn, go down what they call the throat distance between 486 and the access point, and then enter into the project. That means there's no turning movements on 486. Now, if you say to me, Mr. Stillwell, we want to cross access, okay, on 486, then I've got to move my entrance to make this project work, because a cross access is 50 linear feet or 40 linear feet taken out of the project. So now I've got to put a cross access or an access point 250 feet, I believe, to the east of that roadway. And then I make my access point there. So now what I've done on 486 is that I've created not only a turning issue with the RVs at the full median point, I've created more right-in, more left-in turns for this facility, and I've lost the benefit of all of that particular property. And beyond that, the buffer that we've got on this roadway, which is absent from the piece to the west, is totally gone also. So you're talking about a safer access process.
Thank you. And then my second part of this is, you know, now we're taking this plot of land, and where's the picture? Packet page 545, and then we're moving the GNC into the LDR, and then somebody's going to come along and say, well, I need to square this off and make this one, and then nominate it, and it might. I'm just saying this is how it happens.
Let's start with what your plan says, okay? There's a specific objective on increased commercial development.
Okay.
Those 5 criteria are listed in the application. Those 5 criteria we have set forth that we particularly meet all 5.
Okay.
Your staff report doesn't say no, they don't, okay? And basically, central water and sewer serves the essential particular area, the central ridge. It's in the planned service area. There are no environmental restraints. Okay, and the only issue that really came up at the PDC was not the land use, was the fact that these folks didn't want clear cutting of that whole piece, and they wanted that 25-foot buffer preserved. And when we went back and modified the conditions, it doesn't say a 25-foot type D buffer, it says a 25-foot type D native vegetation buffer. So they'll have the benefit of that thick density.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Any other questions of the applicant? Thank you, Ms. Stillwell.
Thank you.
To the staff report.
Good evening. Okay, this is an application to change approximately 2.2 acres from the low-density residential district to the general commercial district on the future land use map. And there's an overall planned unit development of approximately 8 acres. It is heavily wooded, as he spoke about. You can see in this aerial some of the area to the west that was cleared, as he discussed, for a mini warehouse. And this is the land use change. You can see on the across page, Commissioner Slabaugh, your point was very well taken. They chose to not extend the commercial all the way back to Verts Court to try to give a buffer for those houses. This particular application does not have a roadway there, and they are extending all the way to the back of those existing houses on Pamela. This is the existing mini warehouse that's been talked about. They have built 3 other buildings. They are planning on expanding. We have an application in-house for an expansion of that conditional use farther to the west. They did construct a cross-access on this particular site. They were required to do that. And this is the master plan proposed by the applicant. Now, Mr. Stillwell did point out a change since the Planning and Development Commission. Our engineering division had concerns about the location of the driveway, so it has been moved from that little stub out you see to the north down to the farther south on the area. They also talked quite a bit about operations and specifically some of the impacts that residents were getting from the existing mini warehouse. So the applicant proposed condition number 6. It will be condition number 5 if you support the cross-access removal, which is hours of operation shall be limited to 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. That was to try to address some kind of sounds for those rear residents. They also did, as he noted, condition number 3 added that buffers shall incorporate existing natural vegetation as much as possible. Proposed condition 5 for the cross-access point was not supported for deviation by our engineering division, but our Planning and Development Commission did support removal of that particular condition. So they recommended approval with conditions on January 6, 2022.
Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, very good. Okay, at this time, we will open the public hearing on this. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Anyone here to speak in favor? Third and final time, anyone speak in favor? Is anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone in opposition? Third and final time, anyone to speak in opposition? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Commissioners, I put you on the spot last time, so I'm going to jump out there again this time. I was just saying, this is exactly what I was talking about before. I can support this application for all the reasons we previously talked about. It's a PUD. It tells us what's going there. It seems to me from reading all the backup information and the questions asked at the PDC, the applicant, and I was shocked when I saw that first picture when it showed this site next door that was completely wooded. It does not look, it didn't look anything like that. You know, based on what I've seen and what I've heard and the fact that there's nobody here to speak in opposition to this, it seems like the residents' concerns were heard based on the previous development that's right exactly, I think it's Page Street, right across the street from Page Street. I can support it. So, Commissioners, yes.
I'll make a motion, if
Okay.
you're ready for it. Adopt and authorize the chairman to execute the ordinances for CPA AA PUD-21-16 Clark A. Stillwell for Affordable Secure Storage Citrus Hills LLC and direct the clerk to execute the ordinances.
Second.
Okay, and we have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any other board discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, could you give us a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Kennard?
Aye.
Commissioner Carnahan?
Aye.
Commissioner Schleba?
Aye.
And Commissioner Kitchen?
Aye, so it passes 5-0. Okay, let's move on then to 515 AA-22-01 T3. Madam Clerk, excuse me, Madam Attorney.
Commissioners, with regard to AA-22-01, do you have any ex parte communications you wish to disclose?
No.
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 Mr. Chairman, at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending Citrus County land use atlas map and the Sugar Mill Woods Cypress Village master plan by redesignating approximately 1.45 acres from the planned development residential multifamily designation to the planned development residential single-family designation, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe the applicant is here.
Is the applicant ready for the presentation?
Good evening. My name is John Kuja, and I live at 3 Beverly Court, Homosassa. I own the property in question. It's currently zoned for multifamily. I would like to go single family so I can build a home. The area does support the zoning change. I believe the land to the north, south, and to the west of my said property has already been changed within a year and a half already to single family. I'm a simple applicant, so that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
Yes.
Commissioner Slabaugh.
Sir,
Sir, if you come back for a minute, Commissioner Slabaugh has a question.
I just want to make sure that you're okay with the 5 conditions, suggested conditions.
Which conditions?
That the staff has recommended here for the, right? Yes, page 619. Am I on the right one?
They were in the staff report that we sent you. They were in the staff report we sent you.
Yeah, basically, they're pretty standard. That's the,
I just wanted to make sure he,
yeah, because the motion would, any motion would include the 5, let's see, conditions.
Yes, I'm okay with that.
okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Don't go far. Yes, sir. I have a staff report now.
Yes, sir. This application is requesting to change the subject property from a multifamily designation to single-family in Sugar Mill Woods. We've seen a number of these over the years recently. It is one lot in particular. It's just under 1.5 acres. And as Mr. Kujan said, we actually had an application to change the lot to the north and the south, and the one to the west. As you can see there, lot 13. That was changed through a similar request back at the end of 2020. And so the proposed use does appear to be compatible with the area. The findings have all been found to be positive, and the Planning and Development Commission recommended approval with conditions on the January 20th hearing.
Commissioners, any questions of staff?
No, sir.
All right. Now open the public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Anyone speak in favor? Third and final time. Anyone speak in favor of this application? Is anyone here to speak opposed to this application? Anyone opposed? Third and final time. Anyone opposed to this application? We'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, as you know, I live down there. We've done a bunch of these. Familiar with the area. You know we've done some of these in the past.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
We approve AA-2201.
Okay.
Second it.
Commissioner Carhan makes the motion, second by Commissioner Slabaugh. Is there any other board discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Carnahan?
Aye.
Commissioner Schleba?
Aye.
Commissioner Kennard?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Commissioner Davis had to leave for
sorry.
a prior appointment, that's okay.
And Commissioner Kitchen.
Aye, so that passes 4-0.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will now move on to T4. Now we're only an hour behind schedule at 5.
I know, we should have.
Ready for CPA AAPUD. I believe we have Mr. Stillwell coming to talk to us again.
With regard to CPA AAPUD-22-02, do you have any ex parte
No.
communications you need to disclose?
No.
No.
No, ma'am.
No.
At the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida political subdivision in the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County land use atlas map by redesignating approximately 7.8 acres from the planned Residential Development District and the Low Intensity Coastal and Lakes District to the Recreational Vehicle Park Campground District, and to establish a master plan for an existing RV park, providing for conflicts, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. And secondly, an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 1 acre from the low-intensity coastal and lakes district to the recreational vehicle park campground district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date.
And I'll ask for all of us in the beginning, is this the 7 conditions that's with this? Or I saw something else and it had 6. So what is our understanding of the number of conditions?
Page is there.
Excuse me, there are 7. The applicant did add 1 at the Planning and Development Commission meeting.
Okay, so that's how we went from 6 to 7.
And,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, what
Yes.
page is that?
The 7 app, and I'm on 626 for that, and then well, it doesn't matter. If we're at 7, we're dealing with page 626, right?
Very
So
good.
that's what we're working on. Okay, so.
Good evening again.
Still.
Commissioners, it's a 3-part application. To a large degree, it's a housekeeping amendment to try to bring this historical RV campground into compliance with our current codes as best we can, recognizing that it was developed in the early 1980s, and a lot of the number of lots and the density and intensity was set then, and we can't address those issues. But we are trying to address all the other issues. There is a 1.8 acre site that was formerly a wastewater treatment plant that has been abandoned with the sewer and water tie-in. That is now being changed to RVP, and the PUD shows it as open storage for boats and that sort of thing. The second point is the GFLO map and the LDC Atlas map for the whole site don't match. And the current designation of PDR with a master plan, there's no master plan approved in the public records to support that designation. So we've proposed a master plan to support it, and then what we've done is a PUD on top of everything, which reflects the existing density, the existing access point. It reflects the coastal lakes piece going into the PUD for open bulk storage, and it sets forth 3 what I consider minor expansions of the PUD or the project. And I want to tell you how we got here. The client went in to pour a slab, a basic slab for an RV, and was told that since they were a non-conforming use, that particular concrete slab, 8 by 10 maybe, or 6 by 8, was an expansion of a non-conforming use and it wasn't permitted. So then the client also asked at that point in time, is they got this fish cleaning station and they wanted to screen it in and put a roof over it. And it's right on top of the water. And again, the county said to them, that's an expansion of a non-conforming use and you can't have a screened-in fish cleaning station. That put them in Ms. Catou's office, and from Ms. Catou's office, they ended up in my office. And we're here to try and straighten out the whole situation so that they can go forward and a person can pour a slab on their RV site and not having been deemed an expansion of a non-conforming use. So what are the 3 items that we're seeking to change and expand? They asked for a pickleball court, they asked for the fish cleaning station, and they asked for some basketball courts in the recreational area. Those are the 3 additions, if you will, that are proposed. So let's go through the PowerPoint and then we'll talk about the one issue that came up at the PDC and how we've addressed it. Here's the site. You can see it, one access point, the RVs and the recreational area with its own basin. Here's the RVP designation per your GFLUME, which is the correct designation. Next one. This is the area that we're adding, the 1 acre, and that's the open storage. Next one, please. This is the existing LDC Atlas. It's a PDR designation, but there is no approved master site plan, so what does it mean? It means something, so we're correcting that. Next one, please. This is the change from PDR to RVP for the whole site. Next one, please. This is existing approved State of Florida Department of Health lot configuration, 94 RV sites. This is uniquely a cooperative. Normally, you see these things, either the park owns the sites under some sort of ownership or it's a condominium, but this is one of the rare situations where you see a cooperative. Okay, next one, please. This is the 1 acre piece that is being changed into RVP for open storage and a pickleball court. Next one, please. Okay, this is the abutting land use map. Next one, please. Here's the master site plan. Okay, up here where you see the word boat trailer storage site, this was an issue at the PDC. The neighbors to the above, I don't know if that's north, came in and said that there was use of their roadway to get boats in and out, and they wanted that stopped. So at the PDC, the proposal was the open storage area would have an 8-foot fence in lieu of a buffer. We had proposed a buffer. But when we got out of the PDC, it occurred to me that we still had a strip of this particular street where the issue that the abutting neighbors had raised, and they had a legitimate concern, was not addressed. So we submitted a revised master site plan, and that would call for a 6-foot wall along those 6 RV sites, and, not a wall, fence, and a 6-foot wall along the coastal lakes or the open storage piece, so that issue, that is the folks putting their boat trailers there and using that roadway to get in and out instead of going through the main entrance, will be gone. Next one, please. This shows the storage area on the Sea Otter Path with the pickleball court. Again, we initially proposed a buffer, and then the PDC said an 8-foot fence, and then what we propose is the PDC solution only addresses half of the property, and lots 32 through 27 would have a 6-foot fence along with the open storage area. Next one, please. This is the fish cleaning station, and if you approve this, it will have a screened and roofed over.
So the no-seams don't get them?
So the no-seams won't get them. Next one, please.
That's it.
That's it? All right. So it's a big house cleaning correction. There was no approved master site plan for this piece of property, so what you could or could not do was up in the air. It resolves the issue of a non-conforming use. They asked for limited improvements to the extent that are recreational in nature, and they're defined on the master site plan. It cleans up this 1 acre piece and puts it into open storage. And when the issue came up about access on the South Sea Otter Path, the PDC addressed it, and we think we've addressed it even better by the whole street being a fence and prohibiting access. Any questions?
Any questions of the applicant? Thanks, sir.
If I could ask Mr. Stoll, you're talking about an 8-foot fence and along the boat trailer and a 6-foot along the remaining of Sea Otter?
No, what we said was 6 foot the whole way.
6 foot the whole way, because the PDC talked about 8 just for the storage area.
Yeah, just for the storage area, but we said 6 foot the whole way.
So on here it says 8-foot solid panel fence. Now you're saying it's 6 foot?
Well, the PDC said, I don't have my pointer, but the PDC only wanted 8 feet for that one segment there that's in the open storage area. That left lots 27 through 32 open, and so the issue still remained. So what I proposed to Ms. Katu is to correct the whole situation. We'll just take a 6-foot fence from the corner of 32 and run it all the way along.
So condition 5 would need to be modified to,
If you agree with that, yes, a 6-foot fence along the entire length of Sea Otter Path, yes.
so what's staff's position in relation to that, since seems like you're just hearing this, so.
Yeah, no, I'm happy that he wants to address it. There was a lot of talk about the people on Sea Otter. You'll see in the picture, it was really, there's houses right there, and they were constantly looking at or hearing boats starting up and boat trailers starting up. So does the extra 2 feet make a difference? You know, they're boat trailers, so.
Right. Okay.
The idea was,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
the idea was to limit access.
Right.
Okay, 2 feet, 6 feet versus 8 feet.
They're not going to cut through.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, yes, Commissioner Kennard.
That was going to be my question and comment, I guess, was the residents' concerns. What we heard was that they didn't want them accessing that road. That could be accomplished with a 4-foot fence, but if you're proposing a 6-foot fence, that'll definitely keep them off the road. Were there other concerns that they were unhappy with? I didn't hear that there were.
Well, they were talking about the time of day and that sort of thing. This would address all of that because anybody that has a boat stored there and they're going to, now, the park has its own ramp, but anyone is going to have to go out the main entrance now.
Okay.
This will eliminate the cutting through the neighborhood. They would just be able to, they have to go in through the park, right? Okay. Any other questions for, okay. Staff ready for their presentation?
Thank you.
Did you have any other questions for Mr. Stillwell? Ms. Cadieux?
I didn't, thank you, sir.
Okay, all right.
And thank you for being patient, your last land use hearing for tonight. This is actually changing approximately 7.8 acres of the total master plan and then the land use change of approximately 1 acre. We know that Camp and Water has been in existence since around 1972. In 2008, when the county created the RV park designation, the Camp and Water people at the time said, no, we do not want to be part of that. That is what created the non-conforming situation, unfortunately. If they were RVP now, we probably wouldn't be before you. So they have a plan development designation, but no particular master plan, which is where the problem was on when they want to do improvements. So this will eliminate that non-conformity. This is a picture of the site. I wanted to get a picture of the cabin there on the left. They have 4 cabins and 90 RVs, and that is approved. They're not increasing the number that's allowable there in any way. And this is the boat trailer parking. You can see the houses there on Sea Otter, and I think a fence will certainly help the situation. Commissioner Kennard, you're exactly right that access was a big concern. People were parking over there on Sea Otter waiting for them to open according to the planning board's hearings, and then also for noise. So this is my best attempt at colorizing the master plan. It's an older master plan. So you can see the 4 cabins in orange. That's not changed. They are asking for they have a dog park already. They're asking for the fish cleaning station. They're asking for a basketball site, perhaps pickleball, and then the boat trailer storage, to be clear. So the Planning and Development Commission did discuss this on January 20th, 2022. They did recommend approval. Condition number 4 was changed slightly to say that the boat and trailer parking area is limited to park residents and guests. It's not an outside person park trailer area. And condition number 5 was added and just modified, as you heard, to change to be a 6-foot solid panel fence shall be installed along South Sea Otter Path. So that would change condition 5.
Okay, South Sea Otter Path, and was there not another, didn't he say the entire, who would address both roads, or was it just South Sea Otter Path?
It was just South Sea Otter Path, correct.
Okay, very good. Any questions of staff, commissioners? Okay, we will now open this to public hearing. Is anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Anyone here? Yes, sir, please come forward. If you would, give us your name and where you live.
Robert Frank, 5695 South Sea Otter Path. I'm one of the houses across the street from the boat trailer storage site. So I'm in favor of what they're doing. Right now, there is no fence along South Sea Otter Path, so during scallop season, etc., people come and go from South Sea Otter Path. While when they're maneuvering in and out, they go through our yards and tend to use our driveways and that type of thing. So the 6-foot fence that they've agreed to will solve that problem. The 8-foot fence was discussed. From my perspective, 8-foot fence is not needed as long as a 6-foot solid panel fence is installed. The other concern that I had, along with my neighbors, is the wetland area that's on the south end of the boat trailer storage area. I think that's going to remain protected. If that's the case, we're all for it.
Great, thank you very much. Does anyone else?
Great comment.
Does anyone here, anyone else wish to speak in favor of this application? Anyone else speak in favor? Third and final time, anyone else speak in favor? Is anyone here opposed to this application? Anyone to speak in opposition? Third and final time, anyone opposed to this application? Okay, yeah, if you're going to speak, please come up. Good.
My name is Jay Parr, and I'm in the house at 5640 South Cedar Path. Excuse me. So first of all, I want to apologize because my understanding of this proposition was to increase the number of RV sites that would be there. So I'm very happy to hear that that is not the case. And because there wasn't a category for other than approve or deny, I'm kind of in the middle. I like what's going on here. And as my neighbor stated, he's closer than I am. I'm right around the corner. But there is a lot of that in and out. And if I was storing my boat there, that's the easiest way. I would do it too. But it is kind of a pain in the butt because there's always a truck that's halfway blocking the road, maneuvering a trailer, etc. So the only thing, and I don't know if this is appropriate right now, I would like to suggest is that with the possibility of a pickleball court. So I'm very familiar with pickleball. Very, very familiar with my work. Pickleball is loud. It's a great sport. It's awesome. But those early birds that love to play pickleball are out there at first light. And I don't know if you've ever heard of pickleball, but it's quite loud. So in regard to the 6-foot fence, maybe I could propose that it is an 8-foot fence because any higher that it goes is going to deaden that sound a bit for us who live right on the other side of it. RV parks are also places where people don't live. They're there for the weekend, they're there to hang out. God bless them, have some beers and crank the tunes up, and we hear that, and that's fine. But again, the height of that fence could deaden, some of that noise. So, like I said, I don't know if it's appropriate to ask for a taller fence, but I guess this is the time to do it.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, thanks for your comments. We appreciate it. Is anyone here to speak in opposition or have a neutral position? Anyone else wish to speak on this application? Third and final time. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Mr. Stillwell, you have any comments to the quasi question? Rebuttal to that or not?
We're fine with the staff petition. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay, so, very good. So, commissioners, what is your pleasure?
Substantial evidence.
Could you put on your mic, please?
Based on the competent and substantial evidence, move for approval of CPA-AA PUD 22-02.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Carnahan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further board discussion?
No.
Okay, Madam Clerk, have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Carnahan?
Aye.
Commissioner Kennard?
Aye.
Commissioner Schleba?
Aye.
Commissioner Kitchen?
Aye. That passes 4-0. Thank you very much. Okay, now what we're going to do, we finished the land use hearings. We are now moving to the 5:30 open to the public. And if some of the people are leaving, it'll leave room for other people that may wish to come in. We thank you all for being here. A couple additional housekeeping notes. You all have been very patient and so I'd like to make a couple quick announcements. That is, Commissioner Davis had to leave for a previous engagement, but she wanted me to tell you that she promised to watch the tape tomorrow to hear what everybody had to say. Also, myself and the fellow commissioners have been up here for quite a while, so we might be getting up and taking a break from time to time, but we have had a speaker installed in the bathroom, so we can hear everything that you're saying. So just because we're not here doesn't mean we're not paying attention to what you say. Okay, so with that said, this is open to the public about anything you wish to speak on. Again, please don't hold the signs up. That is obstructive to the people behind you. And again, we want to hear what everybody has to say, and we want everybody to have the ability to hear what everybody's saying and see what they're saying without obstruction. So again, one more time, 3 minutes. I'll stop you at 3 minutes. If you have a letter on file for organization, you have 5. So, yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Benita Lawrence. I live at 4134 East Jesse Lane in Inverness, Florida. And I wanted to talk to you about the expansion plans for the Florida Turnpike into the Nature Coast. Extending the Turnpike into the Nature Coast, I feel, is a bad idea. Those of us who live here do so because we don't want to deal with the urban sprawl like we see in Newport Richey and other places. When I moved to Florida 17 years ago, I specifically told my realtor that I didn't want to live in what was phrased as stereotypical Florida. I wanted an area where I could be close to nature and there were many outdoor recreational opportunities, and I found this in Citrus County. The National Motorists Association describes turnpikes as a bad idea, an inefficient and backwards approach to providing public highways. They further say that toll road projects foster corruption, political patronage, and discourage needed improvements on the rest of the highway system. According to the Nature Conservancy, the MCOR's proposal to create both the Suncoast Connector and the Northern Turnpike Corridor will have large-scale impacts on a region that is rich in springs, conservation lands, and agriculture. My biggest concern is for the impact that a turnpike extension would put on our natural resources. In our area, protecting the springs, wildlife, and natural areas is important. Every plan that I have seen for the turnpike extension at the very least skirts those areas. This could put our springs in more danger of pollution, reduce the living area of the Florida panther, and put further strain on our manatee population who are already struggling due to the loss of seagrass due to pollution. The disruption of our water filtering system by building the turnpike extension through our area could significantly impact the water quality in our springs, lakes, rivers, and bays. The citizens of Citrus County were recently subjected to a tax based on the amount of roof and concrete at their homes because of runoff, water quality, and flood concerns. How much more runoff, flooding, and water quality concerns would the county have if the turnpike comes through? In closing, I'm asking that the commissioners and the citizens of the county stand up and say no to the MCOR's proposal for the Northern Turnpike Corridor. We've already taken one for the team with the Suncoast Connector. We don't need to sit back and take another.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you once, no applause, no booing, no cheering, okay? Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners. Karen Esty, City of Inverness. Commissioners, coming from Southgate, I have firsthand experience, and I only speak to that when I come to this board. From living in Redland, when the Turnpike Authority came and said they wanted to build the extension down to Homestead, we were told that once it's built, you could just zip to downtown, and also it'd be a really great evacuation point. But what happened during the process, as they were building it, is the properties to the south, to the east and to the west were being gobbled up by developers. And that's the same thing that's happening here in Citrus County already with the Suncoast Parkway coming in. So what do you think it's going to do with the turnpike coming in? Now that the whole premise of an evacuation route is nil. It doesn't exist, and it's not going to exist if this turnpike comes through. But I think there's far-reaching, well, in addition to that, we've already gone through the Coastal Connector. That failed. We went through the MCORs. That failed. I mean, it was really mind-numbing to do that, okay? You guys know all about that. So, and really nothing has changed, but all of a sudden there's a big push for this. And it's not really predicated on the Suncoast Parkway. There's other issues, and it's going up north along US 19. And that's because if you go a little bit further north, if you go into Lebanon, and if you go into, let's say, Leon County, Wakulla County, there are several large parcels, thousands of acres that owned by very few people, who are salivating at the fact to develop. Not only will it destroy our land here, our water resources, our ecosystems, but they're getting ready to take all of this north, and that's what basically it's all about. So until we really find out what's going on, we really need to study the truth about this. And in addition to that, I have to ask, why are we clear-cutting lands for all of this? And I have to sit and ask you, commissioners, our ecosystem requires everything that we do. A safe place to live without harassment, food and water. Do we really give any
Credence?
Thank you, consideration to their needs? Thank you, folks. But it's important to realize that. I've never heard anybody say, well, you know, when a developer comes up here, you know, we really need to think about the birds and the bees and the understory and everything it supports. We just clear cut the land and that's the end of it. We pop up concrete and asphalt. We need to start thinking of everything in reverse and our values and what it holds for us to live on. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
One quick quote.
No. Time is up. Thank you. If I let you do it, I have to let the whole room do it, so okay.
I'll be back.
Thank you. We know that, and we're looking forward to it. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners. Teresa Waldron. I live at P.O. Box 438, Lecanto. And
Please hold down the signs, please. If you're on back against the wall, that's okay. Excuse me.
That's great.
I'll hold this down. Okay. Good.
My concern is we gave way to the Parkway. We fought since 20 years. I was fighting for the Parkway, against it. It's coming. The destruction it's done, the pathways for the wildlife that it has destroyed, the tortoises that have been entombed physically with silviculture and destruction is going to continue with the crosstown extension. It has not been stated as a needed road. It is a chosen road. I-75 can still be widened. It can be double-deckered. There are other choices. We don't have to lay down and let them destroy what you have fought for. You have fought for this county. You are leaders that have a decision to make, and you can stand up and say no. What is the point? No, where is the end point of destruction? We all love living here. I know you do, or you wouldn't be here. And that's why we're all here. But there has to be some point of deviation where we say it stops. The Parkway is coming, we will get it to 19, and we will have to adapt. I myself am not moving, but it's going to be in my backyard. But I love my property, and I have chosen I will adapt because I don't want to move anywhere else. But as leaders, please find a line of deviation because this will just continue. And our lives will never be the same. And the glory days are behind us. And preservation has to start now because we know it's already 50% gone. This county is nothing what it was 20 years ago. And it's up to you to maintain the quality of life that everyone has moved here for. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, come on. Next speaker, please.
I'm Dr. Paul Reinhardt, MD, candidate for the State House District 34 and the first gotcha candidate that this county ever had. Okay, this paperwork, this handful of paperwork, my dad and mom kept until they died. It contains documents pertaining to housing lots Dad purchased in Shirley, Suffolk County, Long Island, after he served in World War II. Dad was getting ready to build his house under the GI Bill so that my brother George and myself could be raised in a nice suburban area. The documents include his paid tax bills, as well as the state's letter wanting to grab our land by eminent domain to build the Sunrise Highway extension. Also included are a round of letters from an eminent domain attorney. My dad was only given $150 for those 2 lots in 1963. As a result, my family never recovered economically, and my brother and myself were raised in a New York City housing project, public housing project. That situation brought me where I am today, a poor missionary doctor and a college professor that you are fortunate enough to encounter, that has experience in every branch of government, federal and state, and lucky you. The FDOT is doing a master plan study of I-75 from Wildwood to I-10 with public comment scheduled this spring or early summer. This will be a $13.8 million study for a section of I-75 through Alachua, Marion, and Sumter counties. It will cover from Wildwood to Maconochie, a 47-mile stretch. Some are saying I-75 will be expanded to 8 lanes, while others are pushing for a raised double highway at points to accommodate cars on the raised portion and heavy trucks below. Mr. Prasad, who represents a road building trade association that's members stand to profit from the stances that most of this commission is saying that the Northern Turnpike extension is needed because I-75 is so congested. But implicit in that statement is that no improvement is possible to relieve this congestion. So why is there such a strong push by pro-build forces without the benefit of the findings of the Master Project Development and Environmental Study of I-75 that is scheduled shortly? If the I-75 improvements suggested come to fruition, traffic from Wildwood will flow smoothly and there will be no need for a toll road. No one will pay tolls when they can travel north on I-75 with no traffic jams. In the words of one commissioner after I spoke last time, don't bring this crap here.
And once again, folks, I'm trying to be polite. I asked you not to hold the signs up where it obstructs other people's views, okay? All right.
Good evening,
Wait, pardon me, hold the time. No, you can do whatever you want. Again, folks, let's be nice. We'll stay here all night to hear what everybody has to say, only if you're nice, okay? We don't operate where we behave badly. So we've had a great day. Let's just stay with it, okay? Ready, Commissioner? Yes, ma'am. Sorry for the
I should have a
interruption.
letter on file for my 5 minutes, please.
I believe that is correct. Is that
Thank
correct?
you very
Yes,
much.
Yes, thank you.
Sabrina Watson, Citrus County. I'm here speaking on behalf tonight of Citrus County Airboat Association. And I really want to tell you a little bit more about that waterway that they're talking about, running that toll road through. The Lake Hernando boat ramp is the entrance to hundreds of miles of waterway. We can run our airboats from that ramp all the way south of Floral City in one fell swoop. It costs me about $60 in gas, but I can do it. But I really want to tell you about a culture and a community and an ecosystem that's out there and back there. We're about a 175-member club, and we're not the only club out there. There are other clubs out there as well. We have a lease with Swift Mud on an island where we have potable water and toilets and barbecues. There are families that are out there all weekend, every weekend. There are kids that learn to swim and fish and boat and airboat and run in hammocks and play ball on the island. Now this club, I want to tell you a little bit more about this club. They actually clean those waterways themselves every single year. They perform other community services such as sponsoring dragon boats for the Citrus County Education Foundation. They do veterans events. They make sure that veterans can go for airboat rides and experience all that waterway. They also do toy runs and participate in Christmas organizations as well. That organization also puts out a weekly or monthly newsletter, and in that newsletter we have club information, but we also have information for other people about those events, as well as education. We try to educate the community on using their flags out there so they don't get run over when I come around a corner at whatever speed. We try to educate them on curfews. We attempt to keep the airboats off the water late, like they're not supposed to be. There's lots of other things besides airboats out there. There's canoes, kayaks, stand-up paddleboards, OCs. There are other paddle clubs and other boats. I want to point out that if this toll road were to come through those areas, There's the potential to destroy a lot more than just what you see on the surface. There's the potential to destroy those entire cultures and communities and ecosystems of hundreds of people that are out there. Will those organizations like this one disappear? If that should happen, I don't know. Then who will clean the waterways? Who will teach the kids to swim? Who will teach the kids to boat? I don't know. Additionally, we haven't yet seen any of the reports that would on environmental impact. I can't imagine that the rain, the dirt, and the runoff off these toll roads would not devastate those areas. We haven't seen reports on increased crime yet. We haven't seen reports on increased drugs, and we haven't seen reports on increased human trafficking from those toll roads. So clearly, we don't want those toll roads in our community, and if for any reason they should come, we damn sure don't want them coming through our water. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good evening. I'm Dan Hilliard. I live up in Lecanto. I provided you folks with documents, 2 pages, and before I go further, I will tell you I'm flagrantly opposed to the Turnpike extension. One of the reasons would be the chaos that the Suncoast Parkway extension is creating. There's a family, extended family in residence north of Highway 44 who's been in this county for over 100 years, and they're watching their homestead face destruction because of that parkway. This is what goes on with every time we build a road. The documents that I gave you, the one on the back is from Southwest Florida Water Management District to the Executive Director, Turnpike Enterprise. It says in very clear language that they will not support what the enterprise is proposing because all of their 4 corridor options go through preserved lands. It's not going to work. Not even the state likes it. I have also read some comments in the Chronicle suggesting that some of you folks favor this on the basis of economic development. Well, transportation is part and parcel of that. One of the things that the other document is a copy of an editorial. It was in the Chronicle last weekend. If you didn't see it, you'll get a chance to now. And I want to bring to your attention that at the present time, there's 5 transportation corridors through or adjacent to Citrus County on a north-south axis. We've got US 19, the Suncoast Parkway, which is under development. County Road 491, US 41, a few miles east of 75. 5 corridors for transportation. In Brevard County, the other side of the state, they've got 3. They've got A1A, slow road to nowhere. You've got US 1, a little bit faster road that goes up the coast. And out in the west part of the county, they got I-95. They hit a home run in 1974 when they had a vision for economic development. They went to New York and hijacked the Harris Corporation and brought them home. That's the first time that anybody could ever get a decent wage in that county. Last time I checked, there was 40, give or take, Fortune 500 companies operating in Brevard County. 40. They're doing well over there with one major road. The roads that we have can be improved and widened. I know there's been talk about widening 41. You can do this, and it has to do with your vision of the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Sir, what don't you understand about no applause? Okay, I've asked 3 times now not to do that, okay? Yes, ma'am.
Sally McDavid, Florida Forest Service. I should have 5 minutes. I'm representing the organization.
Yes, ma'am, you do. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Sally McDavid. I'm president of the Florida Forever Backcountry Horsemen. We maintain over 100 miles of trails in the Withlacoochee Forest. We hold an annual trash pickup day on the forest roads also. Yes, growth has been coming for years, as evidenced by our population. But this turnpike will dramatically accelerate growth and turn Citrus County and the Nature Coast into an Orlando. Is that what y'all want? Because that's what's coming. All the proposed routes cut through so many of Florida's treasures. So many of these places are not only watersheds, but well-loved recreation areas to campers, bikers, hikers, birders, and equestrians. Goethe State Forest, Cross Florida Greenways, Pruitt, Ross Prairie, the Halpata Basin, the Withlacoochee River Basin, the Rainbow River Basin. I could go on, but I don't have time. Water and water sources will be severely and detrimentally impacted. Recharge areas will be diminished and destroyed. And forget about water in your lawn. The big question is going to be, where's your drinking water going to come from? The 98-02 drought was the worst in history. Water basins and streams began to dry. Aquifers were diminished. Wildfires destroyed about 1.5 million acres. More and more sinkholes appeared. Water restrictions went into place and wells dried up. Tropical storms and hurricanes thankfully saved us in late 02 and 03. There was another lasting 28 months ending in 2008, and there'll be another. Y'all wanted FDOT to choose the best route, and then you'd get involved. Well, let's take a minute and talk about FDOT. US 19 through Homosassa, yes, DAB defaulted, but FDOT was supposed to supervise and inspect. Y'all do remember that stormwater from the drainage system is polluting and degrading Halls River, do you not? Little Wekiva River, yet another outstanding Florida waterway, ruined by FDOT's I-4 Ultimate Construction Project. Seminole County is now spending $1.7 million to dredge it. Suncoast Parkway was one dismal failure to meet toll projections by $130 million a year. Yet FDOT went ahead and approved Suncoast 2, using the same people for their projections that's already overprojected by $130 million a year. The same group got it wrong on the Veterans Expressway, the Seminole Parkway, the Polk Parkway, and Garson Point Bridge, and I'm sure there are more. Makes you wonder why this group does the projections for the Turnpike and for the DOT. Obviously, they have to have enough money to build a road, but they have to back off because none of them are correct. Good thing DOT isn't a business, because without we, the people, and the taxpayers' money, they wouldn't be around. They'd be compelled to close. Bowes Bridge to Nowhere, Garson's Point Bridge out in the Panhandle. Anybody heard of that? If you haven't, you need to read. You need to find out about it. It is a primer about greed, misused and corrupt political power, and roads to nowhere. Marcus Nelson, one cannot simply expand highways indefinitely to reduce traffic. The principle of induced demand demonstrates that more highways and more drivers will result in more traffic. Houston, Texas is the home to one of the world's widest freeways with 26 lanes, and yet every day it is often just as congested as any smaller highway, if not more congested by sheer volume. Please listen to this. In 1999, FDOT said the extension of the Turnpike was suspended due to lack of support from local governments and the inability to pay for itself. FDOT Raymond Nash said even with higher traffic volume, the lack of local support would have killed the project. Levy County, Dunellen have voted no build. Marion County did not, 3-2. Maybe that's going to change. I can't say how disappointed I am, and I'm sure some of the citizens in Citrus County, that you said no build was not an option at the summit. You did that without any citizen input. And this is a life-changing issue on so many issues. That was just wrong. Please schedule another public meeting specifically for citizens' input regarding this road and adequate space and time. Listen to the people, because that's your job. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm serious. I really am. We want to hear what you have to say, but all your disruptions is just doing that, disrupting. So I don't think the commissioners are going to pay as much attention to listening to you misbehave as what the speakers are saying. So let's listen to what the speakers have to say.
Mr. Chairman, can I
Yes.
say something, please?
Sure.
I appreciate what you're saying to them. I'm the one that asked for this evening meeting, so I implore you to please listen to the chair. Otherwise, I might not get this chance again.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Barbara Ocasio. This is Mariana Ocasio, my beautiful daughter. And we moved 2 years ago back home to Citrus County from Orlando that started looking like California freeway. We did not move here to have it follow us. I live, right now we're safe, you guys aren't even knowing where my road is, 10258 North Gardner Way. And another reason why we came, they abused her in her special needs class. My mother lives in 7181, am I right? North Fountainhead Drive. And you guys are putting your road right in their front yard, and that is her dream house. She came all the way from Germany for her dream house. I wrote down, that's not what I wanted to say. I wrote down, it's not going to take 3 minutes, I promise, so I don't mess up. My name is Barbara Ocasio. I live in my dream home along with my daughter, her safe place, in Citrus Springs, Citrus County. It is a private community. I live there with my husband, my beautiful, nonverbal, autistic 12-year-old daughter. So far, I am not in the path of any of your thoughts or plans. I understand now that there is an extension of I-95 and other road projects that have been planned for 40 years. They've been in plan for 40 years. My question is, why did you allow people coming all over the world to buy in those 40 years knowing you're going to tear down their home? I don't understand that. Businesses, wildlife, those critters can't come here and say, save me. Don't take my home either. I get emotional. It's my German mother's fault. 8 years ago, Scott Karanen, sorry I butchered his name, was elected into office November 14th, 24. His famous quote in this profile page to this day, he said, "This is a beautiful place. I am proud to call Citrus County my home. Our community has so much to offer visitors and residents alike." Does he still believe that? Because we don't need this. When they say no road, they're not saying stop, go away. They're saying fix what's here. Expand where needed, where it doesn't hurt nobody. These are families, they're real people, real businesses. I'm right now safe with my daughter. My mother is not. I don't know how many people here are going to lose their homes, and many don't know. They don't know you guys are even thinking about this. I found out 2 weeks ago. Please, thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your being here and sharing. Can we have the next speaker, please?
I'm here speaking on behalf for Everglades Gallery.
Do we have a letter from them? Thank you. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm speaking on behalf for Everglades Gallery. My name is John Bob Carlos. I've lived among Big Cypress and Everglades National Park most of my life. My life work is to save most of it. I've saved 80 miles of Everglades, but I've also seen the other side of it. I've seen the destruction. I've had the opportunity to photograph all of Florida. My work has been renowned throughout the world. It's been used by Nat Geo, it's been used by a lot of large companies, and I've shown the beauty of Florida. The most interesting thing is that in the last month or 2 months, you have a new resident. Driving through Inverness, I saw one of the most beautiful places I've ever imagined. I saw a golden sawgrass that reminded me of the Everglades. Trees, oaks that were larger than Fish Eating Creek. And I bought a large parcel of land. I'm now a landowner here. I'm doing a preserve. I own almost close to 100 acres here. And you know what's the interesting thing is? That flag that's behind you, the ones I'm here to speak for, I've seen more deer in your county in one day than I did in a lifetime in Big Cypress or the Everglades. I've seen more wildlife, like panthers, I've seen bobcats, I've seen gators, I've seen sandhill cranes, and I'm here to speak for them and give them a voice. But what's the most important thing is, I can live driving, so I still have my camps out in Big Cypress, and I still have that there. But one of my elders told me something that's really important. I can live by driving an extra 21 minutes, but I can't live without water, I can't live without trees, and I can't live knowing that I didn't come today and speak for not only those animals that are right behind you, that flag that's there, for each of them, but also your future generations. Because the first flag that's there, and one thing I notice about Inverness is that you guys are really proud for your veterans. They fought for future generations. The second flag that's behind you that you guys represent is the blood and the time, and it's Florida, the land of flowers that we're paving over each day. But the one thing I like to point at, those people's grit got us here today, and they thought about future generations. That's why we're sitting here today in AC in such beautiful places. And the third flag that sits behind you, we need to honor them also. The animals that feed us, the ones that don't have voices, and this beautiful, beautiful county that you have, Inverness. To leave the Everglades to find something that I saw was so beautiful, go through my photos. I guarantee you, I have so many photos from here. Dreaming oak trees, beautiful waterways. This is paradise. Don't pave over paradise. Once it's gone, it doesn't come back. I've seen it from where I came from. And as my elder says, we need to plan for future generations, not just our pocket. I could live driving the extra mile, but I can't live with what you have here, and it's paradise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Welcome to the community, too. So, yes, ma'am.
Hello, pardon me. My name is Danielle Coates. I'm a Inverness, Florida resident, and thank you so much for having this hearing and listening to our comments and having it at night so that we can all be part of it. I really appreciate it, I do. So I'm just a normal person. I'm not an environmentalist. I'm not running for anything. I just live here in Citrus County. I've lived here my whole life. I went off for college, grad school. I came back because it's beautiful here. My family too, but I came back because it's beautiful. It's ecologically unique, our 3 spring-fed rivers, all the preserves, the trails, the forest. I truly love it here. Obviously, we all love it here. We would not live here. You love it here. You would not be living here either. So I just wanted to say that please, please speak with us and protect this ecologically sensitive environment. I mean, once it's gone, it's gone. And you can't bring it back. And we've seen that all over Florida, just the face of Florida changing. And yes, change is inevitable, but please, sustainable change. So not in my backyard, not in your backyard, not in their backyard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Could we have the next speaker, please?
Hello, thank you, commissioners, for listening to us and for having this meeting. Ecotourism. The definition of ecotourism is responsible travel to natural areas that conserves the environment, sustains the well-being of the local people, and involves interpretation and education. Ecotourism is the future of Citrus County. We've started it, we're partway there, but it is still the future. I've heard the argument that the Turnpike extension would bring economic development to this county, but destroying entire neighborhoods and even towns for a Turnpike exit with a Dunkin' Donuts, a McDonald's, and a couple of gas stations is not the type of economic development Citrus County needs. And we have a golden opportunity here. Instead, we should be providing financial incentives for people to start small businesses that support ecotourism. I forgot to mention, I live in Hernando, Florida, right underneath the yellow route. And in case you haven't looked at the yellow route, it wipes out the entire town. Piggybacking on what the airboat folks said, they're already a start to this ecotourism. Let's use Hernando as an example. Instead of paving it over and making an exit with gas stations and Dunkin' Donuts, provide some economic incentives to someone who would like to start a bike rental business right there in the strip mall, right on the bike route. Someone who would like to rent kayaks down at the boat ramp. A fishing guide who does bass fishing excursions out on Lake Hernando. How about incentives for developers who purchase the distressed properties to redevelop them as fish camps or vacation cottages? If you've never heard of glamping, look that up. Ecotourism is ripe for development in this county, but it won't happen with polluted waterways, destroyed natural habitat, and unnecessarily displacing residents. There are multiple routes now to get from Wildwood to Highway 19. We don't need another. Tell FDOT to help us to improve and upgrade what we already have. This isn't needed here. Tell FDOT no build.
Thank you. We have the next speaker, please.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Leslie Shaw, and I live on Lake Hernando. My address is 3988 East Lake Park Drive. My husband and I retired here in Hernando after having left Jacksonville. I am a native of the state of Florida. My family is a pioneer family in the state of Florida. I have seen Jacksonville go from 150,000 people to over 1 million people. It is not a pretty sight. Jacksonville is a mean place. Crime is outrageous. You cannot turn on your TV set every day without hearing about a murder, a rape, or an abuse of some sort. We came down here because it was quiet. I could actually sit on my back porch and not hear an ambulance, or a police cruiser, or a fire truck. It was peaceful. It is peaceful. I have eagles that fly over the lake. I have otters that come on my dock. I have fish that are beautiful bowfish, sunfish, bass. If you build this parkway, number one, they always lie about how long it takes. As we can see, they're not finished in Homosassa. How long were we told that that was going to take? It's going to take years. It's going to be tons of pollution. You know already, like on the other side of 200, if you were to go off the road there, you're going to go into the water. It's deep. Gators, snakes. Everything got a purpose in this life. The birds have a purpose. The snakes have a purpose. Everything has a purpose. We don't need to destroy them. We don't need to destroy the trailhead to make room when we can simply improve what we already have. People coming from Alabama and up north can hit I-10 and go 75 and get to Wildwood. We don't have to give them another route. We can already drive straight up 19 up and go west on 40, or up 27, up 301 if indeed we need to evacuate for a hurricane. Make those roads sustainable. Make them a little bit wider. Have diversions where you could change it from a northbound to a southbound with a flip of a switch. That increases your roadways. There's things you can do. Please, please, please reconsider this. I beg you.
Thank you. We have the next speaker, please.
I'm Dr. Bert Eno. I'm a retired professor emeritus of mechanical engineering from the University of Central Florida. After I retired, which was 20 years ago, I wanted to get out of Orlando because of the monstrous growth was occurring and surrounding us where we had a 5-acre plot of land. My wife and I moved to Rainbow Springs, and we have loved it there. I got involved with the Rainbow River Conservation Organization, a nonprofit, and soon became the president and leader of that group, which amounts to about 270 members at the present time. We stand for conservation of natural systems, and we've done a pretty good job, frankly, of managing to preserve and protect the Rainbow River and its surroundings and its wildlife and the wildlife corridors nearby. I came over here to Citrus County, even though I live in Marion County, and I'm concerned about the attitude of the commission in Marion County pertaining to this issue. But I came here because you're our neighbors. I'm a neighbor to you. And I believe that your interests should be similar to ours. Your assets, your quality of life here is similar to ours. And so I decided I would come over and I'd speak on behalf of these people as an extension of speaking on my own. And I think that you'd make a mistake, a big, giant mistake, to encourage this turnpike extension matter. All it is a make-work project for the FDOT and their subcontractors. There is no justification for it. The Turnpike extension takes off and goes to the west. I-75 continues to the north. If you look at the numbers, those people traveling up I-75 continue up I-75. Very few of them peel off and head down I-10 toward Tallahassee. So what do you need a shortcut for across from Wildwood to Tallahassee or any part of I-19 or US 19? I am very concerned about the natural resources as we build and build and build and encourage more growth and more destruction of the natural resources we have in this area. We find that we're running out. Florida is not an independent state. It is not energy independent by any means, and it's not really water independent because the aquifer is being abused, misused, overused, and the water is being polluted.
Thank you.
Think about those things,
Thank you.
please.
Appreciate you being here. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good evening. My name is Darden Rice. I'm a property owner at 13437 East Shawnee Trail in Inverness. Thank you, honorable commissioners. Hello, Chairman Kitchen. You and I were in an MPO training a few years ago. Thank you, Commissioner Schleback, for having this evening meeting. And what can I say? Old MPO officials, we don't die. We just keep attending public hearings. I am so lucky to have the opportunity to be a steward of a modest cabin and piece of property on the Withlacoochee River. This is truly God's country. I come from a long line of Floridians, and the Nature Coast really, truly is one of the last beautiful parts of this beautiful state. But it's not just the natural beauty that makes it important, but it's the economic and the cultural relevance of this area. The Cove of the Withlacoochee has history that goes way back, Native American history, ancient history, the Second Seminole Indian Wars. This is where the Spaniards crossed the river in the 1600s on the way to modern-day Ocala. There's just a lot of cultural history here that, in a state where we see more and more concrete and more people, I really ask that you please just do everything we can to protect the Nature Coast when it's on our watch. Also, I think it's important to just please, this is a top-down project from FDOT. Please don't bring the state's agenda to the people. Bring the agenda of your constituents to the state, because you've heard loud and clear that we are asking you to consider the no-build option and really push back against this top-down planning process that FDOT has imposed on this area. Thank you very much for your time. And thank you for your service to the public as public officials. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice seeing you again. Thanks for coming to visit. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good evening. Maxine Connor of Homosassa, speaking on behalf of League of Women Voters of Florida. I would like to thank each one of you for all that you do and for always patiently listening to our concerns. Today, I'd just like to make a brief comment on the Northern Turnpike extension.
We've given you 5 minutes, Ms. Connor, so you have up to that. So.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm going to be brief, though.
Okay.
You'll be pleased.
You don't have to use it. You just
Contrary to what I normally do, and I'll talk slower. Okay. So, the League of Women Voters of Florida is a member of the coalition of over 70 organizations that signed on to the letter to the governor asking him to veto the toll roads bill. It happened to be SB 7068 back in 2019 that created MCORS. So the State League also signed on to the coalition letter to the Florida Department of Transportation asking for a no-build option until 2020. So here we are again, and we are looking at the Northern Turnpike extension. So I just wanted to say very briefly that we stand by these letters, and we just ask you to please choose the no-build option on the Northern Turnpike extension. And I want to thank you for the privilege of public comment, and I want to thank Commissioner Sleva for arranging for this meeting to allow for people to express themselves on this issue. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Boy, you've had a long day. My name is Diane Campbell. I'm a native born and raised Floridian. And today I speak to you on behalf of the Sierra Club Adventure Coast Group as their conservation chair. Our territory is Citrus, Hernando, and Upper Pasco. I also speak as president of Nature Coast Conservation, Inc., a nonprofit organization. There are many good reasons why we are all opposed to these new turnpike extensions. There's no documented need for the roads. Our Florida rural community values its cultural, historical, agricultural, and archaeological resources. The Northern Turnpike extension perpetuates sprawl and bad or non-existent planning. None of this supports our small communities. And of course, funding for the new road will drain money from the rural community. So I encourage you, as everyone does, to just say no build as the only option for Citrus County. I also want to bring up an issue that I think is near and dear to all of us. Nothing has really changed from when the legislature entered the toll roads plan known as MCOR. Protecting the Swanee River Basin watershed, complete with its environmental importance and its rural way of life, remains the reason for the no-build mantra that echoes throughout this room and throughout this community. Protecting one of the world's most unique spring systems in itself warrants a reason not to build. The legislature passed Statute 377-601 in 2018, finally acknowledging that climate change as a driving force behind the major hurricanes that are now being experienced is the driving force. Clearly, building toll roads will not mitigate the adverse conditions driving climate change. The carbon footprint for these proposed highways would be immense, thus contributing to the very conditions that create climate change. It is imperative that greenhouse gases be brought down in order to reverse the warming of our planet. And of course, reducing emissions is the primary way to do this. Sequestration or carbon capture is a tool that could provide time to reduce these carbon emissions. Regenerative use of farmlands, ranches, and forests makes it possible to do sequestration. Protecting these lands from development should be priority number one. Please accept the no-build vote as your only option. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you and for your time today.
Thank you so much for being here. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good evening. My name is Eugene Kelly. I'm here from Brooksville, Florida, speaking on behalf of the Florida Native Plant Society. I am the chair of the Policy and Legislation Committee for the Native Plant Society's Board of Directors. The Society's concerns really revolve around environmental impacts, impacts to water resources, and I don't really want to spend any time speaking about that, not because I don't think it's important. It's, I'm a conservation biologist by trade, so that's really my main focus in life is conservation and environmental protection. I attended almost every single MCOR's task force meeting. A couple of you might recognize me from those meetings. I had shorter hair back then. But I think back to some of the most compelling things that I heard come from the public. And I remember a number of young people that came to the podium and they spent their 3 minutes to say, basically, we don't want this road, we don't need this road, we won't use this road. Heck, we don't even want to have to own an automobile. So ultimately, I look at us and we're considering how could we build this road and minimize environmental impacts. Well, I think this road ultimately is an antiquated transportation infrastructure solution. It's old school. And, you know, I look at us, I look all around the room, and with few exceptions, I think it's safe to say we're all pretty old school in here. There's nothing wrong with that. I like to think that one of the things that comes from being old school, age, is a slightly different perspective on the future. And you are the elected leadership in this community. You're here to lead them into the future. And I don't have a crystal ball that tells me exactly what the future holds. I kind of have some insights, I think. One of the things we've learned from this pandemic, more and more people working from home. There's going to be fewer and fewer of us getting on the road to drive to an office. There's going to be fewer of us getting in internal combustion automobiles for a number of reasons. If those of us that are in vehicles, I see more and more electric and autonomous vehicles. Ultimately, again, this is just an old school solution to our infrastructure needs. And I hope that, you know, maybe you can just look towards the future with open eyes and a more open mind and think about the infrastructure needs for your grandchildren.
Thank you.
And their children.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Could we have the next speaker, please?
Yes, my name is Kathleen Imhoff, and I'm usually like to face my audience because I'm an interpreter for the deaf communities. I'm also a member of the Fort Belknap Indian Reservation. My mother gave birth to me here in Florida. That's not my fault. I am indigenous to Native American Indian, and I'm here in support of other Native American Indian peoples that's in this room, and also the hearing impaired peoples that might be in this room. Yeah, I don't think that this road is going to be a good idea because, number one, you're going to be digging up a lot of burial mounds that are still in existence to today, especially down 44. I live only 2 miles from the yellow route that you plan on taking, and I definitely do not want the turnpike being in my backyard and hearing all the noise and the activity that goes on there. Not only top of that, but I see endangered birds, turtles. They're going to be moved. They're going to be destroyed. They're going to be impacted. You got the sandhill crane. I see sandhill cranes dead alongside the road because of traffic. I see turtles that are supposed to be protected. I'm also part of the Audubon Society also. And if you move a turtle, that's a federal crime. So therefore, you're allowing federal crimes to occur. I mean, this is ridiculous. I don't think we need this turnpike at all. It's going to destroy a lot of our wildlife, our indigenous wildlife at that. They were here long before the Native American Indian was ever here. So I'm also talking in their behalf also. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Could we have the next speaker, please? Excuse me, could you fill out a form for the clerk, please? Green card. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Oliver. Leslie Barris, Inverness resident. I'm going to come at this from a little bit different angle. And I will say that all the environmental concerns that I've heard are very well founded, and I hope they're taken to heart. My summary comment is that as a practitioner of surface transportation law for almost a quarter of a century, and an environmental and historic preservation attorney for 37 years for industry, military, and citizens, what I've seen is that local elected officials don't always, in my view, spend their political capital very effectively on major surface transportation projects. And I'll explain that. And I've represented people, you know, for and against bridges and roads, from $1 billion bridge and interstate highway to $3 million local connectors. I've lobbied U.S. senators and congressional reps in Washington, D.C., so I've been around these issues. I haven't seen the traffic numbers yet for the proposed road. I will. I'll dig into them. Mr. Oliver knows I dig into the things that I take on. My gut feel, though, tells me that the future modeled projections, which is really what matters in this situation, it's the planning horizon 20 to 25 years out, The numbers are probably going to be paltry. They're probably going to be based on some assumptions that are kind of questionable and easily picked apart. And what happens in those cases is that you ended up, if the road gets built, you end up with lots of houses and lots of fast food restaurants and chains. And in my view, that's not economic development. If that's really what your goal is, and that's a really legitimate goal for you. As you know, houses, very high cost of service, don't bring in enough revenue typically through property taxes to offset that. And then you get fast food restaurants, minimum wage. I'm not saying that's not a good job for somebody, but it's not the higher quality jobs. What I would prefer to see you spend your political capital on, and you are going to spend your political capital on this road. You've got a very well-organized constituency against it. We'll see what their stick-with-itness is. Stick with it. Very articulate, very up on the issues. And you're going to spend political capital on this with the state legislature, with the MPO, with FDOT, maybe with FHWA, depending on some issues of design. I'd rather see you spend your political capital getting industrial development here. Spend your political capital getting surface transportation money dedicated to a site for a specific client, company, financial incentives, local, state, federal, building a community consensus, and I will donate whatever time I can to support you in that. Because to me, that's really economic development. It also actually focuses environmental issues, unlike roads. So
Thank you
good
very
luck in
much.
your deliberation.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Also, by the way, while we're waiting for the next speaker to come up, in case you aren't used to the way we operate, is once we take all public input, then it'll be up to the commissioners to respond to everybody or some or whatever they wish. So a lot of you that are asking questions, if you stick around, you may hear the answer to them. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good evening. Thank you for staying for such a long day.
It's our job. We're
Really?
happy you're here. Come on over to the microphone, too, so we can hear you,
Okay.
please.
My name is Ann Brooks, and I've already filled out one of those forms at like 5 o'clock, and I had to stand in this line this whole time because there was no sound in the other room.
really?
So I came back in here, and I was like number 4, and I was assured that my name would be called.
Yes, ma'am, and I
It was not.
apologize. My understanding is we had sound and television in the other room, so I apologize if that didn't happen.
Well, they
So-
eventually turned it up, but I was
great.
already out of there by then. So, I'm really not here to talk about that, just y'all take note to correct it for some other time. I am encouraging no build. I live in the mini farms, and my mailing address is Dunellen, but it's Citrus County. So my community is going to be hugely impacted by all of this. The one thing I know that everybody has spoken about tonight, they've all got good points. I want to talk about the humans, okay? We have varying population, very economic people, varying houses, just everything out there is just a variable. My huge concern is if you allow this to go on, when eminent domain comes through, how are your elderly people going to buy a home and relocate in this county, in this community, in the state of Florida? I mean, has anybody done an economic impact survey on what it's going to do to the humans and their businesses? Everybody, well, not everybody, many people in a mini farm, that's their livelihood and is their home. So they're going to be put out of their livelihood and they're going to lose their homes. It's not a good plan. Something else needs to come up. And by the way, just for this meeting, I took the opportunity to drive from here all the way to Marion County over the weekend. So I used the interstate and I used the back roads. And I can tell you what I saw and what I feel. I feel that the northern counties that are past us are not going to go from this. They are rural counties. They don't want fences around their kids' high schools and their kids' elementary schools. It's very, very rural. And I think what's going to happen is you're going to build a road to nowhere. And it's going to dead end, and in the end, Our community has 900 property owners just in the POA, so the community as a whole is more than that. You're going to impact over 1,000 homes just in that community. Something to think about.
Thank you very
Vote
much.
no.
Thank you very much. We
Thank
appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm
Hello.
Kate. I'm a new Citrus County resident in Crystal River, so I suppose I'll be speaking as the new school.
You need to address your comments this
I'll be speaking as the new school, as mentioned earlier. I moved here for one reason, the natural beauty. The coast in Citrus County is one of the best and most preserved coastlines left in the state of Florida. It's a refuge to terrestrial and marine organisms who rely on these pristine and productive ecosystems, which are critical to protect, lest we end up like the East Coast. While FDOT will commission an environmental study, that study will not take into account road runoff from future cars going on this road, nor the construction increase. This runoff will go directly into our springs, our drinking water, as well as the Gulf, damaging the water quality here and threatening our wildlife. The environment we have here in Citrus County should be enough to motivate us to stop this build. But as many people put profit over planet, I would like to highlight a few economic points. Our watersheds support huge and booming ecotourism economies as well as fisheries economy. Ruining the environment will destroy both of these economies. There's promise that this road will bring new jobs, but the reality is that it will eliminate stable and good jobs that revolve around our beautiful environment that people come to visit from all over the world. Daily, people travel here to see the manatees. I get constantly stopped. Where can I see the manatees? Three Sister Springs. We've seen what the development has done to the manatees in the Indian River Lagoon. Our economy here cannot risk that happening. We must say no build in order to protect our environment, but also ourselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome to the community. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, hi, Art Jones. I'm the founder and president of One Rake at a Time. I've been involved in cleaning up the springs there in Crystal River for quite a while. I think that after it's all said and done, and the state decides to extend the Florida Turnpike and rejects the no-build option, then I believe the best route is the southernmost route. I think the Turnpike would make sense to go directly to Crystal River. It would be the shortest route. If it piggybacks along the 44 corridor, that's already opened up. There's a lot of room there. You can piggyback it on top. You can elevate it sections. You can bypass some tricky sections and things like that. Tourist is already a tourist town. You can ride the bike trails in Inverness, visit the historic downtown, go fishing in the beautiful lakes in Crystal River. You can swim with the manatees, visit the National Wildlife Refuge, swim in the crystal clear springs waters of Kings Bay, and learn about how we worked really hard to restore those springs. Or you can head out into the Gulf of Mexico. Crystal River is already world famous and welcomes visitors from all over Florida and beyond to see the manatees. What better place for the Turnpike to drop you off? The Turnpike can be directly connected to the Suncoast Parkway, and then it can take you either north to Tallahassee, or then you can take the South Parkway and head back down into Tampa, the airport there, or the Bucks Sports Stadium. It could alleviate some of the traffic from Orlando to Tampa on Interstate 4, and it can act as an alternative route in case of hurricanes and evacuation routes. The Turnpike connecting to the Parkway could alleviate some of the traffic congestion we now experience on Interstate 75 going through Ocala. Anybody that's ever been stuck on the Turnpike for hours as it comes into 75 knows we need to finish the Turnpike. It is long overdue. It's a needed road. We need to connect it to the other roads. And what a nice loop. It's just, it makes sense. And it doesn't have to be environmentally destructive. Instead of just saying, no, 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 let's say, how can we build it the right way? What are the best practices that we can use to build this road and bring it in and do it the right way? This will be the newest section of the Florida Turnpike. They've learned a lot over the years, and I think if we work closely with them, that the road can be built very environmentally friendly. It's not going to hurt the aquifer. You go up over the sandhills of Lecanto. It's not going to hurt the aquifer in any way. It can be built the right way. You know, it's funny. One of the best reasons to keep it to the south is citrus. We have the Brooksville Range. We've got the sandhills of Lecanto, so it will avoid the more sensitive areas, the Rainbow Springs watershed and up through there. Nobody's farm has to be bulldozed. I mean, it's this hysteria that's going on.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. Appreciate your thoughts.
It can be done right.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys have been very, very good up till now. Let's keep it going. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for being here. My name is George L. Reinhardt, 16 Oak Knoll Street, Beverly Hills, Florida. And I appreciate you all being here this late in the evening. I have in my possession articles of incorporation, not for profit. One rake at a time. The initial officers and director is Arthur Warren Jones, President and Director. Anthony Tamposi, Vice President, Treasurer and Director. Dale Marie, Esquire, Secretary and Director. And I want to thank you all. No build at a time, and I got you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Hello?
Hello.
I'm Jasmine Lovinguth, 14051 Southeast 8th Street, Williston, Florida. You may disagree that it is proper for Levy, Marion, and Sumter County citizens to come before you. We are here because what you choose to do includes outside the designated boundary lines you rule within. The aquifer flows together and is one. You cannot divide it up with magic marker lines. All of Florida would be severely affected by a new road. You would be killing the nature coast forever. An enormous sacrifice based on developers' greed, not need. It is known future wars will be for water, which we all depend on for survival. All life depends on for survival. In your blinded exuberance and busyness of creating committees to plan for a road, have you stopped for one moment to consider Florida's last surviving green space, the aquifer, last freshwater springs, endangered species, productive farmland, and the world's longest underwater cave system, homes, lives, the entire nature coast? This unnecessary road would decimate. Will the legacy you leave behind for your heirs in the state of Florida be that you helped pave over the nature's coast and destroy it? Would your family feel pride or shame about what you did? Would they be embarrassed that you were careless and cold-hearted to allow, promote, and assist in the killing? Would they be thankful to you for the sewage recycling plants necessary for potable water because you allowed the aquifer and last freshwater springs to be damaged and poisoned by a road you and the developers are drooling to build? Damage you would cause extends far beyond the magic marker line boundaries on the map you call your district. Damage extending into future generations after we're dust. History would show there was a special rich, lush nature coast full of robust plant and animal life, but developers and representatives going against the people killed it. You are not taking into consideration the forever damage and pollution, the extinction of wildlife you don't mind causing to be extinct. I spend money in citrus and stand beside my family and friends here that would be wiped away for this ludicrous path of destruction. I am here defending them too. It is not progress to destroy the last surviving green space so citrus can blend in with the rest of Florida, already paved and poisoned, where even buzzards are disappearing to clean up roadkill. Clues? This paving would spread that here. Your road proposal is a true deadly virus we are being threatened with. You are representing developers, not the people who put you in office. That's why 4 counties are here in front of you to get your attention that there's a real problem with your intentions and plans. We have the right to speak to defend our land and lives that would be wiped away without a second thought by you. This time is an exception because the people are not going to be good little sheep you're used to and expect. People are not going to meekly lay down and swallow lies in concrete. It is not progress to destroy the nature coast to satisfy developers'
Your
greed,
time
not
has
need, and perhaps
expired,
favorite
ma'am.
oath.
Thank you very much. We
Thank you,
appreciate your
sir.
comments.
The
Thank
rest
you.
will be online.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Okay, next speaker, please.
My name is Michael McGrath, 3630 Piazza Drive, Fort Myers, Florida. I'll be representing Sierra Club, Florida in my comments tonight. Some of you might recognize me from the MCOR's task force process, as I attended and participated in most of those meetings during the task force process. And I think I need to remind folks in the audience, as well as the county commissioners here tonight, that the Northern Turnpike extension we have before us today is nothing more than a vestige of the Northern Turnpike connector that was considered during the MCOR's task force process. And what needs to be reminded to folks is that the final task force report concluded that the task force did not reach a conclusion based on the information available at this time that there is a specific need for completely new greenfield corridor or modification of existing facilities to the study area to achieve a statutory purpose. That's a direct quote you can find in each of the task force reports. Furthermore, during the MCOR's task force process, we found that through a series of public records requests, that over 93% of the public comments were opposed to MCORs. Public opposition continues to be widespread to the Northern Turnpike extension to this very day. And it's no surprise, because if these roads are built, they'll act as a catalyst for sprawl. They'll destroy everything that folks hold near and dear to their hearts here in the Nature Coast, here in Citrus County, and they will create a model of development that will be unsustainable. Your local roadways won't be able to handle the induced demand for traffic demands within our region. You'll see that the reason people chose to move to Citrus County to raise families here, to retire, to visit, and also to have vacations here will be something that will be seen more like in Orlando or Tampa, where it will be congested with sprawl, air pollution, and also dirty water. It's really needs to be stated over and over again that in Florida, the environment is the economy. And, the Northern Turnpike extension and the sprawl that it will induce will cut through some of the most sensitive wetlands and also watersheds here in the state of some of our most treasured springs here. Think about, Kings Bay, Homosassa River, Rainbow River, the Withlacoochee River. All these places are, places that will have additional nutrient loading with increased population development. You also see increased demands on already dwindling freshwater supplies as well. And really, this will create something that will undo many of the investments in restoration that you as a county have already invested in places such as Kings Bay. With seagrass plantings and also things for trying to actually clean up that bay and do restoration for that. So why do something that's actually counterproductive to the things that you already invested taxpayer dollars into already? I think, it goes without saying that if we have less spring flows, if we have more nutrient loading into places like Kings Bay, we are going to see increased seagrass die-offs. And we all know that the reason people come here is for the manatees, for scalloping, for sports game fishing, for charter boat fishing, and really ecotourism is the lifeblood of our economy. So please do no builds.
Do you have a letter on file with us?
We should probably in the past, but if not, we'll provide one in the future.
Great.
So
okay,
thanks so much for your time, all right?
Thank you very much for being here.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Elonza Hendred. I'm here more for a personal thing. I know that you guys are here listening to all of us.
For anything you want to talk about.
Listen to all of us. I'm on the board of the Hernando Community Thanksgiving with the late Luke Simmons. The community that we live in, Hernando, it donates from the families on fixed incomes. They donate their time, their money, their food, and we feed the community through churches and volunteers. The small community does big things when they come together. They're family oriented. It's a beautiful area. And our children are allowed to play on a basketball court named after my late husband. And my kids' father. I looked up some stuff, and traffic accidents with tragedies are becoming the norm in Citrus County. the transportation infrastructure, it is an integral part of the production and consumption. However, it is also the segue for more traffic accidents and criminal activity, which, trust me, being over correctional facility, we are not in need of more criminal activity that comes with the highways in our community, especially with the ever-growing drug problem that we already have. I know in the Bible says in 1 Timothy, for the love of money is the root of all evil, which while some of us are benefiting from the highway coming through, it's not the normal average everyday people that are benefiting from the highway coming through here. All I'm asking is don't let the fruits of my children's late father's labor, his parents' labor, their late parents' labor, which one of the parents are still living in the community that they're getting ready to trying to tear down with the highway. I know that today people have spoken their concerns, which is needed to be heard. Our nation is built on In God We Trust. But however, right now, we are trusting that the county commissioners are going to say no to tearing our communities down.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. We have another speaker, please.
Hi. My name is Candace Rose Milligan. I live on Eden Drive right here in Inverness, so I'm a local resident. I took my electric scooter here. I can walk here, and it's great to do that. I like doing that, but it's very difficult. You got these roads here that's not comfortable to walk on. You have all of this set up that's really not made for it. Kind of have to go on the street a little bit, and it would be great if all of that traffic could get separated so that everyone's safe. But the problem is, you can't build a new road and just alleviate all the traffic around here. The turnpike won't alleviate all the traffic that's out here around here that I have to deal with, that pedestrians are killed by, that bikers are threatened by. It has never worked. It's never reduced traffic. And you can look at this anywhere, whether in the United States or in the world, to build a road, and it goes down. It just doesn't work that way. You have to completely redo the infrastructure. We need to think about local transportation options. I would love to be talking about something like a streetcar or a trolley or something like that goes around Citrus County. I mean, people talk about ecotourism, that would be great, but not a big giant highway that goes through. I think that's a terrible idea, and no build, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Could we have the next speaker, please?
Commissioners, my name is Dan Slarland. I appreciate, I live in Inverness. I appreciate you staying late tonight to listen to everybody's comments. I'm here on a personal matter. I'm not here for the environment or something else. The yellow route goes right over my house. It destroys my house, destroys my neighbor's house, destroys the lakeside neighborhood. That lakeside neighborhood is starting to come back with the introduction of the new grill. I've served the country and the state of Florida for 30 years in the Army. I've spent the last 20 years serving the county, working as a deputy sheriff. I know you're going to do your part to support these people that are sitting here behind us, that you've heard their comments all night long. They don't want this turnpike coming through the county. It serves no purpose to our county. We have enough to do to improve the infrastructure within our own county that we don't need outside FDOT, anybody else putting this turnpike through our county. I know what comes with the parkway. I've seen those people come from Tampa and what they do to our citizens. I've seen them come from Orlando on the short turnpike that we do have and destroy the citizens of this county. We don't need to bring that turnpike and give them a faster way into this county. We need to support the small community, the small town feel that all of you boast, including Ms. Davis, who left already, the small town feel of Citrus County. Thank you for staying and listening to my comments.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your service. Next speaker, please. Can you hold on just a second, Mr. Wade? Can I just get a rough idea who has not spoken yet and who wishes to speak, just so I have a kind of a rough idea? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Yes, sir, Mr. Wade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. My name is John Wade. I want to approach this from a little bit different perspective. I know all of you board members are good custodians of the taxpayers' money. I've heard you say that many times. I just want to give you a couple of examples of money of these roads, what they cost. Just to extend the Suncoast Parkway from where it is presently to US 19, it is estimated to cost from Norval Bryant Highway to US 19 $416,958,120. And the construction on the last part of it isn't even to start until 2027. That doesn't include the mileage from where it ends presently to Norval Bryant. So you're talking $500 million. There is no way, based on traffic patterns, projections, that that road will pay for itself. Now, if that road won't pay for itself, I would imply and ask you very much, as members of the MPO and as the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners, to ask for and get projections of traffic, and will the roads pay for themselves as they're required to do? And if they don't, I can't see how you can not say, I don't support these roads. I believe we should not build these roads. The traffic level is not there. The traffic projections that I have seen, and I know you have seen, do not support even the turnpike extension to US 19 now. And if that's true, how can a connector going across the northern part, which is going to cost vastly more money, how can it possibly support paying for itself as required by state law? I ask you, I beg you, vote no, support no build. And if it doesn't, if the projections on the MPO, when you sit on the MPO, oppose it if it doesn't do what it's supposed to do, i.e. pay for itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another speaker?
Hi, my name is Gina Howe, and I live in Inverness. This road is not going to affect me where I live, but it is going to affect the playground and the wonderful, beautiful watershed out in Potts Preserve. And I'd just like to read you something from the Swift Mud webpage. Potts Preserve, the property was acquired by Swift Mud for the protection of the area's groundwater recharge, as well as important surface water features and wetland habitats. The preserve's wetlands play a role in both the solid Apopka chain of lakes and the Withlacoochee River systems, part of the water aquifer's recharge-discharge system. Additionally, the site provides habitat to wildlife, including a small population of threatened Florida scrub jays. There's a reason Swift Mud acquired that property, and it's pretty clear in what they put on their website. And the southernmost route would definitely affect it. The map doesn't really show the wetlands, the map that's online, doesn't show the wetlands like I've seen them. I see them almost every weekend. It would destroy that area. We need it for the watershed, we need it for our water table, we need it for the aquifer. Another part that bothers me is that the whole town of Hernando would be wiped out. I moved here 24 years ago. We bought a house in Hernando. That area would be gone, and I would really hate to see that. It also makes no sense to direct traffic to evacuate people from South Florida directly to Crystal River, where it floods. That doesn't make any sense at all. But those are my comments, and I wanted to share those with you today. And thank you all for having this hearing, public hearing tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you.
We appreciate you being here. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, sir. Please come forward.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's been a long day for you guys, I know. I'm Brad Rimby. I'm a retired engineer. I live in Chassahowitzka. During the course of my profession as a consulting engineer, I've investigated over 1,000 accidents throughout the state, throughout some of the southeast, mostly in the state though. There are not many roads that I haven't been on in Florida, and I've seen a lot of change. I remember when you could drive down the turnpike and see halos of light from each of the towns along the way on the East Coast. Now it's just a megalopolis. It's just one constant halo. So I really don't have anything to add that you haven't already heard. I would just ask that you keep the nature in the Nature Coast. I'm Vice President of the Florida Springs Council. Collectively, we have over 300,000 members that are of Springs concerns. I'm also Vice President of Homosassa River Alliance, and they've asked me to speak on their behalf tonight, and I will be brief. I'm also Vice President of the Withlacoochee Aquatic Restoration. Dan Hilliard was up here earlier. I guess I'm Vice President of anything that nobody else wants to do. So I keep getting picked on for these various tasks, but I would ask that, and people seem to think that you have more authority over what's going to happen than I think you do. But, you know, on my behalf as someone who's chosen to live here and have seen most of Florida, if not all of it, at one time or another, and a lot of misjudged growth. When I looked at the plans proposed, to me it was a no-brainer. It's like we shouldn't even be here discussing this in Citrus County. It's connect Wildwood to I-75, make the improvements that are necessary there. And again, I'm talking to you as an engineer who's investigated many accidents and know the roads well in Florida. I just don't understand why we're even talking about carving up our rural lands. It just makes no sense to me, other than somebody has an idea that it would be more growth, more taxes, whatever, but connect Wildwood to I-75 and keep on going, and maybe charge tolls for the people that want to come in here at a higher rate than ones that want to leave.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Okay. Does anyone else like to speak? Yes, sir. Please come forward. That's all right. There is no list. If you haven't spoken yet, anybody that wants to speak, you just need to fill out a green card before or after you're done. So.
Okay. My name's Don Clark, and I live in Floral City. You need the actual address, 9099 South Great Oaks Drive. I've been here about 13 years. I'm originally from the Adirondacks in New York, and I came here because my wife was from Florida originally. We traveled. I was in the Air Force. I love Citrus County. It gives the Adirondacks a good run for the money in being natural. I also drove a lot in New York, and I drive a lot in Florida. And one thing I found out, Floridians don't like toll roads, not building them. They don't want to drive on them. They're cheap. I like to take the Suncoast to Tampa because nobody's on it. So there is absolutely no way this road is going to pay for itself. And I don't know if all of the things they said are going to happen. A lot of them are, and it's going to take years, and it's going to cause lots and lots of disruption, and it's going to cost lots and lots of money. And while I was sitting up there, it reminded me of something else that Citrus County supported a long time ago, and we now have a souvenir of it that does absolutely nothing. The Cross Florida Barge Canal, another gigantic boondoggle that this county supported and still has a big unusable lock over on the Withlacoochee because of it. And we're mentioned in a book. You could get an opportunity to be in a book about like something, the ghost highway, because it's going to cost a lot of money, it's going to cause a lot of disruption, and it's not going to pay for itself. Most people won't ride on it. I guess that's it. Everybody else has said everything else.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here and sharing your thoughts. Does anyone else wish to address the board? Yes, ma'am.
Jeanette Pear. I live in Inverness. I don't normally do this, and I wasn't going to do this. But everybody has talked about the nature, the water, the wildlife, which was why we moved here. I originally was from Marathon, which is in the Keys. You know, it's way overgrown. So we found a nice, beautiful place in Inverness. And if they do take the southern route, our house will be gone in Lakeside with about 70 other houses. And most of the people there are seniors, 60s, 70s, 80s. It's going to be terrible. And they will bulldoze our house. So that's, you know, everybody else talked about everything else, which I'm concerned about too. But I'm also concerned about me and my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. We know it's hard to speak in public, and we appreciate everybody's comments. Anybody else wish to address the board at this time before the board responds? Second time I ask, this will be the third and final time. Okay, so we're going to close this last section of open to the public, and before I give my colleagues an opportunity to comment, I just want to say a couple generic comments. First of all, I deeply appreciate the civility, the decorum, and the courteousness that you all conducted yourselves tonight. As we know, it's a very emotional topic, and I just want to be very clear about this, and that is, this is the beginning of the process. This is not the end of the process, okay? And if we start as a community standing up and screaming and yelling at each other and calling each other names, nobody learns or gets anywhere. Myself, I look for good, logical debate and discussions. I heard a lot of that tonight. I really appreciate the well-thought-out comments, the things that people talk about. And I can assure you this, I'm going to speak for my colleagues up here. We all live here. This is our home. We could all live someplace else. We probably all moved here for the same reason everybody in this audience did. We don't want to destroy it. And so we want to be good stewards of those things that God created and the public has entrusted us to watch over. So with that said, that's why we're doing these meetings, and there'll be more meetings. And we're trying to hear what everybody has to say, and we're going to have a workshop on this, and we've invited FDOT to be here. And I'll tell you this, some comments were made that, you know, I don't know how much impact local government officials will have or won't have, but I can assure you this, myself and my colleagues won't hesitate to voicing our opinion. Whether we're listened to or not, you know, we're going to listen, we're going to hear what people have to say. And so I would just have to say, as much as what you said tonight and as well as the way that you said it made an impact on me. I just want to tell you that it wasn't just like, you know, oh, no, 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 because what people were saying, just don't build it. You know, many of you got up here and gave compelling testimony, I would call it, for what your position is and why you have that. So I just want to thank you for that and ask that as we continue this discussion and gathering these things, the day will come when this board will make a decision, a vote, whether to support or not support, or one route or no routes, and all this debate will come into play, and all your comments. And I do very much appreciate you taking your evening to come and share your thoughts with us tonight. I know we all appreciate that much. So who would like to begin? Okay. Commissioner Carnahan.
First and foremost, I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. You know, we sat on the in-court groups in a long year and a half. And I'll tell you, I have taken a position, especially after tonight. They can use existing corridors, okay? Span 75. You know, we don't need it coming across our waterways, okay? Sabrina, I've been out there on them lakes for years and airboats and all the islands you're talking. We don't need that, okay? We don't need it at all. And I agree with the comments about it's not going to pay for itself. It's not. 100%. Hey, we do have the Suncoast Parkway here. It's being finished. Yeah, we do need to get it to 19. But as far as the toll road comes, there's many other existing corridors, okay, that's already here that can be used to get people to where they need to get to, okay? The biggest thing, if you use 75, it definitely from, it can be outside of Gainesville, it just depends on what day it is and the traffic, but usually from a little north of Gainesville, we'll say Lake City, from Lake City down to the Turnpike in Wildwood. That is a problem. And when they first started talking about getting people or relieving 75, it was a corridor. It was going up to I-10 and 75. Well, that's just been totally not talked about anymore. But so with that being said, I agree with no toll road, no build, use existing corridors. I think there's plenty of corridors. You got 40, you got 27. I mean, we can go right on down the list. Expand 75 to where the traffic can flow for free. But Citrus, leave us alone. We don't need it. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, you got a clap.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That might have been your first clap.
Okay. All right.
Won't be my
So,
last either.
who would like to go next?
I would,
Okay,
Mr.
Commissioner
Mr.
Slabaugh.
Chairman.
Commissioner Slabaugh.
I appreciate y'all coming out. This was my agenda item a while back, and I was actually afraid not one person would show, and I'd have to hear somebody say, I told you they wouldn't show up. So thank you for not making me look bad. I am a native Floridian, and so welcome all of you that have come in. I didn't put up a wall and stop you from coming in. And then unfortunately, for my husband, I am not cheap. So Floridians are not cheap. So I'm going to go through the things because it was a long night, so they might not be in order, but I'm going to be a little methodical about it. Clear cutting? No, I'm not for that. I love my trees, I love my birds, I love my squirrels. So I would never be for clear cutting. No build. No build is really interesting because, again, as a Floridian, and I'm older than maybe hopefully I look, and I've seen all the, people come in and build, and everybody needs a home, and when you need a home, you need a road, and so no build always kind of maybe even is a trigger word for me because so many people are moving into Florida, and we have to figure out how to move them around, and so, we love Citrus County, but y'all keep moving to Citrus County, so we have to figure this out. And Art, he's probably already gone, but he had a very positive position, and it was about using existing roads, which Commissioner Carnahan said, has pointed out also. And I appreciate that positive viewpoint, and thank you for saying that. Protecting our environment and our quality of life is very important to every one of us up here. We might not always get along, we might not always like each other, but I can tell you every one of us, including Commissioner Davis, want to protect our environment, we want to protect your quality of life. Sustainability happens to be very important to me personally, and somebody brought that up, and I'm always thinking about sustainability. I have an electric vehicle. I've had one for 8 years, and I think about that and thinking about how our roads are going. I was the first, actually, in my neighborhood, and now I see so many electric vehicles, and it is happening, and we have to think about our roadways because there'll be more autonomous vehicles. There might be even more figuring out more people on these vehicles, less cars on the roads and things. So somebody brought that up. We might be overbuilding the roadways. But sustainability, when you brought that up, that might be our niche for Citrus County. If we can somehow figure that out, and I'm going to look into that, because that would be a great niche for us. It would set us apart from the rest of the state of Florida, and we would probably entice quite a few younger people that like that. So I'm going to look into that, and I appreciate you giving me that idea. Water protection, obviously, yes, we need water. We're one of the leaders in the state of Florida. Look at what has happened in Crystal River and what's happening in Homosassa. We're now, working on the lakes, so of course that's important. Okay, the yellow route. That I came out in December, we had this conversation. The yellow route is not an option in my mind. I can't speak for the others, but I would not support the yellow route. I do not see how this will elevate us. It will make our community better. And also the next thought about that is the BOCC here, us commissioners, are not personally plowing through your home. We are going to try to make sure that we find the best option if the state says this is what they're doing, so that we can make it better for your quality of life and to protect your home. But we personally are not plowing through your home. Again, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I know them, and I know that they want to do whatever they can to protect Citrus County. Not one of us commissioners up here will be benefiting from a highway. Not one of our pockets are going to be lined with any secret money or mythical money or any of that. That was the wild, wild west. There are laws in place. There's protections of that. And I can tell you, I know each one of these people up here, and not one person will be benefiting from a road. So please, just don't ever say that again. And I spoke in December about the responsibility to protect our most vulnerable. And that includes our citizens, and that includes our environment. And I have not changed my mind. I will fight to protect the most vulnerable. And historically, we all know that that's what happened to the vulnerable communities. And we are rural, and we're a good target because there's a lot of money to our east, and they're building thousands of homes. And if they want to build thousands of homes, then they can absorb that new infrastructure that's going to move those people around. So I haven't changed my mind about protecting the lakes, the waters, the yellow line. I even put a big X on my plan. And but I do plan on spending my political capital, fighting for your concerns. And I, again, can't speak for these gentlemen up here, but I know they feel the same way. I know it in my heart. So thank you for coming out. Again, thank you for coming out. And I hope to do these more and have other communities come and discuss what their concerns are.
Thank you, Commissioner Slabaugh. Commissioner Kennard.
So I guess I'm bringing this in for a landing, huh? Well, I will say again, as I've said numerous times over the past 5 years, Commissioner Kitchen, I absolutely hate following you and making our comments because you steal my thunder. What I was going to start off with, as we started winding down with public input, was truly a thank you to everybody. It's an emotionally charged subject. I understand that, and with a few cautions along the way, a very large crowd addressing the board was extraordinarily respectful, not only to the board but public speakers up there, so we could hear what everybody had to say. So thank you all very, very much. Art Jones, I gained a tremendous amount of respect for you today. To walk into this and stand up there and advocate for the building of this connector that took some fortitude. For a guy who spent many, many days wading out in our rivers, pulling up Lingvia with a rake. Thank you for being here and advocating for that position. I will tell you that a turnpike connector that utilized existing corridors, whether it was an existing highway or easements, power line easements, things like that, had broad-based support in the during the M-Course process, from the trucking industry, local communities, to the environmental groups. I think even Charles Lee was advocating for utilizing a portion of 44 and Highway 19 and existing, like I said, power line easements and such, so that we weren't just plowing new ground, a new trail through virgin woods. So again, I will echo what Commissioner Kitchen started off with as well. Folks, this is very early in the process. The board took a little bit of heat for not taking a stance immediately, not picking a route immediately, and my response has been the same every time. We've got to hear from the community. We've got to hear from the residents. We've got to hear from the businesses. We've got to talk with the city councils as they go through this process. We've got a workshop scheduled. It's very, very early in the process. We're gathering information on where the community's at as a whole on this thing. So thank you again for being here.
All right. Well, again, I just want to say and echo what everybody said up here. We appreciate you being here. Keep in mind, we meet most second and fourth, when we don't, Tuesdays, and at 1 o'clock. And we invite you to come and speak at any meeting. We start every meeting with open to the public and close it with open to the public. So you don't need to wait. If you're available to come during the day, please do. We want to hear what you have to say. And it will have bearing, because all of us have been in situations where people get up and just yell at you and call you names, and believe it or not, that doesn't register well. People tend to kind of click that off after a while. But tonight, I heard some very, very compelling testimony. I think you've made an impact tonight, as I said once before, not just in what you said and how you said it. I would encourage this, too, is that, as somebody said earlier, just remember, we're listening to everybody. When I ran for office, I listened to some of the groups or whatever, but I went around and knocked on hundreds, if not thousands, of doors. I talked to what I call Mr. and Mrs. Front Porch. Maybe some of you, I knocked on your doors. I gave people a card and I said, what you have to say matters. And not everybody agrees, but you start to hear the community as a theme. Okay, and so what we said a couple of weeks ago when we said, is no build really an option, that was the beginning of the starting point. It's like, is it or is it not? I don't think our issue was you just can't stick your head in the sand and expect things to go away and things are going to fix themselves. And so that's when we said, we're going to have workshops, we're going to talk about it, we're going to hear what everybody has to say. And we just can't say no, we have to have options. We have to say, what about this? What about that? What about, so this is all part of that process. So once again, thank you for spending your dinner time with us. And in my case, I'm usually in bed by this time. So I just, us older people on the board up here have to do that. So, but I thank you again for coming. Please keep it up. Keep those cards and letters coming. Please be nice. Board, I see no other business, so we're adjourned.
Thank you.